Zoey Brooks. The girl, the myth, the legend. The woman who dared ask some of the most striking questions of my generation. Does she look good, my dear? Does she look good today? Zoey 101 premiered in early 2005 in the United States, being part of one of the many Nickelodeon sitcoms for teens, preteens, and anyone who thought they were so cool. I was around 10 years old when I first watched it, and that show was formative to me, maybe even more than I realized. So after the whole... I couldn't do much with my brain. I was dead inside. I needed something simple, something fun. I needed Zoey. So I decided to rewatch it, healing my current self through revisiting my past self, something like that. I had decided to rewatch all of Zoey 101. To those of you who don't know, and trust me, by the end of this video, you sure will know, buddy. Zoey 101 is a sitcom about a high school girl named Zoey, who goes to a prestigious school known as the Pacific Coast Academy, living all sorts of crazy adventures with her quirky friends. Now, to me, the funny thing is that, upon re-experiencing Zoey 101, I realized I didn't understand most of the elements that were essential to Zoey 101. My 10-year-old brain interpreted PCA, the school that Zoey attends, as college. It is not college. I have to make this clear, both to myself and to anyone who also watched Zoey 101 15 years ago and didn't understand that either. PCA is an American boarding school that encompasses the middle to high school years. This makes my experience funnier in retrospect because even though I was convinced that PCA was college, I never questioned what Dustin was doing there. Like, yeah, you got a bunch of semi-adults running free and getting part-time jobs, and there's also a 12-year-old living there. Dustin had friends his age, and I completely erased them from my memory. In my head, he was the only kid running around PCA. And even as a preteen, I knew the Dustin thing didn't make sense. I knew kids weren't supposed to be hanging out at a college campus, but it was just sort of something I accepted. Like, Flight 29 Down also had a kid hanging out with teenagers for some unknown reason. I just accepted that this was a thing that happened in television, which was different from real life. I just looked at Zoey and her friends, and I understood that they were older than me. And my brain said that any teens older than me were automatically college-aged. It's about how, when you're 10 years old, a 15-year-old basically feels like an adult, and adults go to college. Maybe it's because I was an older sibling, so I didn't have any close references as to what an older teen really did. Another thing about PCA is that it was an all-boys school up until the year Zoey joined, and this is especially relevant during the early seasons, where several episodes deal with the challenges of finding your own space in a place that didn't previously accept you. And again, I state this because I completely erased this from my memory as well. I straight up did not get that as a kid. Also, Dean Rivers. I didn't know what a dean was. I didn't know there was an actual position you could hold in an institution. So I thought he was a regular guy running the school, with his last name being Rivers and his first name being Dean. Which, if you've been keeping up with the Dropinion Dump lore, might sound a little weird to you, because I am actually Brazilian, and I grew up with the dubbed version of this show. But I'm happy to inform that this is one of those cases where the dub and the original version cause the exact same problem, because in Portuguese, the position of Dean is translated as reitor, which is also a name that people can have. So everyone called the guy Reitor Rivers, and I figured he was just some guy named Reitor. Part of the reason why I'm making this video is because, although I loved Zoey 101, I did not get Zoey 101. I've come to realize that even some of the most basic information on the show went completely over my head. It did not stop me from enjoying the series, but upon rewatching it, I felt like I was truly experiencing it for the first time. I want to share this journey with you, and maybe shine a light on those darkened corners of your memory. Perhaps you too forgot that PCA was not college, or that it was only recently declared co-ed. Maybe you've misinterpreted the show in other ways that I didn't even imagine, and you were only now realizing that you've been wrong. Or maybe you understood the show perfectly, and get to thrive in the certainty that you've never made a mistake in your life. And look, let's be honest, this is the age of long-form content. And I love watching those long videos that everyone's putting out. And my goal with this channel has always been to make the kind of content that I like to watch. So I'm hopping on that freight train, hoping it leads me somewhere nice. But most importantly, I'm making this video because I want to. This video is for me, but you can watch it as well. So come along on this journey and hopefully I will make you see all of the things that you can be. Believe in yourself and follow me. I want to talk about Zoey 101.
Grow hard about what you want to be. Step 4. Everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmation.
So a bit on how this video is structured. I intend to go over each episode, providing a commented retrospective on its main events, and then give a summary or conclusion to my thoughts after the end of each season, or after a specific batch of episodes. I will be focusing on the show, and not on any tie-in games, merchandise, or events related to the series, even though I know they exist. I might deviate from the expected order of commentary every now and then, but my intention is to create a mostly linear experience which, by the end, will paint a picture not only of my current journey consuming this show, but also shine a light on my first journey as a kid watching the series, exploring how things changed over time and the different conclusions it can lead us to. Let's jump right into the first episode and officially begin our new Zoey 101 experience. The episode starts with Zoey's father driving her and her brother Dustin to the Pacific Coast Academy, a boarding school which has some of the best teachers in the country according to the dad. But Zoey is, of course, more interested in the cool dorms and the nearby beach, something that even I can't blame her for. Their ride is interrupted by Dustin constantly claiming he has to pee, making the dad stop the car so the boy can go behind a tree. While they are parked, the dad talks to Zoey about how he's nervous to part with his little girl, establishing that PCA is only now accepting students of all genders, but Zoey's excitement wins over his anxieties. And then Dustin jumps back into the car screaming about an embarrassing incident with a hungry squirrel. No further comments. Something I want to point out is that the dialogue between the characters is a little snippy in typical sitcom fashion. The family cracks humorous comments back and forth, and the very first thrilling event of the episode is about toilet humor. It's nothing we haven't seen before. But you know what's missing? The laugh tracks. Instead of filling every beat in conversation with artificial laughter, Zoey 101 gives us either a pop song or silence. Blissful, white noisy silence. If you want, you can mentally place the laughter whenever there's a lull in conversation as a sort of experiment. Or, if you're normal, you can laugh at your own pace, not being explicitly told when the audience is supposed to find something funny. It's great. Which is a very odd thing to praise about a teen Nickelodeon sitcom, I know, but all other major examples from my childhood were constantly plagued by canned laughter. This is obviously not endemic to the channel, but coming across a show that doesn't rely on it feels lighter than I was expecting. What I'm trying to say is that my brain is jello, and I'm using the sitcom to fill the void in my soul, and I'm glad I don't have to do it over the sound of exaggerated laughter from a fake audience. As the family pulls into the main campus area, Zoey steps out of the car and admires the scenery, while a boy rides past her on his bike. They exchange a short introduction glance before he slams himself into a flagpole. This is Chase, Zoey's future best friend, whose nervous personality comes across right away as he awkwardly tries to make small talk with Zoey while bleeding from his elbow. Although he might come off as a bit nerdy and fidgety, he is clearly trying to be nice, and Zoey keeps a cool attitude that bounces off his quips very effortlessly, establishing her as the more collected member of the pair. Chase immediately develops a crush on Zoey and she doesn't realize it. That's it. That's the whole show. And I love it. We'll explore their relationship in more detail as the series goes on, but for now we're coming back to Zoey's first PCA impressions, as she is briefly shown around by Chase and guided into room 101, her designated place in the dorms. Chase makes a big deal out of the room having a mini fridge, which is, in my opinion, completely warranted. The mini fridge seems like a small detail, but to my 10-year-old self, it was an iconic representation of the sort of unhinged freedom these teens had. Their own dorm room and their own fridge to fill with their own colorful drinks. It was a reality that felt unreachable to me, but still grounded enough to be dreamed of. Back to Zoey, she's startled by a scream coming from the bathrooms. The screamer is Nicole, her new roommate, and the reason behind the scream is a urinal, yet another reminder that PCA used to be boys only. When they come back to the dorm, they meet their third roommate, Dana, who immediately establishes herself as the edgy, mean girly one, trying to intimidate the other two. Zoey suggests taking a walk around campus, but Nicole is insecure about her top. Zoey then puts on a determined face and orders Nicole to take off her shirt, as some scissoring action is about to happen. Zoey, as it turns out, has a passion for fashion, and cuts out parts of Nicole's sleeve so that it looks cooler. According to the girls think this is cool. I am clearly out of touch with the youths. I would refuse to dress like that.
I'm gonna call you the Scissor Wizard. No, you're not.
They walk into some boys practicing for the basketball tryouts, which Zoey decides to also take part in. One of the boys takes issue with that, saying that the ladies are not good enough to make it into the team. This is Logan, the arrogant, egotistical foil to Zoey and her crew. Zoey impulsively challenges the boys to a basketball game, wishing to prove that girls can be even better than boys at playing sports. Logan accepts the challenge and then asks if Zoey wants to make out, which she emphatically refuses. Zoey tries to cobble together a team of female basketball players, with most of the PCA girls walking out on her. At this moment, I want to single out one of the remaining players, as she would become a major recurring character in the show. She is the scientist character of the group, but this side of her personality doesn't come through very strongly in her first appearance. At the actual game, the girls are clearly outmatched, with Zoey being the only competent player on their team. A large audience gathers to laugh at their misfortune, while Dana silently scoffs from the sidelines. Logan hits Zoey's face during a scuffle, which even the public sees as a low blow. Her nose starts bleeding and the coach says she should go to the infirmary, but Zoey refuses to quit and gets back on the court. Dana, in an act of tsundere camaraderie, offers to join the team, revealing that she is a terrific player. With their newfound energy, the girls start fighting back, and the crowd, which once heckled them, now cheers for them, guided by Dustin's initiative. Only a few seconds remain, and Dana has a chance to score the winning shot. The ball flies through the air, and everyone glances in awe as it strikes the metal hoop and totally misses the target. They lose by 1 point. Impressed by their skills and team spirit, the coach offers Zoey and Dana a spot on the team, despite the boys' victory. Dana says she'll think about it, but Zoey accepts the proposal right away, so the coach replaces Logan with Zoey. Morally victorious, the girls celebrate at their dorm, thanking Zoey for her initiative and Dana for the help. The boys awkwardly shuffle in, apologizing for their rude behavior earlier, and stating that not every guy at PCA is a jerk like Logan. They are welcomed into the party, and it seems like both genders can live in relative peace after all. For the final scene, the girls transform the urinal in the bathroom into a bedazzled fountain, because the show's gender dichotomy cannot fathom the idea of girls dealing with urinals in any other way. Roll credits. For a first episode, I think this does a great job. It gives us a nice idea of the general vibe of the series, which, again, sounds like empty praise because that's what first episodes are supposed to do, but my brain has melted and it's good to find out that something you loved as a kid isn't a complete disaster. I kinda like how this story establishes Zoey right away as the sort of strong-willed leader. She's excited about the new school despite her dad's worries, she doesn't back down in the face of adversity, and she motivates others to fight along with her. Some solid protagonist vibes here. This first episode gives off a bit of a feeling that PCA is a space that never really had girls in mind, so the ladies gotta carve out their own place in the school, and Zoey seems like the perfect candidate to make that happen. I think my biggest critique is that this episode feels like two different vibes: getting to know PCA and having a sports anime episode. We don't see a lot of PCA here. We walk around a bit, we see the dorms, and then this turns into the basketball show. Like, isn't this a school? Shouldn't Zoey be having classes? But for what it is, it does a good job. If anything, it leaves me wanting more, which is the whole point of a first episode anyway. Let's get more of Zoey's adventures with the second episode then. Now that the main ladies have been established, the second episode lets us have a more detailed look at the female world of Zoey 101. Nicole, the peppy and cheerful roommate, keeps getting into fights with Dana, who is decidedly standoffish and hates having her peace disturbed. Zoey vents about her situation to Chase, who suggests that Zoey could ditch her roommates and hang out with him instead, clearly trying to deepen his connection with her. Zoey gently declines it, saying that she has to make sure Dana and Nicole don't kill each other. Not as an excuse to get out of a date with Chase, but because she truly believes that is her responsibility. The pair is interrupted by Chase's roommate Michael, who was also there in the first episode, but he didn't do anything relevant, so I didn't talk about him. He's annoyed because this other girl, Quinn, keeps touching his food. This is because Quinn is an aspiring scientist, and is testing out a theory, as she always does. Zoey gets so tired of her roommates fighting that she decides to move in with Quinn, since Quinn has no roommates. Quinn is glad to have some company, but takes this as an opportunity to run scientific experiments on Zoey without her consent. This, along with her other quirks, such as coming up with crazy inventions and keeping unconventional pets, helps explain why people don't usually hang out with her. Because they're basic as hell. Quinn is a delight. Zoey invites Chase to the movies as a friendly outing, because she wants to be around someone who isn't driving her crazy. Logan, who, as it turns out, is also Chase's roommate, says that Zoey fighting with her friends is good, because it means that she will want to spend all of her time with Chase. Despite having a poorly concealed romantic interest in Zoey, Chase insists that they are just friends. He feels a little conflicted since he knows that Logan is right, but he doesn't want Zoey to be unhappy. He tries to convince Zoey to let things play out on their own, partially because he wants to have more time with her, But then Quinn kicks her out of the room because she needs a break from Zoey. Zoey makes peace with her friends and finds a way for them to coexist without fighting, and she even takes them to see the movie with Chase and her, totally misreading Chase's romantic intentions. Chase figures that this isn't the best time to confess, and they go to the movies as friends. The most relevant thing that happens in this episode is that there's this running issue where Zoey can't get inside her room because she keeps misplacing her keys, much to the annoyance of her roommates. By the end of the episode, Zoey has fixed this problem by painting her key a stylish pattern and wearing it around her neck, so that she always knows where it is. And let me tell you, this is so iconic. This is Zoey 101. Peak fashion, fantastic content.
Talented, brilliant, incredible, amazing, showstopper.
But okay, for as iconic as that is, it is very impractical. Like, she's not gonna lean next to the lock every time she wants to get inside, right? She's taking the necklace off. Except that chain is barely long enough to slip over her head. She's either struggling to get it off every time she needs to open the door, or she's unhooking the chain and then clasping it back around her neck, which is still very annoying. She is sacrificing practicality for the sake of being the most iconic girl on campus. I expected nothing less from Miss 101. And I know we're 2 episodes in, but I just gotta say it, the real Zoey 101 experience is watching the Brazilian Portuguese dub. There's a bunch of reasons for that, the most important one being that that's the dub that I grew up with, but here I want to point out Dana's voice specifically. When I was a kid, I was really intimidated by Dana. I know that's the whole thing with her character, but part of it came from how her voice in the dub was just lower, more severe. I did not want to mess with Dana.
Fiquem longe do meu caminho e das minhas coisas, e não teremos problemas.
But in the original audio, she's so tiny. She's just a little teen.
Just stay out of my way and out of my stuff, and we won't have a problem.
Look at her squabbling with the roomies. I can't be scared of her. She's baby. The fact that I'm now older than Dana helps out a bunch too. But I don't think I would have been that scared of her as a kid if I was listening to her original voice. I like it how this episode gives us a deeper look into the secondary cast. Nicole and Dana get more screen time after their introduction in the first episode, and Quinn gets a big chance to show us what she's really like. In fact, the role of Quinn was created specifically for this actress. She had originally auditioned to be cast as Nicole, but legend has it that the creator of the show liked her energy so much, he came up with the character of Quinn just so she could have a chance to shine. This episode also makes it clear that Chase's crush on Zoey won't be resolved all that quickly. Chase still insists that Zoey and he are just friends, though he doesn't try to deny it when Michael sees how serious he is about those feelings. Zoey is none the wiser and is perfectly content with being friends, hence why she keeps missing the hints that Chase is dropping. Chase had tried to push his luck a little, following Logan's advice and telling Zoey to keep hanging out with him, but we've known from the get-go that Logan isn't a very nice guy, and therefore Chase was fated to fail if he tried to side with his roommate. When Zoey shows up to the movies with the girls, Chase also seems to understand that friendship is her true priority, and puts his own feelings aside for now. This is a slow burn, kids. There's no way around it. Episode 3 was, without a doubt, one of my favorite ones as a kid, and it remains one of the most thematically relevant of the series. It is called Webcam, something I'm only telling you because I think it's funny, since it basically spoils half the mystery of the episode. We start off with the gang hanging out at the lounge playing a dice game called Confess or Stress, which is bootleg Truth or Dare. Chase and Logan show up with the lady sushi delivery because of course this campus has a sushi restaurant and of course these 14-year-olds can get jobs there. Logan explains he knows that he and the girl started off on the wrong foot, so he has come bearing gifts and gifts them a bear. The girls seem thankful for the gesture, as this is very uncharacteristic for the local jerk. They keep playing the game while snacking on some sushi, but these good vibes won't last for long, because on the next day, all of the boys are laughing about the secrets that were shared during the previous evening. Someone from their dorm has broken the most sacred rule of confess or stress. What happens in the game stays in the game. Chase goes back to work.
Lloret!
Why does this man sound like that?
Rogan not coming.
What?
Did he sound like that in the dub? Did I repress that memory?
Você tá atrasado.
No! He sounds like a normal guy!
O Logan não veio.
O quê?
They erased his offensive accent! Guys, when I say the dub is superior, Logan is blowing off work because he claims to be sick, something he does quite often, leaving Chase to do his share of the deliveries. The real reason why Logan isn't working is because he is too busy sitting in his room watching the live feed from the girls' lounge, being transmitted by the title of the episode Hidden in the Bear. He is the one learning and spreading all of their secrets, like how Dana fell into a bowl of guacamole, or how Zoey dropped a bowling ball on her foot as a child, so now one of her toenails looks like a corn chip. The girls figure out that the bear has a camera and ask Michael and Chase to help take Logan down. They come up with a clever plan. In front of the webcam, they will act out a murder, loudly stating that they plan on pinning it on Logan. Horrified, Logan would run to tell the dean about the crime, but once they get back to the hall, the gang has cleaned up the scene, acting like the murder never happened. When the dean asks Logan why he was so convinced there had been a crime at all, Logan points to the webcam and says he had watched it all from his computer, revealing his own wicked actions. Logan gets punished by the dean after ratting himself out, he loses his job at the sushi place, and the girls repurpose the webcam as a live feed of the sunset on the beach, ignoring the very limited capabilities of Wi-Fi connection at the time. All is well. What really won me over concerning this episode was the cleverness of Zoey's plan. It wasn't enough to tell the authorities about Logan's webcam, they had to make him confess it on his own, essentially dooming his own destiny. The sequence of actions that made him spill his own beans was also pretty well thought out, and it brings me joy to see so many characters coming together to make a jerk pay for his crimes. Bringing justice through clever revenge becomes a bit of a theme in the series, as can be immediately seen on episode 4. In this episode, Dustin is being bullied by an older kid, so Zoey tries to step up, but this only serves to embarrass her younger brother. Dustin feels like he has no way out of his situation, even considering fighting his bully despite having the physique of a twig, so the gang hatches up a plan. With the help of a janitor with a knack for acting, they create the persona of the Dean of Discipline, a fictional principal who yells at the bully and demands he stop pestering younger kids. This is another example of Zoey's gang cleverly taking matters into their own hands. Dustin has a bully problem? Let's just bully the bully into never bullying again. The teachers and the rest of the staff seem oddly blind to Dustin's troubles, so the matter of looking out for their own is ultimately left to the teenagers. I'm not saying yelling at middle schoolers is the ultimate solution to all bullying cases, but within the context of the series, it feels justified. This scares the bully enough that he promises to leave Dustin alone, just as the boy gets the courage to stand up for himself. Dustin and Zoey make peace, with Dustin understanding that his sister was only trying to help, and with Zoey promising to be less overbearing. There's also a subplot about the boys trying to hide a dog from the dorm advisor since BCA has a no pets rule, but in the previous episode we saw a kid full-on keep a goat on campus, so a dog seems like kids play by comparison. The dog shows up on like one other episode and is never seen again. In episode 5, we are introduced to the concept of Prank Week at PCA, where the older students play pranks on the newer ones. Since this is the first year where girls attend PCA at all, the event turns more into a gendered battle, where the girls are usually the target of the boys' trickery and feel almost compelled to retaliate. The pranks keep escalating until they go too far, and PCA threatens to expel the ones responsible. Zoey takes full responsibility for the act, sacrificing herself so that the rest of her friends stay off the hook. At the last moment, however, the boys play one last prank on the school, and every single student claims to be responsible for it so that they would all have to be expelled together. The board gives up on the expulsions and Zoey gets to stay. There's also this side plot where Quinn spends the whole episode trying to craft an invention which, when activated, will make the boys fall unconscious as a prank, leading to several failed attempts until she succeeds at the last minute. I feel like this side story represents one of the most iconic aspects of Quinn's character, which is that she will, more often than not, place science above social and ethical conventions. Episode 6 was another of my favorites way back when. As an assignment for their media class, the students are tasked with making a commercial for the JetX, a personal scooter so cool and exclusive that it hasn't even hit the markets yet. The members of the group with the coolest commercial will each receive their own JetX, and their ad will be part of the official launch campaign for the product. Thinking about this from a legal perspective, I feel like the kids might be getting ripped off here. Commercials are usually $100,000 ventures involving dozens of cast and crew members, and actors might even get residual payments from future broadcasts. But here, these teens are working basically for free, with the best case scenario being that they get a scooter out of it. But also, I don't care. I don't know if it's just me, but as a kid, I went through a phase of just designing fake advertisements. Like, I would make up a product and then draw a bunch of ads for it. I had even considered majoring in marketing during a later period in my life. I don't think any of this backstory is necessary for you to enjoy this episode, but for kid me, this tickled a particularly ad-hungry bone in my body. I was living vicariously through these aspiring ad-making girls, and nobody was gonna stop me. Zoey and her roommates form a team, but they're having trouble shooting a commercial because they can't seem to work together, as they all have different ideas of what the JetX actually represents. To make matters worse, Logan is using his father's vast affluence and connections to hire an entire film crew and local celebrities to star in his commercial, even if it makes his teammates feel excluded from the process. The girls feel like there's no way they can win this contest with competition like that, but their teacher encourages them to keep trying. They each try to shoot their own commercial, but with no success. On the last night before the deadline, they realize their fight was petty and senseless, and they come together for one last attempt at editing something good. In a very last-minute effort, Zoey manages to combine their footage into a commercial that comes off as charming, sincere, and fully represents their target demographic, while Logan's commercial is rejected for being too Hollywood. The girls are declared the winners, and they each get a JetX, which they proudly ride over campus. This trope of pulling something together at the very last minute and striking gold by restructuring materials that were once considered worthless is a personal favorite of mine. Their commercial does make the JetX seem more like a young girl thing, even because I don't think boys from a 2007 Nickelodeon show would be losing their minds over a pink scooter. But whatever. I'm a girl. I want a JetX. At this point, we have looked at 6 out of the 13 episodes that make up Season 1, and I think this would be a nice moment to stop and look at what has been established so far. On Episode 1, Zoey arrives at PCA. She is posed as Chase's main love interest, and there's a girls versus boys basketball game. Episode 2, Chase still loves Zoey. Zoey mediates a conflict between her roommates, distancing herself when she feels too annoyed. Episode 3. Logan is a jerk. The girls come up with a plan. Episode 4. Zoey's kind of a mom to Dustin. Dustin is bullied. The teens come up with a plan. Episode 5. There's a girls versus boys prank week. Episode 6. Zoey has a conflict with her roommates, but her resourcefulness saves the day at the end. I point all of this out because these first episodes are our initial look at the show. In a way, they are trying to sell us on 1 billion episodes more. I know that role is usually reserved for the pilot, but that's a lot to expect out of a mere 24 minutes. These 6 episodes, on the other hand, give us a much better idea of what the rest of the series could be like, and whether or not you are feeling up for it. As someone who has watched the series in its entirety, I can say that I feel like the pilot sells us on a much more gendered idea of the show than what we actually get. Even the next episode to deal with the girls versus boys dynamic does so in a much more balanced way, with the boys coming together explicitly to help the girls out at the end, instead of just shuffling into their dorm to claim that #not all men are like Logan. Instead, Zoey's protagonistic skills are a much better representation of what you will come to find from this point on. This is a show about Zoey, and no one is trying to hide it. Her romance with Chase is the closest thing we have to an overarching plot. There isn't much else that Zoey herself is trying to achieve aside from just existing, studying and chilling and getting into cool adventures. There's no major mystery or anticipation of character development. We're not expecting to see a lot of change in this setup. The only question left is whether Chase will ever get to confess the way he wishes to, and perhaps episode 7 can enlighten us on the matter. In this episode, Chase writes a play about a cute alien girl that crash lands on Earth and falls in love with a local lifeguard, planning to cast Zoey as the alien and himself as the lifeguard, because those characters kiss at the end. This year is a sort of landmark in terms of PCA theater productions, as this is the first time girls get to participate at all, with it being stated that in previous semesters, the boys themselves had to play any female roles in school productions. Most of the students seem excited about this project, except for Logan, who thinks theater in general is lame. Chase disagrees, and argues that most of PCA would disagree too. In this setting, drama is actually cool. As the author of the play, Chase gets to help out the teacher during the auditions.
We're not doing any.
Although many girls try out, Zoey is by far the best candidate, and is cast as the female lead. When they move out to the auditions for the male roles, Logan shows up to try out for the lifeguard lead, much to everyone's surprise. His justification is that Chase said theater is cool, and Logan thinks of himself as being cool, so those two cool things should go very well together. I cannot argue with his thought process. And as it turns out, Logan had been hiding his true talents all this time, delivering a touching performance that convinces everyone around him that he should play the coveted role of alien-kissing lifeguard. Chase tries to dissuade the teacher, but he is ultimately defeated, agreeing that Logan's skills would make the play better. Logan didn't audition with the specific goal of kissing Zoey's character, but he still sees it as a nifty bonus. Zoey is less than pleased about this, since she has no interest in working with a jerk, let alone kissing him. But right as she is about to quit, she sees Logan rehearsing, and finds his acting so good it overrides any negative feelings she had for him, instead making her excited over having such a talented co-star. In fact, Logan's acting is so good that Zoey starts to see him not as Logan, but as the lifeguard. Whenever Logan is reciting his lines, Zoey finds his delivery so sweet and sincere that she forgets all about the jerk underneath, seeing only the loving character with nothing but warmth in his heart. and much like the alien falls for that sun-kissed teenager, Zoey herself starts to wonder if she is falling for Logan Reese. Chase hates this. He basically scripted his own doom. He tries various ways of stopping the final kiss from happening, from changing the lines on the play to trying to make Logan get sick before the premiere, but it's no use. All he managed to do was give himself the flu. I should probably mention the flu thing. This episode has a side plot where Dustin is sick, so he tries going to Zoey for help, but he runs into Quinn instead, and she tries all sorts of alternative science-y methods to find a cure for him, like sucking the germs out of his body or pinning him down on her bed and repeatedly tickling his bare feet. Chase gets the germs from him, but can't pass them on to Logan in time, meaning the show will go on. Everyone gathers for the premiere while Chase tries to reach the theater before the kiss, being chased down by an angry nurse that wants to keep him in the infirmary until the flu is gone. Zoey grows more and more convinced that her feelings for Logan are real, but when she messes up on stage, Logan harshly berates her, breaking his lifeguard facade and revealing the jerk that never truly left. Zoey's shift is automatic. She is barely in character anymore, rolling her eyes at Logan even as he keeps up his amazing act. When it comes time for the kiss, Zoey flat out refuses to do it, improvising a line about how the lifeguard is actually a womanizing jerk and saying she's going back to her home planet.
Sorka, out.
In true teen sitcom fashion, this last-minute change is seen as a brilliant addition to the script, with the alien's girl boss moment receiving a standing ovation, leaving Logan speechless as Chase celebrates in the background before being dragged away by the nurse. Everyone clapped. Roll credits. This is another episode that I found really iconic as a kid, but nowadays I have mixed feelings about it. I will explore them in more depth later, but for now what I will say is that this play sounds really lame. Like, I know we gotta suspend our disbelief and see this for the high school production that it really is, but every time you see these characters acting, they are standing in the exact same position in a stage that feels ridiculously cramped. The snippets of dialogue we get to watch keep hinting at other events that might have happened over the play, but we always see them rehearsing those exact same lines, giving the impression that this is all there is. Maybe I shouldn't be too harsh on it, since the script was written by a literal teenager, but it shows. Maybe next year, PCA really is better off doing Annie. Episode 8's most notable contribution to the series is the introduction of Mark Del Figolo, a quiet and aloof boy who Quinn has a huge crush on. She approaches her attraction with a scientific mind, trying to study romantic interactions between other students, but it just results in everyone else being creeped out. Zoey's gang decides to help her and ask Mark out on her behalf, but they lie to Quinn saying he said yes when in reality he said no. That is because he already has a girlfriend, a fact that is only revealed later on. Meanwhile, there's a running joke where Dustin is afraid of animals because every time he meets one, the animal immediately attacks him. I bring this up for two reasons. One is that, weirdly enough, this recontextualizes the throwaway joke in episode 1 where a squirrel attacked him while he was peeing behind a tree. And the second reason is that this is the first time we've seen the boy's dog since episode 4. The dog never shows up again. Zoey and Chase come up with a scheme where they pretend to go on a double date with Quinn and Mark, leaving it just ambiguous enough for Quinn to think this is a real date and for Mark to think they're just friends hanging out. When Mark's girlfriend sees this, she breaks up with him, and we end the episode with Quinn and Mark sharing a nice, real first date together. I'm not a huge fan of this one, to be honest. The way they treat Quinn here is really condescending, pretty much shutting down all of her attempts at being herself and declaring she's so bad at romance she's better off watching from the sidelines as someone else asks Mark out on a date for her. When Mark says no, the gang also ignores his wishes, both because they feel sorry for Quinn and just flat out don't care about Mark. I think it kinda goes without saying, but Quinn is different. She's portrayed as being different, I mean. She doesn't always understand social norms. What is acceptable for her often comes off as invasive or unpleasant for other people. Her interest in science outshines every other aspect of her student life. She doesn't always get people's barriers, and she seems to have some unusual limits of her own. I can't state with absolute certainty that Quinn was written to be neurodivergent, but I am often struck with the feeling that she comes off that way. Maybe it's the curse of the scientist character. Most of Quinn's quirks are written off as a joke, like, haha, isn't it funny how she doesn't understand romance? She thinks talking about spiders is fun small talk, how crazy. She's not like other girls, but not in the cool sexy way, just in the weird way. She creeps people out. Mark also isn't written as the most standard of characters, being mostly quiet and not responding to people the way you would expect. But we don't get a lot of depth out of him in this episode, even if he does become a major recurring character. So yeah, I do not like how the gang acts towards Quinn in this episode. It costs $0 to mind your own business and let her be herself when asking her crush out, and just leave Mark alone. But I guess the couple is happy together now. I should just move on from this one. In episode 9, there's a guy who's attracted to his car. Maybe let's not focus on that. Let's turn our attention to our special guest, Drake Bell. No further comment. Episode 10 brings back Zoey's crafty tendencies as she customizes a backpack for Nicole, which becomes all the rage. Every PCA student wants one. One girl becomes so inspired by them, she asks Zoey to take some pictures of them, which Zoey innocently agrees to. Not sure how she's taking pictures with a full card, but okay. This girl is Stacy, and she turns out to be a copycat, mimicking Zoey's backpack designs and selling them as her own. They are so successful that the PCA bookstore wants to start selling them, giving Stacy a cut of the profits. While that's going on, Quinn is working on her latest invention, a cross between a banana and an apple tree, producing a fruit she calls the Banapple. Just as Stacy is about to strike a deal with the bookstore, Zoey reveals her latest plan. She improved her original backpack design based on student feedback, and now her latest models feature shoulder massage and portable speakers, because thousands of students walking around campus playing music on their backpacks instead of listening to it with headphones isn't going to be annoying at all. The bookstore owner is so impressed, he strikes the deal with Zoey, and instead of a cut of the profits, she asks for a new sound system for the student hall, since their previous one was busted, cementing Zoey as a creative mastermind and a selfless leader, while also being super cool and hip. While Zoey finds success, Quinn laments over the failure of her banapples. Their juice is too acidic for human consumption, as she illustrates by melting off a bicycle seat, which just so happens to be the seat of Stacy's bike. What comes around goes around. There are a couple of things I want to highlight here. One is that Stacy is clearly the bad guy. She copied Zoey's designs and then passed them off as her own, cutting Zoey out of the market. From a moral standpoint, this is bad, and the show is determined to point that out. The actual customers here are portrayed more like a fickle, mindless mob. They love Zoey's backpacks, and everyone wants one. But then Stacy's selling backpacks and now everyone wants one. But then Zoey's selling new backpacks and everyone wants them too. One girl even throws her brand new Stacy bag in the garbage just so she can get one of Zoey's. There's no mention of production costs or manufacturing capacity or anything that might constitute business talk. Zoey took a while to finish Nicole's bag, but Stacy customized a dozen bags overnight. When Zoey decides to put massagers and speakers into her bag, she just does that. Lord knows how. I guess the public just has an infinite amount of spending cash too. The point of the episode is less about the actual hardships of crafting something to meet customer demands, and more about how copying the design is wrong, and I'm not against that. It's a nice message, even if the execution is a little shallow. But this is also an episode about karma. Zoey was in the right. She played by the rules even when someone else started to win by cheating. She had good ideas, good intentions, and she followed them to the end. She worked hard and reaped the rewards of her efforts. Stacy, on the other hand, plagiarized Zoey's design and tried to profit from it. She was beaten by Zoey's new bag design, which is a very concrete thing that directly relates to her journey. But also, her bike seat was melted by some girl's wild science experiment. Quinn's story had nothing to do with Stacy's, but out of sheer coincidence, the bike that Quinn destroyed belonged to the villain of our tale. It does make you think of how Quinn was just destroying some random kid's bike, but then you find out it was Stacy's and you don't feel as bad anymore. Somehow, the narrative is convinced that this is what she deserves. And whether you personally agree with this or not, it makes one thing very clear about the series universe. If you are a jerk, you get what's coming. And also, don't eat anything that Quinn's invented. Just to be safe. Episode 11 is one that I only vaguely remembered as a kid, but it honestly became one of my favorites while rewatching the show. The gang is tired of gym class, and especially of their gym teacher, an uncaring man who forces the kids to run laps until they are throwing up or passing out. There's a rule at PCA stating that the members of an official sports team don't have to take gym classes, so the gang decides to make a team of their own. They choose disc golf, which is basically just throwing frisbees all day. The problem is that their team won't be considered official until they win a game against another school's team. Chase picks a school at random for them to play against, and it turns out to be a detention facility for troubled youth. This could have been easily avoided if Chase had done even a tiny bit of research, but that's too much to ask for, I guess. Even worse, these renegades are really good at disc golf. Zoey also faces a bit of a moral dilemma. As team captain, she has to decide which 5 players will take part in the game, which means choosing between Logan and Nicole. Logan joined the team last, but he's the best player, while Nicole is terrible at the sport but has been looking forward to the game the most. Zoey decides on keeping Logan, much to the disappointment of her best female friend. PCA and the Trouble Kids play it out over the course of a sports montage, leading up to the moment of truth. If PCA hits the target in 3 throws or less, they win. It's Zoey's turn to play, but she can't shake off the guilt of benching her friend. So, as a grand gesture of charity, she fakes an injury and calls for Nicole to fill in for her. Nicole gears herself up for the throw of a lifetime, knowing that the future of her friend's health lies in her hands. Inspired by the encouraging words of her teammates, she twists her arm as masterfully as she can and misses terribly. Like, by 10 miles. The Trouble teens run down the hill to pick up the game disc, but they're taking awful long to come back. Because they're not coming back. They're running away. It's a jailbreak. Since the other team technically abandoned the game before the final result, PCA wins by forfeit. They are now an official sports team and they never have to take gym class again. Why is this so funny to me? I'm still laughing at this ending. They just ran away. They freaking bolted. This is the same subversion of expectations we saw on the pilot, when the girls missed their final shot. Any sports movie worth its money will tell you that the last throw or toss or kick or whatever is guaranteed to score the winning point, thanks to the power of friendship and team spirit. Not here though. In Zoey 101, sport competitions are won through sheer skill, no matter how pure the player's heart is. And much like in the pilot, this loss is also kind of a victory. Because Nicole missed the target, the other team forfeit and PCA still won. It is also a moral victory for Zoey, who got to have it both ways. She prioritized strategy by putting Logan on the roster, and then also managed to prioritize friendship by letting Nicole take the last shot. To top it all off, the Renegades steal a car so that they can escape, and it just so happens to be the car of that one jerkish gym teacher. You get what's coming for you. Unfortunately, in the side plot, Michael did not listen to my previous advice and consumed large amounts of Quinn's potato chips, damaging his speech and coordination. I'm sure it's fine. Episode 12 is, again, one of my personal favorites from back when I was a kid. And I know you're probably tired of hearing me say this every other episode, but I mean it. I really do. This thing was my jam. The most enthralling plot I have ever seen. I loved it so much. Can't say I respect this episode as much as I did way back when, but it still lives in my heart. So let's dive right in. PCA is hosting a school dance, but instead of having to ask someone out to go as your partner, the students have to fill out a personality test, which will pair them off according to the people that they're most compatible with. Okay, we're 2 minutes in and I already have comments. First of all, that's it. That's what hooked me in. The hijinks involved in getting paired up by an algorithm was extremely enticing to my preteen brain. This isn't a scenario that I would like to be a part of, mind you. I was just over the moon from the narrative possibilities. I have no idea if any schools actually did this in real life, as even the concept of a spring dance or whatever was but a distant, fictional oddity of the Americanized media I so desperately consumed. To my Brazilian preteen brain, it's so absurd, it's not even worth thinking of the ramifications. It's fanfiction material, and by golly, I'm ready to leave kudos. Secondly, it's revealed that PCA is only 10% girls at this point, which does beg the question: what happens to the 80% of guys that aren't paired up with girls? Are they just not invited? Are they paired with each other? Thirdly, it actually begs a metric ton of questions. How did PCA handle dances before it was co-ed? Would the guys just ask each other out? Was this invitation element completely absent and dances were fully seen as non-romantic? They don't call this PCA's first dance, so I have to assume that events like these had happened before. Did the school come up with this algorithm thing because they were too afraid the guys wouldn't know how to ask a girl out? What would happen if the computer paired students of the same gender together? Again, guys, the narrative possibilities. They entice me. Chase really wants to end up with Zoey, so he follows some advice given by Logan. If he manages to answer the test exactly like her, then the computer is bound to pair them up. So, over the next few days, Chase desperately tries to jot down all sorts of trivia about Zoey, like her favorite fruit, apple, her favorite animal, giraffe, and her favorite music genre, hip-hop. When it's time for the grand reveal, Chase is thrilled to see he was paired with Zoey. Except Zoey is paired off with some guy named Glenn due to a tie in the results. They take this up with the dance organizers, who agree that this is a problem but refuse to fix it. On the other hand, Michael got paired up with a male foreign student and also tried to bring this up with the board.
You hooked me up with a guy. Hello?
But I don't see the problem.
Which answers some of the questions that I raised earlier. Thank you very much. It's up to Zoey to decide who she'll go to the dance with, and she chooses Glenn, much to Chase's shock. Zoey's reasoning is that the dance was designed for making new friends, and she's already great friends with Chase. Chase tries to claim they still have a lot to find out about each other, but every odd fact he shares about himself was already known by Zoey, which is a little sad when you think that she already knows everything about Chase, while Chase had to run around trying to guess what Zoey's favorite fruit was. The dance begins and it looks very empty. There's 30 people in here. I do not believe a PCA dance would look like this. They have a sushi restaurant on campus, but they have to host their ball at the abandoned storage unit that they covered with blue curtains. The narrative possibilities continue as we see more of each pairing. Logan got paired off with Dana, which feels very appropriate, as they are both foils in their respective roommate trios. Nicole got paired off with Nicholas, a boy so similar to her in every way it just annoys her to no end. And Michael keeps trying to ditch his foreign companion as he is overwhelmed by his eccentric nature. Chase is also at the dance, looking all sad and alone and still not helping us answer whether you can show up at the ball without a pair or if he was only able to get in because he was technically throupled with Glenn and Zoey. He overhears a conversation between Glenn and his friend, where his hangout rival reveals having stolen Zoey's test results so that he could mimic her answers. Chase calls him out, but Glenn returns the call out because he knows Chase spent all week trying to copy Zoey's answers too. But then Zoey overhears this conversation and finds out that both of her pairs cheated their way into the dance. You hear what I'm saying, guys? The hijinks, the drama, the narrative possibilities? Zoey ditches both of her potential dates and slumps into a table with Nicole, concluding that this party sucked. Michael found happiness in meeting his spare sister, and Dana still rejected all of Logan's advances, though he remains convinced that she is into him. On the next day, Zoey and Chase reconcile. Despite being mad at him, she is the one who seeks him out, giving him a chance to apologize. Chase recognizes that what he did was wrong, and Zoey asks him why he went through all of that trouble. This would seem like a great opportunity to confess, but Chase chickens out, saying it was just because he didn't want her to get paired off with a jerk, so really he was just trying to protect her. They laugh at the supposed irony of the situation, with how Chase became a jerk to stop Zoey from hanging out with a potential jerk, but Zoey ends on a positive note, calling it a sweet gesture. She quickly drops the subject, feeling satisfied with her friend's apology, and they go right back to hanging out together. No harm done. This is a shipping episode. There's no way around it. It's a story about how far Chase will go to get a chance of confessing his true feelings, but then feeling too insecure to spill the beans. I can't fully say that Zoey 101 is a teen drama, a label that other shows of the time were much more confident in adopting, but every now and then it dips its fingers into that territory, seeming almost too scared to take the leap, much like Chase is too hesitant to actually pursue a romantic relationship with his friend. Although Chase's cover story serves as a sign of his insecurities, I do like it how Zoey actually believes it. It shows how they care enough for each other for that motive to come across as genuine, as if Chase really would go out of his way just to make sure Zoey wouldn't have a bad time. With that, we move on to episode 13, the final episode of season 1. We open with Zoey writing a letter to her folks telling them about her latest adventures, which mostly involve her helping her friends study with varying degrees of success. This helps solidify Zoey's persona not only as a good friend, but also as a reliable student. She is not framed as a nerd, but she does seem to get better grades than the average teen. Even Quinn, the token genius, comes to Zoey when she needs help with her French. As she is writing her email, Chase pops in with one quick biology question, which Zoey answers with great ease, but the stress of keeping up with her friend's demands as well as her own studying is really getting to her. In order to cheer her up, Chase reminds her of yet another PCA tradition that she gets to experience for the first time: the beach party held by the school at the end of the semester, which they all get to attend once they are done with finals. On the next scene, we cut to the end of finals week as declared by one of the teachers, meaning the gang finally gets to relax. Just as they're about to head out though, Quinn shows up, boasting about this new artificial coconut aroma she has created. Everyone takes a whiff, not knowing that her latest invention actually works as sleeping gas. When they wake up, they rush out of the building trying to catch the last bus, but it's too late. They get left behind on PCA while everyone else has gone partying. Logan reminds us that his dad is loaded and offers to pay for a cab to the beach using his credit card. But as the cab drives off while they run down the sand, they realize they gave the taxi wrong instructions and ended up on the wrong beach, with no party, no cell phone service, and no adults aware of their predicament. And I am so concerned for these kids. This whole episode, I'm freaking out. This is where I draw the line. I can't enjoy this one. I couldn't enjoy this one as a kid either. This isn't wish fulfillment. This is some sort of child endangerment. They're just stuck on a deserted beach with no way of going back home. Who let this happen? They walk around the shore for an hour or so, but don't run into anyone else. Tired and hungry and lost, they sit around and mope over their misfortune. Zoey gets up to take a look around, encouraging the others to do the same, but all they find is beach trash. As the teens continue to complain, Zoey tries to lift everyone's mood by saying that they've been studying really hard and they deserve to have fun at the beach, even if it isn't the way they first planned. Motivated by her determination to have fun in the face of distress, everyone decides to cut loose and get this party started. They run around the sand, play ball games, go for some tug-of-war, swim around, and have the time of their lives, while I fiercely try to ignore how they're still stranded on an unknown beach without food or water or shelter. After an afternoon of fun, they sit down to brainstorm a way of going back to PCA. Michael reveals he brought his laptop with him, and Quinn figures she could work her science-y magic and use it to boost their phone signal so that they can call for help. While she hacks the mainframe, the rest of the kids build a fire and try to catch some fish. A few moments later, and they're all gathered round, roasting fish by the bonfire, looking back at how they managed to really turn this day around. In fact, they seem to have had such a good time that they want to turn this into their own post-exam tradition, claiming they will return to this miserable little beach at the end of every semester. They never do this, by the way. They never address this again. For once in my life, I appreciate the lack of continuity. I could not go through this once every season. Quinn calls one of the teachers, who comes by in a pickup truck to save them. When they get to PCA, they're all so exhausted from their afternoon of fun and neglect that they've passed out right in the trunk, with maybe a little help from Quinn's coconut sleeping gas. The teacher also smells it out of curiosity and falls asleep next to the teens. Thank God this madness is over. I can't get into this one, guys. It's just not for me. What kind of a school allows a bunch of kids to climb into a taxi and leave without warning anyone? This is the kind of situation where some sort of adult should have stepped in at some point. If I were a parent and found out my kid got stuck on some abandoned beach because no one bothered to check if they had permission to leave PCA, I would be furious. This is the slightly underwhelming note on which we end Season 1. I know beach episodes can be an event in and of themselves, but this one feels a little light in terms of spectacle. Much like the dance from episode 12 seemed to have like 30 people in it, despite supposedly being for all of PCA, this season finale feels like an excuse not to show the amazing massive party PCA is hosting at the beach. Instead, you get to watch the main kids get stuck on a different beach, with no one else there. It also doesn't leave much of a hook for season 2. The finale would be the perfect place to tease some upcoming drama or character relationships, but nothing of the sort is suggested. They had enough to hint at if they were interested, maybe a nudge at Chase's ongoing crush on Zoey, maybe a callback to episode 12 when Logan and Dana got paired together, with one of them still thinking of that night, for example. Perhaps even tease a new dynamic between other characters, or a new interest, or a new mystery. But no, this episode is pretty disconnected in terms of continuity. It doesn't call back too much, and it doesn't suggest anything else either. It's the end of the semester, but not of the school year. If you are to conclude anything from this, it would be that Zoey and the gang would be headed for another 6 months at PCA that were exactly like the ones we just watched. With that said, I do feel like Season 1 is pretty solid. The show had a good idea of what it wanted to be, and it was perfectly capable of achieving that. It had a good balance of drama and humor, showcasing a fun set of characters and creating a world that was worth exploring. I want to go through a bit of an overview of prominent figures, highlighting things I had previously only glossed over and analyzing them with a bit more depth. One of such figures is our very protagonist, Zoey 101 Brooks. What I like about Zoey is that at first, she might strike you as a little generic. What, a girl protagonist who is blonde, young, and pretty, who isn't afraid to speak her mind or stand up for what's right, making friends and impressing guys along the way? Now, where have I seen that before? But the more you look into Zoey, the more her true personality shines through. The actress herself had some input on how the character would be written. Legend has it that when the show was being developed, Jamie told the creator that she wanted Zoey to be a bit of a tomboy, since Jamie was like that in real life. Zoey's got a very strong personal moral code and stands by her decisions, even if they go against what is expected of her. She also has a tendency to trust her gut, even if it means going against the current. She ends up being seen as the idea girl, as many of her friends even call her that. Whenever there's an issue, Zoey is the one they expect to come up with a plan, and that expectation is not misplaced. Zoey's the one who thinks of the plan to make Logan rat himself out, she is the one who edits the JetX commercial together, she is the person who takes charge when they're stuck on the beach, and she gets the party started. She is also known for acting upon her impulses just to prove someone wrong. Logan says girls can't play basketball, she forms a team to beat him, even if she's clearly the only one who feels like that's a necessary measure. She has to pick a boy to go out with, well, they're both acting like manipulative jerks, so she's not going to hang out with either of them. Or like when she refuses to kiss Logan at the end of Chase's play, even if that's what the script called for her to do. By acting out, she could have very easily ruined her best friend's spectacle, and I can't even say she's in the right here. She was the one who mistook fiction for reality and fell in love with Logan's character, and then got disappointed when she saw Logan was not as sweet as the lifeguard. Logan was taking the play more seriously than she was. She breaks character, refuses to kiss him, and exits stage right. Because this is a young teen sitcom, the audience loves it, but I still think this was a very petty move. But she did it anyway, because she is Zoey protagonist Brooks, who isn't afraid to follow her heart and listen to her own stubborn impulses. She doesn't limit herself to what other people want from her, almost to the point where she doesn't care at all. Sure, let's ruin a play in front of an entire audience. Who cares? It's either that or kissing a guy she's kind of angry at, and she would much rather have the public deal with frustration than have her deal with it. Zoey serves as the head of our girl gang, the yin that finds its yang on Chase and his roommates. We have the confident and headstrong Zoey Brooks versus the neurotic Chase Matthews, each with their own same-gender best friends in the form of Nicole and Michael respectively. There's the meaner ones, represented by Dana and Logan, and the occasional oddball that's just kind of adjacent to the trio, like Quinn and Dustin, or even Mark for the boys. Within these characters, I feel like Nicole and Michael are the ones who suffer the most from a lack of limelight. Nicole is boy crazy and overly excited, but that's as far as the complexity of her character goes, and she doesn't get to do much in the episodes. She usually just goes along with whatever Zoey is up to. Michael is even worse, because while I can summarize Nicole's character in a few key words, Michael is just some guy. He's a nice guy, he's kind of funny, and he cares about his friends, and he's involved in a hijink or two, but he's just a guy. Dana is notorious because she is standoffish, but she's also not that multifaceted. Don't get me wrong, I still like these characters, but the show isn't very interested in making them more than secondary. I am basing my comments on Season 1 though, so maybe they will be given more to do as the episodes go on. But no matter how I feel about those three, the same cannot be said about Logan Reese. Logan is one of the most entertaining characters to me. He's a spoiled rich kid with unlimited self-esteem, which can get old fast, but I love the extremes to which he's taken, leading to some outcomes that I wouldn't have usually guessed. Like in the play episode, for example. The only reason why he joins the play is because Chase says that drama class is awesome, and Logan figures that since he's awesome, he would be great at drama class. And he's right. He's a really good actor. He's not taking part in the play because he wants to spite off Chase or kiss Zoey. He's doing it because he truly believes he was born to shine. When Zoey messes up on stage and he snaps at her, it's not a personal jab. He's just mad that she's not acting as perfectly as he is, which might detract from his own stage power. He is doing it purely for himself. Or when the class is tasked with making a commercial for JetX, he uses his wealth to create an ad that probably costs 100 times more than the actual scooter does. He doesn't need the prize. He could afford any scooter he wanted, but he wants to win, because winning is awesome, and Logan believes that he deserves to win simply because he is awesome as well. Sometimes Logan works with the gang. Other times, Logan is against them. And again, it's nothing personal. It's just that Logan Reese's only true ally is Logan Reese. I also can't bring myself to say anything bad about Quinn Pensky, our wacky little scientist. I already talked about how the way she was written implies that she is somewhat different from the rest of the cast, and I love her even more for it. I personally think scientist characters are really fun, and Quinn does have the quirks to pull it off without it getting annoying. Her character actually changes quite a bit over the course of the series, but I'll leave that for when we get to it. For now, I just wanted to show my appreciation. And there's Dustin. He sure is small. Yep. Okay, I can't put it off any longer. I gotta talk about Chase. The series makes an important distinction when it comes to friendship. Each character gets to have two best friends, one of the same gender and one of a different gender. This is important because Michael is Chase's best guy friend, and Nicole is Zoey's best girlfriend.
The scissor wizard.
But in terms of general personal dynamics, Zoey and Chase have no doubt that they are each other's best friend. Unlike Chase's crush on Zoey, this is not a one-sided feeling. They hang out together a lot, they come to each other for advice, they share small tidbits about themselves with one another, they help each other study, they're having a good time. But Chase is in love with Zoey, and Zoey doesn't know it. As much as it pains me to admit it, Chase is a nice guy. Notice how I'm saying nice guy here. I'm not trying to tell you that he is a nice guy, as in a guy who is nice. No, he is a nice guy. Even if you've never heard this term before, you know what a nice guy is. He's your Ross Geller, your Ted Mosby, your every guy who has ever been in love with a girl but doesn't have the guts to tell her. A guy who keeps doing nice things for a girl because sure, he's just generally a cool dude, but he is doing it in the hopes of pursuing a romantic relationship with her. And then he gets very upset when things don't work out. The friendship between the nice guy and his crush is almost like a double-edged sword. On one hand, every moment they spend together is another chance to deepen their relationship, but it's another moment he's wasted being just a friend instead of taking the leap into something more. Nice guys often feel like they are stuck in the position of best friend, while other guys, who are supposedly not as nice, get to date their crush instead. It's an oversimplification, but for the sake of my commentary, this will do. This type of character has existed for a long time, but people started to catch on to how common it was. And there was a period of 2010's internet where this trope started to be dissected with a bit more seriousness. There's nothing wrong with having a nice guy character, it's just that it became annoying. Once you start to see it, you can't stop seeing it. This is the kind of male character that was basically put on a narrative pedestal for a while. The perfect gentleman, so terribly ignored by his one and true love, a dame most vile who has the audacity not to realize the depth of his feelings, or worse, reject them in the name of her own personal happiness, exiling him into a dark and lonely prison simply known as the friend zone. We're supposed to root for the nice guy and hope that he finally gets the girl, but when you also have to be a girl in real life, things start getting a bit more complicated. Watching a nice guy on screen is one thing, but then real life guys start acting like this around you too. They start being all close and gentle only to reveal that they have a crush on you. And when you reject them, they drop the persona completely and act like you're some sort of heartless villain. Suddenly, they're not as nice anymore. The issue with nice guy characters has more layers than this, but I'm cutting the discussion short because I don't want to derail the video too much. Lots of people have dissected this type of character with much more depth and nuance, and there is more to this than what I have mentioned. Even the girl perspective I offered is mostly based on my experience and doesn't define the experiences of the rest of the human population, for better or for worse. But what does all of this have to do with Chase, you might be wondering? Or not, you probably figured this one out already. Chase is an example of this trope. He is a guy who is friends with a girl and he is very nice to her and he wants to become close to her, but he is doing it because he is in love with her. And it's fun to watch. I love the drama. But I'm a late 20-something now, meaning I have watched over 15 years worth of media more than my little preteen self. I have seen this character a lot more than she has, both on screen and in real life. And at this point, I simply cannot watch Chase pursue Zoey's affection with the same lightheartedness I had when I was 10. Zoey 101 was made in 2005. We are not in 2005 anymore. I'm okay with this, mostly. With the nice guy thing, I mean. I am very much not okay with how 2005 was basically 20 years ago. Chase has a tendency to place his own wishes over Zoey's and create romantic expectations that Zoey may never fill. But he is also a good friend, something that will become much more evident the more we dive into this show. Looking at this character from a more critical perspective does allow me to better confront my own nostalgia, but in the end, it's hard to beat sentimentality. Nostalgia is one of the main reasons behind this rewatch anyway. So I am going to shut my brain down as much as I can. I want to have a good time, even if I'm not always thrilled with Chase's character motives. But the problem is bigger than Chase alone, and a little bit of cliché is part of a healthy fiction diet. I say this as if Zoey 101 isn't basically junk food. On with Season 2! In Season 2, the new semester starts and it's good vibes all around. The sun is shining, the kids are playing, everyone's moving back into their dorms after the break. There are no clouds raining on this parade. Chase rides his bike across campus, chatting with Logan, catching this frisbee some kid throws at him, meeting up with Michael, and he almost seems confident, carefree. Maybe he's turned a new leaf after all. And then he sees Zoey and he falls down some stairs. Some things never change. Zoey and Nicole are still bunking together, but it turns out Dana has left PCA, meaning that the girls are bound to get a new roommate. They try talking to the lady in charge of the room assignments, but they accidentally break her perfume collection, so now they're stuck with a weird goth girl who drinks raw eggs for breakfast and tries piercing her own tongue. As the girls are dealing with the situation, Chase and Michael have a roommate problem of their own. Logan got a huge entertainment system for their dorm, but it's so popular that everyone else keeps dropping by to check it out, and the boys are never able to sleep. They decide that sleeping outside beats dealing with the noise, so they set up camp in the yard next to their dorm. Zoey and Nicole are so freaked out by their new roomie they almost move in with the camping boys, but then they get spooked by a bug and see how ridiculous the situation is. Zoey plans to argue with the new roommate in the name of a better living arrangement, but they discover that the girl isn't what she seems. Turns out she's an aspiring actress who was just playing the role of a weirdo to see if she could get the girls to believe her. So instead of being stuck with a goth, now Zoey and Nicole have to live with something arguably much worse: a theater kid. This is how Lola Martinez joins the gang and becomes a new recurring character. Chase and Michael give Logan a taste of his own medicine, increasing the volume of the entertainment system until Logan himself gets annoyed, and they drain so much energy it causes the power to go out in the dorms. Meanwhile, Zoey and Nicole stage a fight to freak Lola out, showing her that she's not the only girl in town who's got mad acting skills. I mean, might I remind you of Zoey's stunning performance of Zorka from Season 1? Lola should watch out. We head on to Episode 2, The Time Capsule. This is arguably the most iconic episode of the show, for reasons that we will discuss later. In this episode, the teens start off by laughing at an old yearbook depicting PCA in the 80s, to which their teacher comments that in 20 years, they will also think the 2000s looked ridiculous. And he is totally right, because, oh my god, look at Lola's outfit. This inspires Zoey to suggest making a time capsule to be opened in 20 years, with each student setting aside an item that represents PCA life for them. The teacher loves the idea and turns it into an official class project. The kids then continue to laugh at the yearbook, while Michael inexplicably holds a camera. Each kid thinks about what they will put in the time capsule. Chase and Michael plan to write a song, Logan wants to put in a photo of himself because of course he does, Nicole wants to choose a shirt that best represents her personality, and Lola says she'll put in nothing, because in 20 years she'll be a famous movie star, so we won't need a time capsule to learn about her. I kinda have to point out that this is the first episode where we truly get to see Lola for who she is, seeing how she spent the majority of the previous episode pretending to be a goth girl, and Lola's personality is mean. She's sarcastic, she makes fun of her friends, she thinks that class projects are beneath her, she's overall not being very nice.
Try not to drool. You are so deep.
We will talk more about this later, but seeing how Lola was serving as a sort of replacement for Dana, who was unceremoniously dropped from the main trio, it's hard not to feel like the writers are unsure of what to do with this new character and keep borrowing traits from the previous one to make up for it. There's also a subplot about Quinn snoring extremely loudly. Also, she installed a TV on room 101 so that she could always talk to her room neighbors. Classic Quinn! Zoey chooses to make a video about her life at PCA, which she will burn into a DVD and put the DVD into the time capsule. She jokingly wonders if there will still be DVD players in the future, which I feel was meant to be a throwaway line, but it's also a valid concern. I mean, current computers no longer come with a CD slot, and I feel like that's a massive downgrade. Hi, this is Editing Me coming in with a personal anecdote. I recently tried watching a video I made for a class project and that was burned into a DVD 20 years ago, and I could not do it, because the disc is no longer playable. It just doesn't work. Ironically, my project was about different events in world history, and we can no longer access this history because the disc couldn't withstand it. There was a solid chance Zoey's DVD wouldn't be playable anymore when they dug the capsule up. Disc rot is real, and it can happen to you. Save your home videos before it's too late. On the next day, Chase and Zoey shared their progress on their respective projects, with Chase telling her about the lyrics he's been writing and Zoey mentioning the DVD. Chase is very curious about the things Zoey said about each of her friends, especially the parts that concern him, but Zoey prefers to keep it a secret. It is time to put the treasures inside the capsule, with each kid dropping in an item and with Lola fake crying about not being able to part with the item she chose. And the teacher is so touched that he gives her the full credit anyway. She takes this as an acting victory, but I take it as her putting an unnecessary amount of effort into the easiest school project ever. I mean, Nicole put in a shirt. She couldn't be bothered to drop a magazine in there or something. She had to turn it into a whole acting gig. She would have picked something if she was still a goth, is all I'm saying. Chase becomes increasingly obsessed with learning what Zoey said about him in her footage, straight up having nightmares about it. So he drags Michael out into the pouring rain to help him dig out the capsule, and Michael does it because they are very ride or die.
Finally! I got it! I got it!
Chase rushes back to the dorm with the disc in his hands, and he skips over to the part where Zoey starts to talk about him, but he stops himself, realizing this isn't right. If Zoey didn't want him to watch the DVD, then he's not gonna do it. He presumably buries the disc right back into the capsule, resigned to wait 20 years to see it again. On the following day, Zoey finds him taking a nap mid-campus, exhausted from his nightly digging. She lies down with him and tells him that making him wait 20 years for him to find out what she said in her DVD is a little mean. So she is cutting him a sweet deal. Instead of 20 years, he will only have to wait 10. He playfully tries to chase her down, but she has tied his shoelaces together, and they laugh and laugh as he hops behind her. The legacy left behind by this episode is a subject of its own, but as a regular part of the series, it serves as a nice addition to the story. I love Chase and Zoey's little moment at the end. I love how they're able to chat and hang out and also play little pranks on each other. There's a real closeness to their dynamic. I also appreciate Chase choosing not to watch the DVD, even if it took him a while to have that change of heart. It is an example of him placing Zoey's wishes above his own, something I'll even dare to call character development. On episode 3, we get a different side to the relationship between our main best friends, as Chase and Zoey both jokingly nominate each other to run for class president despite neither of them truly wanting the title. They're pretty chill about it at first, vowing not to let the competition affect their friendship, but then Logan gets involved and starts taking it way too far just to make sure that Chase wins. Zoey gets really mad at this. She storms into the male changing room to yell at Chase, despite him having nothing to do with Logan's crazy tactics. Chase tries to explain this, but Zoey isn't having it. He says he never asked for any of this, and he plans to drop out of the race. But Zoey takes it as him letting her win, as though he doesn't believe that she is capable of doing it on her own, so she forbids him from dropping out. The mental gymnastics this girl is pulling, I swear to God. Chase makes a negative commercial about himself to ruin his own chances of winning despite Logan's campaigning.
Bobby Newport's never had a real job in his life.
But now everyone thinks Zoey made the commercial and the campus is mad at her, so she is even more mad at Chase. The boy decides to put an end to this nonsense and makes a public statement, saying he was the one who made the commercial and that he is dropping out of the race. Zoey finds the gesture sweet and comes by to apologize, acknowledging that she was wrong for starting the fight in the first place. She also said she dropped out of the race too, meaning the title of class president went to the only remaining candidate, Mark Del Figolo, Quinn's still boyfriend from season 1. As a small gesture of petty revenge, Chase and Zoey call out Logan's name, making him fall off his skateboard. The rift was officially over. Zoey's stubbornness is really the star of this episode. She decides she is mad at Chase for something that is barely his fault, and refuses to hear him out when he tries to explain himself. It takes a long time before she is able to see the error of her ways, but when she does, at least she has the maturity to apologize for it. I find it hard not to side with Chase over this one, both from his shock at having Zoey be mad at him, and because of how hard he tries to make things right from that point on. He is doing his best to be a good friend, and Zoey also cares enough about their friendship to forgive him and take her share of the blame. Episode 4 brings something that I was surprised to find on this rewatch. An episode I had absolutely no memory of. It is a Halloween special, so it probably aired more rarely than the rest of the season, like maybe being saved for annual reruns or being relegated to special events, which I guess I just so happened to miss, maybe? Or maybe I watched it and forgot, who knows? Logan is putting a haunted house together and promises it'll be a truly frightening experience. The rest of the cast is all dressed up, and many hijinks ensue from the costumes alone. Chase is dressed as a vampire, but everyone thinks he's a magician. Nicole has a crush on a guy dressed as a mummy, but Mark is also dressed in the same costume, so Nicole thinks he is her crush instead. Michael is dressed as a zombie, but two clueless French administrators who were visiting PCA mistake him for a person caught in a terrible accident. Zoey thinks Logan is taking the haunted house theming a little too far, and it might in fact be too scary for the 6th graders that he is giving a tour to. Which, Zoey, come on, it's a haunted house, lighten up a little. Trouble arises when Dustin's friend goes missing, and no one can find him in the haunted house. Logan is just as confused as the rest, seeing as this is not part of the official experience. Things keep escalating as the gang finds itself trapped in the haunted house, and mysterious videos of the friend keep being broadcast to the rest of the children. A spooky voice keeps calling for Logan's name, and he runs out the hall, refusing to be the next kid to disappear. That's when Zoey and the rest reveal it was all a plan to scare Logan, as revenge for him trying to scare the kids on Halloween. Yeah, kind of a weird motive behind the plan here. I think they just wanted to scare him for the fun of it. I cannot say I was sorry I forgot this episode. When you get down to it, half of the story is spent on people chasing other characters around, or a bunch of teens stuck in a haunted house. And they are screaming and screaming and screaming, and the lights are flashing and they're screaming, and there's flashing lights and they're screaming, and I'm not thoroughly entertained. But it's mostly harmless. Episode 5 is, it's an interesting one. Dustin starts dating a girl from his class played by Jeanette McCurdy, who has a reputation for being bad. Dustin doesn't want Zoey to find out because he thinks she will get in the way of his relationship, but his friends let slip that Dustin is dating an older woman. Zoey and crew are mostly happy that Dustin is in a relationship, really not paying attention to the older woman thing, until Zoey finds out the true identity of his date and decides that she is not a good influence for Dustin. Chase tries talking to the girl to help Zoey out, but she thinks that he is asking her to date him, so she ditches Dustin. To get rid of her, Chase proposes to Zoey that they pretend to be dating so the girl will leave him alone. From this point on, it's kind of a fake dating episode for Zoey and Chase, which is not where I thought this story was going. They almost kiss, but Dustin attacks Chase for stealing his woman and isn't interested in dating anyone anymore. I don't really like this plot. In episode 6, we are introduced to Chase and Michael's web show, where they talk about random stuff and share cartoons they made starring themselves. A few years later, and this idea would become the sole premise of another Nickelodeon show, where two teens host a web show and find great success in this journey. That was a very interesting show, actually. I feel like somebody should make a video on it, though it would probably be a short one. Anyway, Zoey and Logan start arguing in the background of one of their streams, and the audience loves it so much that the boys decide to turn it into a recurring segment. This becomes a PCA hit, with students from all corners of the campus gathering around to watch the extremely well-balanced and thoughtful debates.
If a woman was president, maybe we'd be less likely to go to war.
What's wrong with war?
Oh my god.
The broadcast is such a hit that the students keep the debates going all week long, and the teachers are having a hard time controlling the riled up teens. So the dean puts a stop to this and forces Chase and Michael to cancel their web show. Chase is understandably upset and lies face down on a string hammock, with Zoey lying down on the grass beneath him and feeding him the occasional grape to try to cheer him up, because they are friends and I love them. Zoey feels a little guilty since her segment was what caused the whole commotion, but Chase tells her that it's cool and hands her a DVD of the broadcast footage to keep as a memento. This crowd is real, and it can happen to you. Zoey sends the footage to a local TV network, who then decides to feature the webcast on a new show. But despite Chase and Michael being the brains behind the operation, the executives are only interested in Zoey and Logan. Zoey initially agrees to the proposal, but once she finds out that her friends aren't going to be involved, she refuses to play by TV rules. When the show goes live, Zoey just keeps agreeing to whatever Logan says, no matter how controversial his opinions are, killing the premise of the segment. When she does speak her mind, it's to bring justice to Chase and Michael, telling the entire audience about how her friends were silenced by the dean and forced to cancel their webcast. The teens start protesting and the dean is pressed into allowing the boys to keep filming. Zoey's stubbornness is once again the star of the show. She becomes PCA famous in the first place because she was just really good at arguing. When the web show gets cancelled and Chase tells her to let it go, she doesn't back down. She sends the DVD with the footage to a TV network. And even as she has the opportunity to go live in front of thousands of people, and even as Chase tells her to go for it, despite him being sidelined from the project, Zoey still doesn't back down, and turns the whole thing into a fight to get the web show back on air. It's her words that get the teens to protest, finally getting the dean to cave in. She didn't have to do any of that. She could have just enjoyed her TV fame with her best friend's blessing, but it's too late. She's got the idea in her mind that her friends need to be avenged, and so she will avenge them. I say this with love in my heart, by the way. I like the consistency of Zoey's stubbornness, and it helps cement her as the gal who gets things done. To be a protagonist, you have to be a little insufferable at times. It's okay. There's also a subplot about Nicole being too distracted by boys to study, so Quinn and Lola try to cure her through hypnosis. Now, every time she sees a certain boy from her algebra class, she pictures her grandfather instead. This is never mentioned again, and they never unhypnotize her, so I can only imagine that wherever Nicole is, she is still hallucinating an old man's face. Episode 7 is named Girls Will Be Boys, and Zoey 101 said trans rights. The episode starts with the girls sunbathing on the roof of the guy's dormitory building, and Logan takes issue with it. He argues that ever since PCA let girls join the campus, the guys have been lacking places to be just guys, as he puts it, and the roof was one of his last sanctuaries. Even Chase agrees with this. Logan argues that when girls are around, guys are unable to just be guys, because something in their brains forces them to act differently. He claims this is basic biology, to which Zoey reminds him that he's nearly failing biology class. Lola and Nicole say that yes, guys do act differently when girls are around, but it's not because of nature and biology, but because of, and I quote, dumbness and stupidity. Logan has had enough and brings the issue to the male dorm advisor, who agrees to ban the girls from using the boys' roof. The girls try to sunbathe on the roof of their own dorm, but find it vastly inferior. Zoey concludes that there is only one solution, proving to the boys that they can still be boys even when girls are around. The plan? Get the guys to be around the girl without knowing that she is a girl, so they will continue to be their good old boyish selves. Lola sees this as the ultimate acting challenge and is totally down with the plan. All they need is a little inside help, and so Zoey convinces Michael to pretend to be sick, staying in the infirmary and freeing up his bed in Logan and Chase's dorm. Through a makeup montage, they activate Lola's T-boy swag and transform her into a very convincing guy. Meet Steve, the totally regular dude with a fake letter from the dean saying he needs to bunk with Logan and Chase while Michael is out of the picture. Through Steve's special glasses, the girls can see and hear everything Steve sees and hears, and they can also talk to him through a hidden speaker next to his ears.
Lola, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and call me Steve.
Sorry, Steve.
Despite a faux pas here and there, Steve fits in right away, and Chase and Logan are none the wiser. Steve hangs out with them and spends the night at their dorm, and the plan seems to be working perfectly. On the next day, however, Logan is woken by a call from his water basketball team, reminding him that they have a game that day. The guys had totally forgotten about this, and with Michael gone, they're missing a player, so they drag Steve to the pool with them to complete the roster. Steve is panicking because swimming would force him to reveal his girly body, and his glasses get knocked into the pool before Zoey can hatch out a plan to save him. Quinn comes up with a last-minute solution and dunks her pet snake into the pool, so the game has to be cancelled. All the guys start screaming and the lifeguard calls for everybody to leave the pool, but in the confusion of the situation, Steve gets knocked into the water. The jig is up! The boys recognize Lola and the girls explain their plan. Logan tries arguing, but the proof is right in their faces. Logan and Chase didn't act any differently around Steve, even if Steve was actually Lola. In conclusion, there's nothing that biologically proves guys act weird around girls. The way a guy acts around a girl is a choice, and if the guy chooses to be different, then he's just being silly. The guys take the L and learn that they can still be guys even with girls around, and they all end the episode sunbathing together on the male dorm roof. Zoey 101 has successfully proven that gender is a social construct built on presentation. When Lola presents as a girl, the guys see her as a girl. But when Lola presents as a guy, the guys see her as a guy. Even when Steve slipped up and acted quote-unquote un-guyish, like mixing up sports teams in front of sports fans, the guys didn't immediately assume Steve is a girl. They just thought he was weird about sports. This episode really stands out to me because while it is a bit of a callback to the guys versus girls thing we saw in season 1, it just ends up proving that gender norms are dumb and you can be whatever you want. And it does this by complete accident. In this very same episode, the only reason why Michael agrees to stay in the infirmary is because PCA has hired a new nurse who happens to be very cute. She is currently taking care of Dustin, who has chickenpox, and Michael wants a piece of that action. Except the cute nurse is responsible for younger students only, and the nurse that takes care of Michael's age group is a very different story. Whenever we cut back to the side plot, Dustin and Nurse Shannon are having a fun, innocent time, while Nurse Crutcher is taking a much more aggressive approach with Michael. Nurse Shannon is kind, soft-spoken, and competent, while Nurse Crutcher is aggressive, uncaring, and overzealous. Nurse Shannon is also petite, friendlier, and unequivocally seen as attractive. Dustin himself is having a pretty kid-friendly time in the infirmary, but he talks to the nurse in a flirtatious tone, and even asks Zoey to take a picture of the two of them together so he can brag to his friends later. On the other hand, Nurse Crutcher is introduced by storming into the infirmary, yelling about how the taco delivery messed up her order, slamming her bean burrito onto the desk. She is also fatter and physically stronger than Nurse Shannon. The joke here is that the thin, attractive young lady is nice and caring, while the fat, muscular nurse is mean and rude. There is clearly a right and a wrong way of being feminine being displayed here. One will make you pretty and desirable, while the other makes you hated and turns you into a laughingstock. Of course, anyone would prefer having a kind nurse over one who keeps yelling at you, but this episode isn't here to critique medical malpractice, and if it is, it works on kid cartoon villain logic, where the bad doctor is ugly and the nice doctor is pretty. If you still don't get what the issue is, consider the following. Why couldn't Dustin's nurse be a sweet, kind, fat lady, while Michael's nurse is a mean, uncaring, skinny one? Why does one nurse have to be conventionally attractive for her to be seen as the good nurse? Nurse Shannon is not seen as beautiful because she is caring and competent. She is caring and competent because she is beautiful. Again, cartoon logic. As for Nurse Crutcher, they could have pushed the ugly angle even further if they wanted to. We've all seen what studios can do to women they don't find attractive enough. The pairing of the side plot with the main plot is so striking to me, because on one hand, you have an episode arguing that there is no such thing as a biological gender and boys and girls aren't as different as we think. And on the other hand, you also have the message that there is a right and a wrong way to be a woman. Gender is fake, but also gender is very, very real, and you have to be careful not to do it badly. I side with the main plot in case this wasn't clear. Share this video if you love Steve and would support his transition. Episode 8 is called Robot Wars, and it starts by introducing a gang of nerds who write code all day and laugh through online slang.
LOL!
Zoey thinks it's annoying and presumptuous how the nerds think they're smarter than everyone else, and the nerds say she wouldn't be able to code a robot even if she wanted to. Chase tries to ignore them, but it's too late. Zoey's stubbornness strikes again, and she accepts the challenge to a robot battle, just to prove that she and her friends are as smart as any pretentious nerd. The gang is not as smart as those pretentious nerds. They obviously don't know how to build or code a battle robot, so they go to Quinn for help. Does it feel like I'm skipping over the part where Zoey convinces the gang to join a battle they were really indifferent about a moment ago? Because I didn't. The episode just moves like that. Quinn doesn't want to help at first because she is against using her scientific knowledge for violence. I am having a hard time believing Quinn actually stands by that rule. The nerds drop by just to make fun of Zoey, and they also bully Quinn a little, since they wouldn't let her join the science club as they don't believe women belong in science. Quinn agrees to help Zoey just to spite them, but they don't seem particularly threatened. Quinn takes over the project and builds the robot pretty much on her own, with the gang just admiring her work. All except for Logan, who prefers to make fun of Quinn and call her a dork. Quinn overhears this and is understandably upset. Sure, Logan was the one making fun of her, but they were all laughing. She walks out on the project, leaving the team hopeless. Zoey tries apologizing in the name of the group, but Quinn doesn't want to hear it. Zoey considers forfeiting, but the nerds keep talking smack and dragging her on the PCA TV channel, so now it's even more of a matter of honor. Chase suggests they seek the help of Miles Brody, the smartest guy at PCA. Miles is the soul of an eccentric 60-year-old philosopher trapped in the body of a tween boy, and he had already predicted Zoey would come to him for help. And he will help, but for a price. He wants a date with Nicole. Zoey accepts the bargain without ever checking with Nicole, essentially selling out her friend in exchange for tech support. Miles finishes building the robot Quinn had started working on, and they rush straight to battle. And if you think I'm skipping over a scene where Zoey has to convince Nicole to go through with it for the sake of their victory before going back to Miles and telling him the deal's still on the table, I'm not. Again, the episode just moves like that. Students and teachers alike gather round and chant frantically, desperately craving some robot violence. Zoey tries her best, but the rival robot is just too much for them to handle, smashing into the shell of their fighter with a giant spiked hammer. The crowd goes wild. But the hammer is actually 3 inches taller than the maximum size allowed in robot war rules, meaning the nerds didn't win just yet. Zoey has the right to a rematch, with the hammer being out of the question. Still, it looks like their robot is too damaged to fight, leaving them with no other options. That's when Quinn shows up with her beautiful, sparkling child and obliterates the other machine. She's still not ready to forgive her friends just yet, but they make a formal robot apology the following evening, saying they never should have made fun of her. This is an episode about how you should be nice to Quinn, and I'm always down for that. As stereotypical as those nerd characters can be, I still appreciate how they're shown to be clearly in the wrong by saying women don't belong in science. Anyone who's mean to Quinn is clearly not that smart to begin with. Episode 9 is called Lola Likes Chase, and if you've been following along so far, then you know this means trouble. The gang is studying for an upcoming test, but Nicole and Michael walk out feeling like they've studied enough, leaving Chase and Zoey alone. Zoey wants to continue studying, but Chase suggests they take a little break and play some Would You Rather, a game where they each give each other 2 equally awful alternatives and watch in glee as their friend struggles to pick the least terrible one. That's when Lola shows up, lamenting over how she's struggling with biology, to which Zoey says Chase could probably help her study, since he's apparently pretty good at the subject. Lola is still having a hard time, but Chase speaks her language and convinces her to treat studying biology as though it were memorizing lines to a play. All she has to do is imagine herself playing the role of someone who is good at biology, so she also has to be good at biology in order to play it convincingly. I hate to admit it, but that's actually pretty solid advice. Maybe we can all be a bit of a theater kid when we need to. It works like a charm, and Lola is charmed by Chase. When she returns to her dorm, she asks Zoey what her current situation with Chase is, to which Zoey replies that they are just friends. Lola states that she is happy with the news because she wants to ask Chase out, and Zoey's fine. Yeah, she's fine. She is so fine. Can't you see how fine she is? Zoey is very much not fine. Lola does ask Chase out, and Chase is cool with it, mostly. Especially because Lola said that she had Zoey's blessing, so there's nothing to worry about, right? It's cool. Zoey said it's cool, so it's cool. It's so cool. You have no idea how cool it is. It is very much not cool. Chase tries discussing the deal with Michael, and it's clear that he's not super worried about the idea that Lola likes him, but instead with the fact that Zoey gave Lola her blessing. Michael says that this all but confirms that Zoey only sees him as a friend, and that maybe it's time for him to give other girls a chance. And Zoey is so fine with it.
Why would Lola want to ask Chase out?
She opens up with Nicole about how Chase is her closest guy friend and Lola is her roommate, and she doesn't want anyone getting hurt. She's been acting super weird all day, and Nicole thinks there might be more to it, but just then, Lola enters their dorm, squealing about how Chase said yes. Trouble is already brewing in paradise, as Chase forgets his tennis match with Zoey because he was revising Lola's notes, and he can't go grab sushi with her that afternoon because he already has a date planned with Lola, and Zoey's fine. Zoey is absolutely very much not fine. She is actually yelling at Chase kind of a lot. Lola tries getting all cozied up with Chase, but he's clearly uncomfortable. He tries to lighten the mood by playing some Would You Rather, but Lola just doesn't get the game. None of this is working. It's actually Lola who comes to terms with it and says that it's best if they just be friends. She figures Chase might like someone else, but when she asks him about it, Chase says it's a girl from his hometown. They part ways amicably, and Lola even gives the whole Would You Rather thing one last shot, because she's a nice friend. And then we get to the most relevant part of this episode. The end credits. You see, at the end of each episode, we usually hear a reprise of the opening song, Follow Me. A few exceptions include episodes where the credit song is replaced by another song that was relevant during the episode itself, but even this hasn't really been a thing until now. However, during certain emblematic episodes, the end theme would be replaced by an instrumental rendition of the theme song, which I had actually saved into my old MP3 player because I thought it was one of the most beautiful piano tracks in the world. This song is usually saved for two-parters, season finales, or otherwise major episodes, giving it an exquisite air of seriousness and sentimentality. This piano track is what plays us out in episode 9, and it just hits different. It is one final nod to the fact that whatever just happened, it was important. And boy, it truly was. This is the first time a main group member tries to shake up the Zoey-Chase dynamic, and it's also the first case of a real love triangle involving the two. It's here to show us that, despite all its goofy antics, Zoey 101 does indeed have a flair for the dramatic. It's also worth noting that this show has given us very little shipping material. I mean, Chase has a crush on Zoey, and that's kind of it. No one else from the main cast likes another member of the main cast. The closest we got to anything of the sort was when an algorithm paired Logan and Dana together. It takes a lot of guts for Lola to just step up and say, "Hey guys, Chola could be a thing." Chola? Lace? Cholace? There's also a subplot where Dustin asks Logan to teach him to be cool so that he can date more girls, and Logan turns Dustin into a mini Logan, with the two striding jerkishly across campus. By the end of the episode, Dustin ignores Logan's teachings and gets the girl by being nice to her, while mean old Logan is mean to a girl and gets pushed into a fountain.
Look, do I get a lot of girls?
You talk about getting a lot of girls.
And when I said the credits came after the conversation between Lola and Chase, I lied. The credits actually wait until a later scene where Chase, Zoey, Dustin, and his new girlfriend play Would You Rather together under the twinkling stars, in what I can only assume is the world's chillest double date. It's so funny being a Chase and Zoey shipper because, like, that's it. That's the only couple we have. So I keep pointing at these moments and talking about how sweet they are like I'm unraveling some great mystery, when in reality, I'm just rambling about extremely obvious canon information. The next set of episodes form a double feature that apparently aired before the rest of the season, but they were clearly envisioned as a season finale, so I'm gonna cheat a little bit and talk about them later. So let's move on to episode 12, where the gang is having a fun time at Sushi Rocks, with Kazu being played by a different actor but still keeping the ungodly accent. Chase leaves to make some deliveries but trips and falls down the stairs, so everyone rushes out to help him. While they are gone, the tempura Kazu was cooking for the gang starts a grease fire, destroying the restaurant from the inside. Kazu is out of a job and has no money to rebuild the place, so he has to move back to his home in Alabama. The gang feels bad about it and low-key guilty for the fire, so they decide to raise the money he needs for rebuilding Sushi Rocks. Quinn suggests they get the money by stealing babies, cloning them, returning them to their mothers, and selling the clones to parents who can't have children. They do not follow Quinn's suggestion. However, that does inspire Zoey to come up with an actual solution, hosting a people auction, an event in which PCA members, including students, teachers, and other employees, can bid on underage students and hire them as personal assistants for the day with little to no oversight. Logan offers the cause a buttload of money to hire Zoey, Lola, and Nicole to be his personal cheerleaders, which the girls are strongly opposed to, but the dean says that since the girls never wrote down the official rules for the people auction, it means that anything goes, and nobody can put a stop to it. Logan forces the girls to wear cheerleading outfits and perform pep routines for everything he does, from eating lunch to sunbathing, much to their annoyance. Meanwhile, Chase and Michael are rented out to a mean teacher who forces them to cook him tons of sushi, get beaten up by his son, and exfoliate his naked feet. The girls figure that they can turn Logan's plan against him, and with a healthy dose of malicious compliance, start cheering for literally everything he does, like waking up, taking a shower, and even getting rejected by a cute girl. Logan gets so fed up that he dismisses the girls, and the gang celebrates at Sushi Rocks' grand reopening. The people auction plot is something that had been done in other shows before, but I really don't like how it's done here. The gang is just trying to help the victim of a terrible tragedy, but just because they didn't write a detailed rulebook, the dean gives everyone the freedom to do whatever they wish with the students they bid on. The girls are able to shake Logan off, but the boys never catch a break from their temporary boss, and this scenario can be very easily exploited. I don't like the limitless power the adults have over the kids here. Something could go wrong extremely easily. Episode 13 is all about being nice to Quinn, so once again, I'm super down for that. Quinn starts off by being her usual science-y self, but things soon start crashing down as she joins a video call with her parents, who tell her that her pet alpaca, Otis, is feeling depressed because he misses her so much, and now Quinn is also depressed because she can't help him. Zoey tries cheering her up by throwing her an alpaca-themed party, but it only makes her miss him even more. Quinn says that she is going upstairs to pick up her camera, but she is actually trying to flee from PCA. She has packed up her things and left a note saying that she is running away to see Otis. The girls get very worried because if you leave PCA without permission, you could get suspended. Something any reasonable student should have considered before hopping on a cab and rushing to a deserted beach without telling anybody. So they spread out to look for Quinn. Zoey catches her just in time and convinces her to stay, promising to think of a solution. Zoey convinces the dean to let Otis visit Quinn, despite PCA's pet ban, and they spend a lovely weekend together. It's just such a wholesome vibe. The girls did this just for Quinn. She deserves it. Meanwhile, the boys play a game where you can't say any words that have the letter S, and Michael loses when he says yes to his crush asking him out on a date. It's overall just a harmless vibe. So, we have covered all regular episodes of this season, meaning that we can loop back around to the episodes I skipped, giving them the finale position they deserve. This is the Spring Breakup 2-parter, and we are in for one heck of a journey. In this saga, Logan invites all of the main characters to spend spring break at his vacation house, and the gang is really excited about it. While they pack up their bags, Michael pressures Chase into confessing his feelings for Zoey during the holiday, but Chase refuses to do it, arguing that he doesn't want to risk ruining the closeness they already have. During the trip there, Logan keeps teasing a big surprise, but doesn't say what it is. It's up to Logan's dad to deliver the news.
Mr. Malcolm Reese. Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, Dad! Yeah!
Mr. Reese reveals that the true reason why they were invited to the family's summertime mansion is that he wants the kids to test out a reality show format that he is pitching. The show is called Gender Defenders, in which boys and girls are pitted against each other in a series of challenges, and the winning team will get to take part in the real pilot. As thanks for testing out his new reality show, Mr. Reese gifts each teen with a TechMate, the latest gadget in personal communication. They not only get to keep the devices, but they are also encouraged to use them to text each other during the competition. Each team picks a captain, with Zoey being nominated for the girls' team and Chase being voted for the boys' team. Michael thinks this is the perfect opportunity for Chase to make a move on Zoey, even if Chase doesn't think he is ready for it. This whole scenario is obviously meant to be a wish fulfillment fantasy of sorts. The big beach house, the chance to be on TV, vacation time with your crush. My, it sounds like a dream come true. But listen, if I were a part of that friend group, And I found out that instead of spending my spring break having unrestrained fun times, I would have to take part in a series of over-glorified field day sporting activities. I would tear Logan's head off from his neck using only my bare hands. Chase and Zoey are supposed to meet up by the moonlit courtyard that evening in order to review the rules for the competition, and Michael uses his tech mate to encourage Chase to confess his feelings. Chase texts him back saying that if Zoey finds out that he loves her, it could ruin their friendship, and then puts his device away for the night, because Zoey arrived for the meetup. Except Michael never gets that text, because Chase sent it to Zoey. Chase starts to lose his mind upon realizing his mistake, but Michael checks the texting app and sees Zoey hasn't read the message yet, meaning Chase still has a chance to delete it. He tries getting Zoey's techmate, but that's really hard to do when you're living in a teen sitcom filled with hijinks. For example, the kids might be on spring break, but Quinn hasn't taken a break from science and invented a super potent energy drink that Dustin ended up drinking by accident, causing him to become even more hyper than your usual 10-year-old boy. Since Zoey spent the morning dealing with Dustin, Chase didn't get a proper chance to steal her techmate until literally the last seconds before the competition started. And while he did manage to erase the message, he couldn't put the device back into her pocket in time. Okay though, we need to talk about how stupid this challenge is. The first step of this competition is what Malcolm Reese describes as the mental challenge. Each team needs to take part in a scavenger hunt that will give them the combination that opens up a safe. The team whose captain first opens the safe and delivers the item inside to Mr. Reese will be declared the winner. The mental part comes from how each clue is a little riddle that they must solve in order to reveal the location of the next clue. But the riddles are not particularly hard to guess. I know this because each team solves their respective riddles in less than 1 minute. So really, this challenge just becomes a game of running around Logan's beach house. And as for the team captains, they're just standing there, by the safe, in the sun, waiting for their team to bring them the secret combination. What do you mean the team captains should take part in the challenge? Nah, they're just there to look pretty. Pretty bored. Both teams reach the last clue at the same time, but Dustin can run faster to the safe because he's still high on that energy drink. The girls get the idea to text Zoey the combination instead, but she never gets that message, as unbeknownst to her, her techmate is still with Chase. The boys win the game, which raises the question of why Zoey never got the girls' text. And when they find that Zoey's techmate is still in Chase's pocket, it looks really suspicious. Everyone starts accusing him of stealing it to stop the girls from winning, which Chase says is not true, but he can't bring himself to confess the real reason why he stole it. Which, oh my god, this is so dumb. There were so many ways of avoiding this. Chase didn't even have to keep her techmate. He could have just told Zoey she dropped it when everyone started running. He could have tossed the thing into a bush when Zoey wasn't looking. He could say that the text he was erasing was an embarrassing picture that he meant to send Michael instead. I'm all for a dramatic misunderstanding if it leads to a sincere confession, but at this point, Chase is just creating problems on purpose. Buddy, you've brought this on yourself. Now Zoey's mad at Chase, and even when he tries talking to her about it, he still can't bring himself to tell her the truth. Hey, maybe he never needed a love confession to ruin their friendship. He can do that all by himself. The next challenge is a creative challenge, where each team is tasked with giving a fashion makeover to a nerd.
Can I ask one question? No.
Both teams speedrun Queer Eye, and the girls win for no discernible reason, meaning that now the boys and girls are tied. This leads us to the final step, the physical challenge. Each team captain has to stand on a tiny pedestal and knock the other one into the pool using what is best described as a pool floaty cotton swab, while the rest of the team soaks them from the sidelines. Zoey fights with hatred in her stare, and even though it's pretty neck and neck, Chase manages to get the upper hand by knocking over her weapon, and now she is defenseless. But he just can't bring himself to do it. He lets go of his balance and falls flat on his back, letting the girls take the victory. He climbs out of the pool and he gives Zoey a single nod, to which she nods back, appreciating the gesture. But the rift between them still runs deep. At their celebratory lunch, Mr. Reese congratulates the girls for their win and reveals one final twist. This test was actually the official first episode for the show. In addition to the regular cameras filming them, all of their antics were captured by hidden cameramen sprinkled throughout the house, and the footage will be edited down and aired on national television. It feels like they're skipping over some legal barriers here regarding the recording and commercial use of someone's image, but it's not the first time these teens have had their rights overlooked. We then cut to PCA as spring break seems to be over, and everyone is gathered in the lounge waiting for the premiere of the first official episode of Gender Defenders. Zoey is still in a lousy mood and seems much more concerned with talking to Chase over watching the game show. Chase is feeling even lousier since he doesn't even want to watch the premiere at all. Zoey meets him by the fountain, and this time Chase is ready to tell her the truth. Well, part of it, since he says that the reason why he took her techmate is because he meant to text Michael and texted her by mistake, but he doesn't want to say what the message was. Zoey pressures him, stating that she really wants to know what that message was, no matter how much he protests. Chase takes a breath and gathers the courage to tell her, but the gang comes rushing in to drag them back to the premiere. It looks like Chase has lost his opportunity, but this time, things are different. The cheers of the other students grow muted as Chase recalls Michael's words of encouragement, begging him to just tell Zoey that he loves her. He picks up his techmate, selecting her contact on purpose this time, and crafts the message he has always wanted to send her. The music swells up, drowning out all other sounds as Chase hopes for a positive reaction. But upon looking down at Zoey's case, he sees that her techmate is not in it. The camera takes us back to the fountain where the two friends stood not long ago, zooming in on the forgotten device. The screen lights up with Chase's message, activating a vibrating ringtone, and making the gadget move closer and closer to the edge, inch by inch, before dropping into the water, sinking silently to the tiles below as the screen glitches out into a lonely gray. Fade to black. Roll credits. And dear viewer, when I tell you I screamed, I'm not even that fond of the full journey in these episodes, to be honest. Any joy I could find in self-projection faded once I found out the kids had to spend their vacation playing competitive sports and being filmed without their awareness. The miscommunication between Chase and Zoey feels drawn out, and the competitions themselves can get a little weird. But these final 30 seconds make it all worth it. The unrelenting tragedy of the phone falling into the fountain, Chase's tentative message dying out as the music carries on, topped off with the somberness of the instrumental theme that plays us out in the credits. It's beautiful. Top 10 100k slow burn friends to lovers would recommend. This is how you end a season of a Nickelodeon show, ladies and gentlemen. The larger-than-life storyline, the suggestion of further development, the delicious teasing of deeper relationships. This double feature has tickled my emotional suffering bone for over 10 years at this point. Although, on the other hand, I also like to imagine a version of the events where Zoey does get the message, but since Chase said that the original message was meant for Michael, Zoey reads Chase's words and assumes the original I love you text was meant for Michael as well, and never gets the hint that Chase likes her. With an ending like this, Season 3 was shaping up to be pretty promising, even if all the Season 2 finale promised us was more of the same. But hey, I like that same. More of that, please. But before we get to it, let's break down some general thoughts on Season 2. Some things were already present in Season 1 and were expanded upon in Season 2, such as the backbone of the show, Zoey's relationship with Chase. We get a sweet throwback of sorts to the first episode, in which Chase falls off his bike upon seeing Zoey, and Season 2 returns with Chase once again riding his bike as the school year starts, and he's having a sweet time, catching some frisbees, seeing some friends. Maybe things are looking up for him. This might as well be his year. But as soon as he sees Zoey, he stumbles chastely down some stairs. I like that. It's more of the same, but it's different. Chase and Zoey are still their usual selves, but they're a little cooler now, maybe. This is the season that brings us some of the most iconic Zoey/Chase moments of the show, like the whole time capsule deal and the spring break arc. So all in all, not a bad season by any means. As for the rest of the cast, Dana was replaced by Lola, which I don't think was the original plan. As far as I can tell, there was no major drama that caused Kristen Herrera to be fired, aside from a rumor that she looked too old next to the rest of the cast. But I always got the impression that they had bigger plans for Dana than what was actually executed. In the dance episode from Season 1, for example, it looks like they are trying to set her up with Logan, and it would make sense. They are both the characters that stand out the most when compared to their respective roommates, and Dana's meaner personality could be enough to put Logan in his place and make him less of a jerk. The finale had no indication that Dana was going to leave either. The gang just had a nice time at the beach. But then Season 2 came along and Dana was gone, being replaced by a tiny Victoria Justice. And I don't think the writers knew what to do with Lola exactly. She's an aspiring actress, but aside from an episode or two, that doesn't come up much after her introduction. Also, in the early episodes, she seems oddly mean? Maybe it's because I'm used to seeing her as the bubbly Tory from Victorious.
Okay, well, that sentence is doing some heavy lifting. I never really watched Victorious. What I did was experience it off the corner of my eye while my sister watched it. So I have no idea if Tori was actually bubbly or not. She seemed like it. Ironically, I remember Victoria Justice more because of her work in Victorious than her work in Zoey 101, even though I watched the latter a lot more than the former.
But every now and then, you catch Lola rolling her eyes or snapping at someone, like the writers hadn't written off all of the Dana in the third roommate character yet. Lola does grow more into her own person as the series goes on, but it's clear she is still finding her place in the cast during the earlier episodes of Season 2. Still thinking of Lola though, I feel like her character forces us to review the dynamics of the main gang a little bit. Originally, you had a pretty set formula. On the girl side, you had Zoey, the protagonist, Nicole, the cheerful best friend, Dana, the mean one, and Quinn, the smart one. Now, with Dana gone, the new spot is occupied by Lola, the girl one? I want to say theater kid, but that's what the show wants me to say. Lola isn't the typical theater kid yet. She's just kinda there for now. Don't get me wrong, I much prefer Lola to Dana, but that's just because I was intimidated by Dana as a kid. Also, since we have 4 girls, we should have 4 boys to balance things out. We've got Chase, the goofy love interest, Michael, the caring best friend, Logan, the arrogant one, and Dustin. Just tiny baby Dustin. I didn't talk much about Dustin before, but I actually think his relationship with Zoey is really sweet. Maybe it's because the actor playing him is so small, but I also feel Zoey's big sister instinct kicking in whenever I look at this little guy. On the other hand, I do think it's funny how Dustin ends up just going along with the gang's main adventures. Tune into Gender Defenders, where you get to see a team made up of 3 teenage boys and 1 gremlin. Michael, Logan, Nicole, and even Quinn haven't changed much from season 1, although I do like the episodes where the lesson is that you gotta be nice to Quinn. Zoey is still as stubborn as ever, but also just as willing to help her friends out. And Chase still gives off the feeling that he's just a guy learning to come out of his shell. The in-universe, cross-series products is something that fans have discussed at length already, like how certain items that show up on Zoey 101 also make appearances on like iCarly or Drake and Josh, for example. But one thing I don't often see people discussing is the obvious product placement in Zoey 101. Once you notice it, it becomes pretty clear that the show had a strong merch agenda, and they really want you to buy one thing and one thing only: grapes. No, I'm serious. Nickelodeon's gotta have stocks in the grape industry. Grapes are their go-to snack. It's a standard part of their lunch. Almost every episode of season 2 features grapes at some point. Big Grape is controlling the media. Wake up, America! We are now about to enter season 3, which is the longest season of the show, with 24 episodes instead of the usual 12-ish. Another thing about season 3 is that it was filmed on a different location, although I have to commend them for finding a place that still preserved the exact same PCA vibe as the original campus they used to film seasons 1 and 2. My commentary for each episode might be a little shorter at times, since we've got a lot of them to cover, but I'll still point out everything I find relevant. Given the track record so far, I welcome season 3 with the open arms of someone who already watched the whole show as a kid. We start off our new year at PCA with some shocking news for the girls. Nicole has been diagnosed with obsessive male gender disorder, meaning she's too boy crazy to function in normal society, so she's been sent off to an all-girls school as part of her treatment. This sounds like a perfect recipe for Nicole's bisexual awakening, but unfortunately we never hear from her again. Quinn is then assigned as their new roommate, which brings some friction to the gang. Quinn has been known for performing weird science experiments in her room, and she quickly moves all of her paraphernalia into her new dorm. Having just been separated from her girl best friend, Zoey is relieved to at least still have Chase in her life, though Chase tells her that there is something he would like to discuss with her in private. The girls try to convince Zoey that Chase is going to tell her that he loves her, calling back to his failed love confession at the end of season 2. Zoey doesn't believe them, saying that Chase and her are just really close friends. But the girls insist that everyone knows Chase has a massive crush on her, with Zoey herself being the only one who hasn't noticed. Zoey is tired of all these guessing games and decides to clear the mystery with Chase once and for all. But when she goes to his dorm, she walks in on a shocking sight. Chase has a new girlfriend, and that's what he had been meaning to discuss with Zoey all along. Screen fades to black, credits roll, and all the tweens scream in agony and confusion over what they had just watched. Episode 2 picks up right where the previous one ended, with Zoey and Chase both telling their friends about what had just happened, trying to get over the awkwardness of the whole situation. Michael discusses the matter with Chase, saying he doesn't get why Chase would just go after some other girl right after he built up the courage to tell Zoey that he loved her. Chase says that he feels like there was a reason why Zoey never got his confession text, like that was the universe telling him that they are just meant to be friends. He values Zoey's companionship too much, and he doesn't want her to be just another girl he ends up dating for a few months and then never seeing again. He wants her to be in his life forever.
I just thought that, you know, I was your best friend. But if I've been replaced by Zoey, then
Zoey's my girl best friend. You're still number one, man.
That's all I wanted to hear.
You're such an idiot.
Chase's girlfriend is named Rebecca, and she and Chase started dating over the summer once he went back to his hometown. The gang makes a sincere attempt to get Rebecca to feel at home, and she seems to return the kindness, trying her best to fit in. As soon as she gets a moment alone with Zoey, though, her true colors shine, with Rebecca ordering Zoey to stay away from Chase. She knows how close the two friends are, and she claims that Zoey already had her chance, so now she should just back off. Zoey tells her roommates what happened, and they all take Zoey's side.
Whoa, okay, she threatened you? Okay, that's all I needed to hear. I just don't believe in using my gift of science for violence.
The next day, Chase is really excited, rushing through the halls looking for Rebecca. He even slams into this random girl and destroys her cotton swab craft project. He runs into Zoey and shares the wonderful news. One of the Flash cartoons he made with Michael was accepted into Toon Juice, this major cartoon website. Zoey is so excited for him that she hugs him in celebration, but quickly backs off, still dealing with Rebecca's visit. Chase is unfazed by this and keeps running around trying to find his girlfriend, but when he finds her, she makes a big deal out of him smelling like girl perfume, and an even bigger deal when she finds out it's because he hugged Zoey on his way to tell Rebecca the news. She demands that Chase never talk to Zoey again. The next time we see Chase, he shares the news of the ultimatum with Zoey, who says she just wants him to be happy. Chase says he agrees, which is why he dumped Rebecca. The two laugh at the idea that everyone thinks guys and girls can't just be friends, and promise to never let future relationships affect their friendship. They start joking and teasing each other, the core of their dynamic unchanged by the recent stir-up, and they start playfully throwing grapes at each other, because we gotta hammer in that pro-grape propaganda. I'm honestly surprised at how quickly this Rebecca situation was resolved. This pair of episodes feels kinda like a two-parter, but the series doesn't treat them like so. There is no to be continued at the end of episode 1, and no clip show retrospective on episode 2 either. Given how long this season is, this plot point feels like the kind of thing that would drag on for longer, but instead it's over by the 40-minute mark. I'm not saying a season-long Chase has a girlfriend subplot would be better, but I just didn't expect the show to handle it so quickly. This points to a bit of a larger tendency in season 3, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Before we move on though, I do need to discuss the B-plot in this episode. Logan is having a hard time scoring baskets, and Quinn offers to help, claiming she is quite good at basketball. But Logan refuses, saying he doesn't want to get sports lessons from can I say this word on YouTube? Logan calls her a word that I had heard people use before, but when I checked the meaning on Google, it gives me this little warning that the word is offensive. A warning that it does not give to words such as stupid or idiot, but that is very much present for words that are now seen as slurs. So, I think Logan calls her a slur. Was this a slur in 2005? Is it like the R word, where the fight for treating it as an actual slur is relatively recent? I don't even see people using that word very often, and also I don't live in an English-speaking country, so I can't exactly say what the status of the word is. But basically, Logan calls her this word, and it usually means that the person is clumsy or inept. Quinn is very intellectually smart, so it's clear that Logan is insulting her physical coordination here. This triggers a flashback in Quinn's mind, where she sees her younger self being laughed at by a gang of child bullies, who all point and call her that same word. She starts twitching in the flashback, and we see that she is also twitching in real life, half lost in the trauma. Logan gives her a weirded out look, but the conversation is interrupted by Rebecca's arrival. Quinn later seeks out Logan, who is practicing and failing miserably at basketball, while she flawlessly makes the ball go through the hoop several times, showing that she really does have a lot to teach him. Logan agrees to be trained by her, and Quinn sets him up with a very unusual training regime, in a very wax-on, wax-off kind of way. The exercises include chasing a chicken strapped to a motorized toy car, being pelted with tennis balls shot from a cannon, and walking around campus wearing a dress. Quinn explains the purpose of each task, such as training his speed or his reflexes or his self-confidence, but Logan just finds the challenges painful at best and humiliating at worst. By the end of his training, Quinn reveals that all Logan has to do is tuck in his elbows a bit when shooting, and he will never miss the basket. Logan does indeed score the basket, but that's all there really was to it. A simple matter of posture. The rest of Quinn's training was just an elaborate ruse to torment him. Logan asks her why she did it, and Quinn says it was revenge over him having called her that offensive term from before, specifically stating that she does not like to be called that, and has never liked it, ever since she was a child. This episode puts Quinn as being in the right here. Although her punishments sound severe, they are framed as comedic. It's part of the whole karmic justice theme. Logan is a jerk, so it's cathartic to see him getting punished for his jerkish behavior. Also because the show has an unfortunate tendency of laughing at the idea of men wearing dresses. This episode reminded me a bit of Robot Wars, where Logan also makes fun of Quinn and it upsets her a big deal. But in Robot Wars, the gang laughs along with Logan, while in this episode, no one joins in on the name-calling. In Robot Wars, Quinn reacts by becoming visibly upset and distancing herself from her friends. But here, she takes matters into her own hands and makes Logan suffer for what he did. And, like I said, the episode frames this as the correct decision. Not that the distancing from before was wrong, but the change from a passive to an active figure is very striking. Quinn doesn't have to suffer in silence anymore. Quinn gets to strike back. The word Logan calls her is also interesting. It is an offensive term indicating that someone is clumsy or otherwise not physically skilled. There is also a secondary meaning to it, referring to someone who has lost control of their emotions and is lashing out, like a meltdown of sorts. Logan is using it in the clumsy sense, and when we flash back to Quinn's childhood, we see that she is holding a hula hoop, implying that the kids who were making fun of her were also referring to her lack of coordination. As the bullying gets to her, both child Quinn and current Quinn start twitching, with current Quinn rejecting the slur through gritted teeth, as if she were seconds away from losing it. In other words, about to have a meltdown. This scene hit me pretty hard. Being bullied as a child is a horrible and traumatizing experience, and you can see how deeply it affected Quinn and how she still carries the mental scars of that past. There is such a cruel irony in being called a word that means she is uncoordinated, only to have a meltdown because the kids won't stop bullying her, knowing that it would only give the kids more reason to call her that exact same word. It's just, ouch. It's really, really bad. And you know which kids are more likely to be called uncoordinated and also more likely to have a meltdown? Neurodivergent children. Quinn's revenge subplot is the comedic relief of the episode. The drama is reserved for Zoey, who is dealing with Chase's girlfriend. We don't have a serious exploration of bullying or the trauma that it brings. We just have Quinn making Logan feel inadequate and ridiculed, making him take a sip of the being bullied juice, let's say. I'm almost glad we didn't dive deeper into the bullying thing. We already got some drama with Quinn's reaction in Robot Wars, and with Zoey 101 being the show that it is, the whole slur thing could have been handled much, much worse than it actually was. But if you had any doubt left in your mind that Quinn carries a lot of traits that would make her a neurodivergent character, this episode is what settles the debate for me. And this season is where Quinn's treatment starts to change. The next episode isn't particularly exciting to me, but it does give me an excuse to talk about Coco, the female dorm advisor. In this episode, Coco breaks up with her on-again, off-again boyfriend Carl, and the girls are so annoyed by her moping that they try to set her up with Dean Taylor, the guy filling in for Dean Rivers as he recovers from an injury. The date has mixed success, but Coco goes back to her ex anyway. Coco makes me really uncomfortable. She's been on the show since season 1, but it's like with every episode appearance, she grows more and more unhinged, to the point where I question if it's even safe to leave children under her care. She's the closest thing these students have to a responsible adult at the school, and she is a terrible role model. She is selfish, uncaring, emotionally unstable, and she often acts more immature than the teens themselves. This episode is a great example of that, as the gang tries to set her up on a date just so that she will stop troubling them with her crying fits. And during the date, she has so many strange issues and quirks that you wonder how she's able to function in everyday life. The answer is, she kind of isn't. And it sucks that literal teenagers are expected to help her clean up her act. In episode 4, Zoey gets a bad grade in chemistry, prompting the teacher to suggest she start being tutored by one of her best students, who just so happens to be none other than Logan Reese. Logan doesn't want to be seen as a nerd, so he asks Zoey to keep the chemistry lessons a secret, and comes up with the fake story that they are dating in order to explain why they're hanging out so much. Chase is especially skeptical of this, but Logan manages to fake out a dialogue between Zoey and him that sounded ambiguous enough to convince Chase that they were a couple. When Zoey finds out about this, she is understandably mad, and tells everyone that Logan is a chemistry nerd. They put a rat down his pants and call it a day. I should mention that the rat was in the B-plot for this episode. It wasn't just a random rat. But I guess to Logan it was.
Why is there a whole ass pepper in my bed?
She knows the mouse.
Last time 2 members of the main cast tried studying together, Lola got a crush on Chase. I appreciate how this episode doesn't try to make Zoey have a crush on Logan. The closest she's ever gotten to that was in season 1, and it ended with her walking out on a stage kiss. The rat in Logan's pants was a bit over the line, but it was one of Quinn's lab rats, so, you know, no disease there, I guess. Episode 5 is all about the great Vince Blake, a PCA football star who helped the team win a bunch of championships and is seen as a local hero. Trouble begins when Chase catches him taking pictures of the upcoming test's answers in secret. Ratting Vince out seems like the right thing to do, but it would keep him off the team and probably make PCA lose. Chase consults his friends as he grapples with this decision, with Logan and Michael telling him to keep quiet and Zoey suggesting he do the right thing. I also want to mention the B-plot in this one, where the girls want to get healthier snacks for the vending machines and order a bunch of moon bars. But the problem is they taste horrible. So Quinn fixes their flavor by injecting a bunch of cactus goo into them, and now everyone's going crazy for the stuff. The catch is that the cactus goo is mildly addictive, so really everyone's just got a drug problem now. I mentioned this because as a kid, I just really wanted to try the cactus moon bar. It looks so good! Please let me try the cactus moon bar, please, I'll do anything! Chase decides to tell the teacher that Vince was cheating, and Vince is, indeed, forbidden from playing on the next big game. Chase is hated by the entire school, but he finds solace in knowing that he did the right thing, and in how Zoey is proud of him for speaking up about it. And then the football team beats him up. Okay, fair enough. In a very sweet moment of friendship, Michael and Logan stand up for Chase, along with poor Mark, who got roped into it, and they help him face off against the team. And then they're beaten up. That's it, that's the episode. The ending to this one always stuck out to me, even as a kid. Chase did the right thing, but in doing so, he angered the wrong crowd, and he is unjustly punished, with the aggressor supposedly coming out of it scot-free. It's infuriating, but surprisingly real. There is no bigger moral lesson, no epic twist, no heroic showdown. The boys simply get beaten up for standing up for what was right. But at the same time, at no point do they regret their decision or say that it wasn't worth it. They got hurt, but they still believed in their cause, and the sense of systemic justice overpowers their individual tragedy. It shows that moral victory often comes at a personal cost, and even though it hurts, it's at least made a little bit easier by knowing you have friends who will stand by your side. Vince even gets a bit of karmic revenge by being trampled by a moonbar crazy crowd, so there's that too. Episode 6 is, so far, the second episode I have absolutely no memory of ever watching before this project. But unlike the Halloween special, I don't see why this one eluded my awareness. In this episode, it's revealed that PCA has a— is that Mona frickin' Vanderwall? It is revealed that PCA has a secret student club known as the Silver Hammer Society, and they are starting to recruit new members. Logan desperately wants to join, but pretty much every member of his friend group is picked except for him. The problem is that, in order to truly become a member, the student needs to partake in a series of degrading hazing rituals, like wiping barbecue sauce off a guy's face or flossing their teeth for them. The gang gets tired of the humiliation and quits the club before being initiated, meaning the Silver Hammers failed to recruit any new members at all. The good news for Logan is that they've become so disinterested in their own recruiting methods that they just end up letting him in anyway. The Silver Hammer Society is never mentioned again.
Alright, during editing, I realized I completely forgot to add any sort of commentary about this episode. I just told you what happened, but I think this speaks to how boring this episode was for me. I really didn't care for it, and I also don't think I was missing out on much by never watching it as a child. The whole thing with the Silver Hammer Society is an obvious play on sororities, again feeding into the idea that I will discuss later, but sororities are kind of evil, and so are hazing rituals, so good for the gang for saying no to that and living their own lives. And of course Logan would try to join the sorority, like that's exactly his kind of thing. But yeah, I'm really not sad that the Silver Hammer Society is never mentioned again.
On episode 7, Michael has a crush on a girl named Lisa, but he gets too nervous when he's around her and keeps embarrassing himself. When Zoey learns about his crush, she invites Lisa to the open mic event where Michael was scheduled to sing, hoping that he could woo her with his talents. But when Michael finds out Lisa will be watching, he gets too nervous and throws up on her. As if that wasn't enough, Lisa is now dating a guy she met while washing the vomit off her shoes. Michael is very sad.
You can't solve your problems with sad flute music.
I can try!
Meanwhile, Chase and Logan are having a go-kart race because it just be like that sometimes. But Chase's cart goes out of control and is rushing towards Lisa. Her boyfriend runs away, but Michael heroically jumps in to save her. Lisa is so thankful that she kisses him immediately. No breaking up with her boyfriend or anything. She loves Michael now. They end the episode by singing an open mic together. I like this episode mostly for how silly it is. When Lisa and the other guy start dating, their dates seem to consist mostly of peekabooing each other through Jell-O?
Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
And Michael's way of coping with his heartbreak is crying while playing sad flute music. It's so silly, I love it. It's also a nice opportunity to see Zoey and Michael hanging out. The rest of the gang is pretty focused on the B-plot, and the two of them get a chance to show that they're actually pretty good friends. Michael doesn't get a lot of episodes focusing specifically on his troubles, and it's nice to see him getting the spotlight a little. Get ready though, because I'm about to go on a tangent. In the first half of the episode, there's a scene where Zoey tries to enter her dorm, but Lola has to open the door for her because she'd forgotten her key. Quinn suggests Zoey start wearing her key around her neck again like she used to, and Zoey says that's a good idea. Which is when I realized that Zoey had stopped wearing her key around her neck. I don't know, I just kind of assumed it was always there. It's Zoey's trademark. But no, she really hadn't been wearing it for 7 episodes. She wears it during season 2, and when she comes back for season 3, she doesn't have it anymore. Does this matter in any real sense? Not really. I still think that wearing your dorm key around your neck is the least practical way of keeping your keys with you, although it is a good way of not losing it, and I valued it mostly as an iconic fashion statement. But Zoey stops wearing her key and nothing happens. There was no particular reason for her to stop wearing it, and if they hadn't shown this little conversation where Zoey decides to start wearing it again, I bet I wouldn't even notice there was a time where she had stopped wearing it at all. I think it just kinda made me realize that I had given the key way more importance in my mind than the show actually did. I think I was approaching this through a cartoon kind of logic. Like how cartoon characters have one outfit, and if they change it, it's because something special's going on. You know, Zoey has her key, and she doesn't go anywhere without it. Heck, in spring break, she leaves campus for a week and is still wearing her key the whole time. It's not a matter of function, it's a matter of style, a matter of character even. But that's not how things work in real life. I also had a necklace I wore all the time until one day I just stopped. And that's fine. And while I was wearing that necklace, my life didn't exactly revolve around it. But on the other hand, this is not real life. This is a Nickelodeon sitcom. And yeah, maybe I would have wanted to see more being done with the key motif. Like, maybe it represents how Zoey feels about PCA, wearing the key to her dorm proudly on her neck, as if announcing to the whole world that she does in fact have a place in this school, especially with how girls hadn't been allowed to study there for so long. Maybe there could be a scene where she questions that same sense of belonging, and she fiddles with her necklace in contemplation, or even takes it off and looks at it in silence, wondering if she is still worthy of wearing it, or if she still wants to wear it at all. Maybe there could be an episode where she loses the key, and she's actually really upset about it, both because it's the literal key to her dorm, and also because it meant a lot to her. And maybe there's like a zany chase sequence at the end of the episode, because it turns out that the key had been taken by some random animal, like a dog or something, and now they have to get it back. I don't know, can't you see those things happening in the show? Wouldn't it fit the vibe? So far, Zoey's key has been treated just as a key. It doesn't represent anything, it's just a key. Nobody even questions why Zoey's not wearing it anymore. I guess I feel like this was a missed opportunity. I know this show already has a lot going on, but it wouldn't hurt to add a little symbolic spice to it. A little more thought behind the characters and how they present themselves, perhaps. But anyway, Zoey's wearing her key again. Fashion win. Also, while Zoey is trying to get into her dorm, Quinn and Lola are seeing how many hula hoops Quinn can handle at the same time, and the answer is at least 6. Started at the bottom, and now we're here. The next episode is one I considered an absolute classic as a kid, just peak Zoey 101, and to this day I still find it absolutely Zoey core. After Zoey breaks up a fight between two students, she is recruited as part of PCA's wrestling team. Zoey's not particularly interested in wrestling, but the coach won't take no for an answer, so the girl decides to give it a shot. During training, the coach never lets her do any actual wrestling, telling her to keep doing basic exercise drills while the rest of the boys do the fighting. When Zoey confronts her coach about it, he reveals that she will be fighting in their next tournament, and she is taking the first spot. She's a little confused, but she's looking forward to being involved with the team for a change. When the competition begins, the coach's plan is truly revealed. None of the other wrestlers, who are all male, want to wrestle against Zoey. If they win, they'll be hated for beating up a girl, and if they lose, they'll be humiliated by losing to a girl. One by one, they decide to forfeit, making it so that PCA keeps advancing in the lineup. The coach's ultimate goal was to get PCA to the final bracket and then substitute Zoey for their best player, so they'll have a chance of winning against Chuck Javers, a ruthless fighter who attacks anyone on sight. This is the last straw for our girl. No matter what it takes, she will have a wrestling match. When the coach tries to claim that Zoey has suffered an injury so that another boy takes her place, Zoey talks to the judge and states that she is fine, reclaiming her spot in the lineup. Now, Zoey stands alone, ready to face the most merciless wrestler to ever set foot in the arena, the only boy who won't back down just because of his opponent's gender. The crowd cheers her name, much to her rival's anger. She braces herself, faulty in training but rich in spirit, ready to prove herself once and for all. And she is beaten up until she passes out. The match lasted 4 seconds. To me, this episode is what Zoey 101 is all about. I know it sounds weird to say this after Zoey got slammed senseless onto a wrestling mat, but I swear I have a point here. The crazy teacher, the clever scheming, and Zoey standing her ground are the stuff I live for here. One of the show's initial core premises was this whole boys versus girls thing, with PCA only now being co-ed and the boys having reigned freely until then. A bunch of early episodes are about some sort of gender-based war, with the girls defending their side and the boys learning to compromise and respect them, and we hadn't seen much of that in Season 3 until this point. The coach's plan is just as funny as it is unfair, having Zoey on the team not for her merits, but because no boy would dare to fight her. Something that is made even better by how it ends up actually working. Zoey isn't wrong in standing her ground and fighting for her right to wrestle, and Chuck Javers comes out looking like the world's most backwards feminist.
I don't care what you are. I hurt everybody just the same.
How progressive of you.
Zoey knows the danger she is putting herself in. She knows how unforgiving Chuck is and how deeply unprepared she is to wrestle. She hasn't faced a single opponent ever since joining the team, especially not one like Chuck. When she demands that the judge let her fight, she is doing it not because she knows that she is the best person for the match, but because this is what is just. She is reclaiming the spot that had been taken away from her, and giving PCA the fight that it deserved. It's unrealistic to think that she could win, but deep down she still felt like she could have a shot, even if it was purely because she really believed in herself. Zoey was so adamant, so stubborn, so determined that she was willing to get beaten up just to prove a point. That's how far she'll go. That's why she's so reliable, so loved by her friends, so willing to help them. That is the Zoey Brooks that PCA adores. And it's also unhealthy. I'm not advocating for people to get beaten up in the name of stubbornness. Learning to stand up for yourself is just as important as learning when to back down. But also, this is the first time that Zoey faces the consequences of her own determination to this level. She doesn't seem to regret it, but she doesn't try anything like it again in the future, so I like to think that she learned something from this. As a bonus, this episode also brings us Lola desperately trying to be a reporter on PCA News despite being terribly unqualified for the job, solidifying her theater kid personality by having her hunger for fame. And it also ends with the revelation that Logan stood up for Zoey after she was defeated, confronting Chuck after the fight. He is beaten up even worse than Zoey is, but he still did it for her. An arrogant jerk with a heart of gold. Continuing this thread of absolutely iconic episodes, the next one not only brings back an important recurring character, but it also presents us with one of the tensest of challenges our protagonist has to face. In Zoey's balloon, the gang is having psychology class, and their teacher comes up with a fun cathartic exercise. Each student will get a balloon, to which they must tie a piece of paper containing their darkest secret. Everyone then releases the balloons into the air, letting go of their troubling pasts and, polluting the environment, I guess. Except one of the balloons doesn't make it very far into the atmosphere. A mysterious fiend catches Zoey's balloon and gains access to her secret, using it to blackmail Zoey into doing all sorts of ridiculous tasks, lest her extremely embarrassing past suddenly become public knowledge. Zoey goes along with it, convinced that whatever this mysterious figure tells her to do cannot be worse than having her secret exposed. With the help of her friends, she discovers her antagonist is none other than Rebecca, Chase's ex-girlfriend, still bitter over how Chase broke up with her in the name of his friendship with Zoey. This discovery brings her no relief though, because Rebecca still knows her secret, and unless Zoey does as she is told, everyone will find out about her deep, dark past. Her next challenge is to humiliate herself by performing the Macarena, a ridiculous, cheesy 90s dance not at all inspired by the Macarena. What are you talking about? This is a completely original creation. But before Zoey can hit play on that boombox, her friends all come to her aid. One by one, they reveal their own secrets, no matter how embarrassing. And much to their surprise, they receive applause and encouragement from the crowd. Facing their demons, Zoey's friends come clean, and their honesty is welcomed by the school body. Surrounded and strengthened by a supportive community, Zoey reveals her own secret, setting herself free from Rebecca's threats. And just to add that extra dose of catharsis, she dances the Macarena along with all of her friends. Together in their cheesy choreography, there is no force who can make them feel ashamed of who they are. I remember this episode really well from when I watched it as a kid. It's one of those that stuck with me the most. The idea of tying up a secret in a balloon was oddly poetic for little tween me, and Rebecca's return added a nice layer of drama to the whole situation. But the strange part is, I didn't remember the episode ending with Zoey revealing her secret. I remembered everyone dancing at the end and her friends standing up for her, but I never registered that she had opened up as well. The secret itself is pretty silly. She is embarrassed of how she was on a bunch of ads as a toddler, like a parody of that Coppertone girl. But that's kind of the point. All the secrets in this scene are just inconsequential, awkward teen stuff. Wishing you looked prettier, crying because you miss your parents, needing your mom's help with a bra.
I never got my degree in teaching!
Except for that one. That one's not right. It's funny how the whole episode revolves around this big secret. And I remembered so much about the episode, except for the big secret. I love the drama in this one. Being blackmailed by your best friend's bitter ex-girlfriend is a level of teen show shenanigans that Zoey 101 doesn't always flaunt, but whenever it does, it definitely gets it right. I also love how ride or die Zoey's friends are. Quinn and Lola go out of their way to find out who's blackmailing Zoey, and the way everyone stands by her and reveals their own secrets just so Zoey feels less alone, it's very sweet. I'm just a huge fan of when this show proudly brandishes how far these friends will go for one another. We are on a terrific roll with these episodes here, because the next one is, in my opinion, one of the best in the whole series. Episode 10 brings us the news that Chase's birthday is coming up, but he's so stressed out trying to finish a huge essay that he doesn't seem to care. Zoey finds out that Chase shares a birthday with his grandmother and that the two were really close. So she wants to work her magic and fly her to PCA so that she can spend the day with her grandson. I mean, she did it for an alpaca. A grandma should be a piece of cake. Chase's friends are also planning a surprise party and go over many possible themes for it, settling on slumber party so they all get to wear comfy pajamas. I wish we had more parties like that. Unfortunately, Chase's grandma catches the flu and cancels her visit last minute. Zoey tells Chase about her plans and laments that it didn't work out, but he's still touched that she tried doing something so incredibly nice for him. That leaves him with the surprise party, which he figures out is happening, and he tries to skip it in order to finish his essay, but Zoey convinces him to come, arguing that he deserves to have fun. The party goes great. Everyone's having a good time, there's fun music, nice snacks, but Chase goes missing after a bit. Zoey is worried that he is holed up in his room working on his essay again and pressures Michael into revealing where Chase went. Michael takes her aside and explains that Chase's grandma had more than just the flu. Her condition got worse and she passed away. Zoey goes after him as it starts to rain and finds him sitting by one of the fountains. She asks if he wants to be alone, to which he shakes his head no. So she joins him at the bench and comforts him, both sitting in silence as the storm washes by. Fade to black. Credits roll. At its core, this episode is just so nice. I know we're dealing with the death of a grandma here, but it's a whole 20 minutes of people being nice to each other. Zoey is trying to plan a good surprise for her friend, the gang is putting this whole party together for Chase, they're trying to convince him to have fun and not stress out about school so much. The fact that Michael was the only person who knew that Chase's grandmother had died shows how close the two are, and Michael sharing the news with Zoey also proves that he knows she has Chase's best interest at heart. The scene of them sitting together in the rain is so incredibly bittersweet, it's so sincere and delicate. There's no big moral here, not even a joke. It's just people being nice to Chase through thick and thin. There's also a B-plot about Dustin getting his hand stuck inside a vending machine, and it's ruining the vibe. Quinn and Lola are weirdly dismissive of him, and it's not adding much. Let's ignore that and go to the next episode. Episode 11 is called Quarantine, and it's a bottle episode. That's it. That's the whole story. Okay, so Quinn does some weird science and invents a new disease, because of course she does, and now everyone who's come in contact with it has to stay inside until they figure out if it's safe or not. The gang's all trapped inside Zoey's dorm, and they're driving each other insane with their mannerisms, like how Lola keeps practicing her screaming for an audition, Logan keeps admiring his own face, you get the gist. The only thing worth noting here is that Zoey is bummed out that she can't go on a date with this cute guy called Danny she met earlier. But she didn't get his number and she can't leave the room to tell him that she can't meet him, so she sends Dustin after him. Dustin, however, doesn't know the guy's face, so he just goes around calling for a Danny until another random guy responds. Dustin thinks he's delivered the message, but the right Danny never got it, and the wrong Danny got in trouble with his girlfriend, who thought he was cheating on her. There's 3 things I want to put a pin on here. Wrong Danny's girlfriend, wrong Danny himself, and the fact that Zoey had a date with a guy. Let's save those for later. I'm moving on to the next one now. In episode 12, Chase gets a radio as a gift from his grandfather, but he's not really interested in it. So he sells it to Zoey for $5 and a coupon for a free taco.
And how much you pay for that taco?
Hey, yo, you know this, boy, he's got his free taco.
Things things quickly go south as Chase discovers the radio was actually a rare vintage model worth thousands of dollars, and automatically assumes Zoey won't sell it back to him, so now he's mad at her. Zoey sees that Chase is mad at her and then gets mad at him. Everybody is mad, some of their friends believe that Zoey should give Chase the radio back, some think she's the rightful owner now, it's a whole thing. This episode echoes themes of previous ones, especially the election episode from season 2. Namely, Zoey and Chase's capacity to simply assume things and then become mad at each other based on those assumptions. Zoey's stubbornness, coupled with Chase's neurotic tendencies, create a fertile ground for arguments such as these. And if you think about it, it's surprising how little these two actually fight over the series. They eventually realize the whole thing was way overblown and put an end to their fighting, and the episode ends with Chase's grandfather taking the radio back, because he too learned what it was truly worth. We are now pretty much at the halfway point of season 3, and I think this is a nice opportunity to have a mid-season intermission so I can discuss some more themes and collect our thoughts. I want to start by calling back to this latest episode in order to once again discuss Chase and Zoey's relationship, because I feel like season 3 changed things up in a way I really wasn't expecting. I think Zoey and Chase friend-zoned each other. Friendzone here being a theme related to the NiceGuy character we talked about earlier. To friendzone someone means to reject their romantic advances while stating you would still like to be friends with that person. To the NiceGuy, being sent to the friendzone is an unjust punishment from which one can never escape. To the regular person, this just means you're better off as friends. But think about it. Season 2 ends with Chase almost telling Zoey that he loves her, and Season 3 picks up that thread again by having Zoey's friends tell her that Chase has had a major crush on her for the longest time. Zoey believes this is the big news that Chase wanted to discuss with her, but when she goes to talk to him, she finds out that the news was that Chase had a new girlfriend. Said girlfriend then says she doesn't like how close Chase and Zoey are, and gives Chase an ultimatum, but Chase chooses Zoey over her. The next time the two of them talk, they promise to never let anyone else get in the way of their friendship. And that's it. Chase tried telling Zoey that he loved her, it didn't work out, he went back to his hometown for the school break and came back with a new girlfriend. He is not completely over Zoey, but he's at least got his crush under control, so much so that he is willing to give other girls a shot. It's interesting to note that in Season 2, when Lola tried dating Chase, she had sensed that Chase was in love with another girl, and when she asked Chase about it, he said it was a girl from his hometown. There are a couple of ways in which we can interpret that, one of them being that Chase really was thinking of Rebecca when he said that, and not about Zoey like one might expect. Maybe the experience of trying to date another girl made him think back to all of the girls he didn't give a chance to because he was too focused on Zoey, and Rebecca might have been one of those girls. Another possibility is that Chase really was thinking of Zoey and said he had a girl back home just so that he could get Lola off his back. Like one would say they have a girlfriend who goes to a different school. With that said, Rebecca's status as the girl from Chase's hometown can be just a coincidence, or it can be that it really was meant to be a throwback to that Season 2 episode. I am of the theory that it really is just a coincidence, simply because Zoey 101 doesn't usually set things up with such a gap between episodes. The show doesn't really do foreshadowing, you know? It barely has any status quo changes from one episode to another. Even when I was a kid, I didn't see Rebecca and immediately think of that girl from Chase's hometown mentioned in Season 2. This is something that I only caught on this rewatch. I still thought it was worth mentioning anyway, because hey, maybe it really was a setup. Maybe Chase really had been considering other girls before. And even if it wasn't true then, it certainly is true now. Zoey never had any idea that Chase liked her. Her friends had to be the ones to tell her that. But after she sees Chase with Rebecca, it's like she convinces herself that everyone else was wrong. Chase can't have a crush on her because he is dating someone else. End of story. Chase loves Zoey as a friend so much that he is terrified of trying to date her, because if it doesn't work out, he is going to lose his best female friend. Zoey never saw Chase as anything other than a friend, at least not on a level that she is aware of. And she loves their friendship so much that she is willing to do anything to keep him happy, even if it means putting up with his weirdly possessive girlfriend. When the whole Rebecca thing is over, Chase and Zoey don't swear off future romantic relationships. They just promise each other that their friendship will always come first. After this conversation, the closest moment we have to a romantic plot between the two is when Zoey is being tutored by Logan and Chase is upset over the possibility that they are dating, to which other characters comment that they thought Chase was over his crush on Zoey, and Chase awkwardly denies ever having a crush at all. Sure, everyone knew he had a crush, but apparently it was so subdued by that point that other people thought it was no longer a thing. Zoey wants Chase to have a good birthday, but so do all of his friends. She comforts him after his grandmother passed away, but that's a sweet moment rather than a romantic one. Rebecca blackmails Zoey, but it's more as revenge for what happened in the past rather than trying to break her and Chase up in the present, because there's nothing going on between them. This is interesting to me because the will they won't they thing between Chase and Zoey is a core part of what this show was about, and by season 3 it's almost missing. It's not referenced as much, it doesn't motivate the main characters beyond the first 2 episodes. We know it's still a thing just because it's kind of the status quo, but the show doesn't seem all that interested in renewing that notion. It's like we're riding the high of previous seasons. And when I say Chase and Zoey friend-zoned each other, that is in no way a negative thing. I love their friendship. They might argue sometimes, but at the end of the day, they are so utterly concerned with each other's happiness that it's hard not to enjoy seeing them together. They are a healthy and functional pair that could work well as a romantic couple, but they each individually decided not to pursue that route. Chase because he figured it wasn't worth the risk of failure, and Zoey because she is perfectly happy with the way things are now. I like it when people are friends. Heck, some of my favorite moments from the show are just people being nice friends to each other. It's just surprising to see how little season 3 dedicates to the main romantic subplot of the show, especially when compared to the seasons that came before it. Another thing I'd like to discuss is PCA is just college, right? We're all on board with that idea? It's the college experience with a high school cast. PCA's technically a boarding school, but it's not treated like one. The kids have cool dorms, they hang out at sushi bars, they play video games and stay up until late, they take these random classes like media and psychology. The show is called Zoey 101. 101 like a number often attached to basic college courses. That went way over my head as a kid, by the way. PCA has younger students, like Dustin and his classmates, but we barely see them. We're mostly focusing on Zoey's crew here, and they're having the time of their lives. The adults are constantly shown to be absent, irresponsible, or just not interested in what the kids are doing. The students rule. This is their kingdom. There's the scene at the beginning of season 2 where everyone's coming back from vacation, carrying these huge bags and hugging their friends and tossing frisbees around. And it's like if a Goofy Movie 2 had a child with the camp scenes from Parent Trap. I watched Zoey 101 when I was barely starting middle school. To me, a high schooler was basically an adult. My idea of the American college experience was distant and skewed, but it could be easily illustrated by Zoey 101 because that's just what colleges looked like in the media. Zoey 101 was a show where teens were in control. No parents, no rules, just a beautiful sunny campus. And wow, what a fun world that was! You're lying if you say you didn't want to study at PCA. They built a teen-driven paradise and asked us to partake in the magic. I feel it's important to mention this, even though it's pretty in your face. It's the sort of thing I just didn't question as a kid, but now I have to think back and realize I'm not looking at adults here. As a child, this was my ideal high school world, but now that I'm past that point in my life, I can't help but think of how PCA actually functions. I mean, who's really the boss here? Who made this world the way it is? Another thing I want to talk about in this segment is the character of Stacy Dilson. Stacy is one of the pins that I put on that bottle episode, the girl previously known as Wrong Danny's girlfriend. I had mentioned her even before that in this video. She is the one with the craft project that Chase runs into. Stacy Dilson is a recurring background character with a noticeable lisp and very unfortunate timing, often finding herself in the wrong place at the wrong moment. She has an obsession with cotton swabs and likes to use them to create intricate art pieces. I didn't talk about her a lot before because she's usually not that important. She just shows up for a quick gag or background cameo without interfering too much on the overall plot. She becomes more relevant in some episodes we have yet to talk about, but she's been there since the start of Season 3. She was not present, however, during Seasons 1 and 2. Stacy exists to be the butt of the joke. She isn't necessarily hated, but she isn't loved either, at least up to this part of the series. Mostly, she's just really unlucky. When she's showing off her cotton swab art piece that she's been working on all summer, Chase slams into it and destroys it. When Dustin tells the wrong Danny that Zoey was canceling their date, Stacy assumes he was cheating on her and breaks up with him. When Logan and Chase are preparing for their go-kart race, Stacy tries chatting with Logan, but he doesn't even notice that she is there. People aren't harming her on purpose, but they're not going out of their way to help her either. Stacy's characterization points to the fact that she was made to look uncool. As much as it pains me to say it, that is the point of her speech impediment and her special interest. Everyone's wearing some gaudy 2000s outfits, but when Stacy does it, her style is framed as over-exaggerated instead of trendy. Her hair is made to look frizzy and not as shiny as the other girls, and she's just overall framed less graciously than her counterparts. She points to an unfortunate trend both in Nickelodeon sitcoms and media in general. The idea that because Stacy is not considered cool, air quotes, or since she is seen as ugly, again heavy air quotes here, it's okay to laugh when bad stuff happens to her. And a lot of bad stuff happens to Stacy Dilson. This isn't as noticeable in the first half of Season 3. Like I said, Stacy is framed as just unlucky rather than actively hated. Still, I ask you to keep her in mind as we make our way through the rest of the show. I think we've spent enough time away from the action, so let's make our way back to the second half of Season 3. Episode 13 is called Paige at PCA, and it features Miranda Cosgrove as a guest star, playing a young scientist named Paige that has invented a power generator that can revolutionize PCA's energy system. Quinn is jealous of Paige, since she is younger and more accomplished, even if Paige wishes her no harm. The mere presence of Paige makes Quinn question her own achievements, and she starts letting herself go, skipping classes and sleeping until late. During the debut of Paige's invention, even the press is keeping tabs on the event, reporting live from the site as the genius starts up the generator. Almost immediately, however, things start to go horribly wrong, and not even Paige can keep her own device in check. Quinn isn't interested in helping, and Zoey volunteers to stay with Paige as the rest of PCA is being evacuated. But Zoey is not a scientist, and Paige is getting more and more flustered. Luckily, Quinn has a change of heart and rushes in to help. According to the laws of power flux, or the polarizing currents, or whatever other made-up science is backing up this project, they need a small metal bridge made of highly conductive material to replace the one the machine already has. And if they don't find one, they are all doomed. And then something amazing happens. Zoey uses her key to save the day. Oh, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Use that key, girl, save the day, yeehaw! Iconic character symbols are made to be used in iconic ways. This is what Zoey 101 was missing. They place the key in the thing and they fix the machine and everyone's saved. A brief newscast at the end of the episode informs us that the power generator is running smoothly. Quinn is recognized as a co-creator of the machine, and both Quinn and Paige are offered the opportunity to go to college. The gang is surprised at this, but Quinn states that, unlike Paige, she has refused the offer, choosing to spend her high school years in actual high school. This is yet another episode of people learning to value Quinn, and I like that. Quinn deserves some love. The B-plot in this one is Logan and Chase trying to convince Michael that he is losing his mind for a psychology class, and it's pretty funny how they get the whole school to play along. It's a messed up thing to do to your friend if you think about it, but it gives us some rather amusing scenes. Next up, we have episode 14, in which Zoey wants to take part in a dance contest. Turns out she's pretty talented at dancing, and she teams up with a student who is just as talented, but he unfortunately gets severely injured and can no longer help her out. This is extra upsetting for her because her grandparents are driving from far away to see her dance, and she can't seem to find another person to team up with. Hearing about this, Chase is determined to help her out, despite having no dancing talent. He asks Logan and Michael to train him in the art of dancing until he is good enough for Zoey, but he's got a long way to go, and time is running out fast. In the B-plot for this one, Season 3 continues to turn Lola into a true theater kid by having her relentlessly train for an audition in which she must perform a British accent. The show says Lola's British accent is very good, but I don't believe it, because in reality, it sounds very bad.
Good afternoon, Lola. Should we walk through the park and have some fish and chips?
She develops a crush on a cute British guy and pretends to have a hard time with her accent just so that he'll agree to coach her, when in truth, this is just a ruse to hang out with him, since she is already so good she doesn't need any training. Again, this is the show stance, not mine. The best part about this is that the guy they got to play the British student also has a terrible British accent.
I said I was angry, not stupid.
He didn't even say stupid, come on! Maybe because the actor is not British at all. The guy finds out that Lola was lying but still chooses to go out with her because he also finds her cute. Go be fake British together, whatever. Back to the main plot, Chase practiced so hard he crashed from exhaustion and ended up missing the contest. Zoey didn't find another partner after all and couldn't participate, but she's really touched by Chase's gesture. They dance together in the dead of night, alone and away from any prize or competition, feeling perfectly happy just sharing that moment together. I love it how this echoes the episode with Chase's birthday. On that episode, Chase was worried about his essay and Zoey tried doing something nice to him by bringing his grandma over. Even if it didn't work out, Chase feels grateful for knowing Zoey would do something so caring for him. And when he finds out his grandmother passed away, he and Zoey share a quiet, private moment alone by the fountain. This new episode presents us with the mirrored scenario. Zoey is worried about the dance competition, so Chase tries doing something nice to her by practicing to be her partner. even if it didn't work out, Zoey feels grateful for knowing Chase would do something so caring for her, and they share a fun, private moment dancing alone by the fountain. Although Chase has been known for having a crush on Zoey, this aspect of his character doesn't come up at all during this plotline. Chase isn't doing this because he thinks this is how he will win Zoey over. He is doing it because he is a nice friend who cares a lot about her. Even the idea of dancing together is something that can easily be twisted into a romantic scenario, but there is no romance in this episode at all. Contrast this with the Chase from Season 1, for instance, who went crazy during a dance episode trying to get paired up with Zoey for romantic purposes. That Chase was doing it for himself. He hopes that by getting a good grade in his Zoey quiz, something that is both normal to want and possible to achieve, he will certainly share an amazing night with her and will totally win her heart. This Chase, however, is doing it for Zoey. When he learns Zoey no longer has a dance partner, he doesn't think this is a perfect opportunity to team up with her so she will see how amazing he is and be totally in love with him. No, he thinks it's a shame because she won't be able to dance, and he knows her grandparents are coming over to see her in the contest. This is what motivates him to become a perfect dancer. He knows this means a lot to Zoey, and he wants her to have an honest shot at winning. I want to call this character growth, I really do. I have to believe that these choices are deliberate, and not just something that is happening because the writers forgot that Chase is supposed to have a crush on Zoey. I want to believe this is a nice, platonic love gesture, and that Chase has learned to respect Zoey's wishes. So I will. Friendship win. Episode 15 is called Favor Chain, and the title pretty much describes the whole plot. Zoey wants to meet her favorite author at an event outside of PCA, but she needs an adult to drive her. Her ride cancels at the last minute, so she asks her dorm advisor Coco to do it. Coco agrees to do it in exchange for a tray of Michael's special ravioli, so Zoey goes to ask him for some, but Michael will only make the ravioli if Zoey manages to make Stacy complete their shared science project on her own, so Zoey goes to talk to her, but she will only do it if Zoey gets her a date with Logan, so Zoey goes after Logan, who will only do it if Zoey gets Logan's ring back from Dustin, and you get the idea. This episode is weirdly selfish. Everyone has something they want to get from this deal. Nobody does Zoey a favor just because Zoey is asking for one. They are all trying to get something in return. The favor chain starts to fall apart when the nerds from Robot Wars get involved, and they ask for one of Quinn's most prized inventions, a computer system known as Squindo's QP. The problem is Quinn doesn't have the program anymore because Mark spilled his drink on her computer, erasing the files. With no files, the nerds don't get what they want, so Chase doesn't get what he wants, so Lola doesn't get what she wants, so Dustin doesn't get, you get the idea. When the chain breaks all the way back to Michael, he tosses his tray of ravioli in the trash when he realizes he won't get what he asked for. Like, the ravioli was right there. He could have just told Zoey she owed him one and the whole deal would have worked out. But no, he tosses the ravioli in the garbage. Zoey still gets her ride because Coco is an irresponsible, unsanitary adult who doesn't mind the fact that Zoey fished her ravioli out of a garbage can. At some point in the episode, Lola is babysitting an actual baby for a teacher. An actual teacher trusted one of their students with their infant child and just assumed she would be a good sitter. Lola then unceremoniously dumps the baby into Chase's arms so that she can rush to play her part in the favor chain. She abandons the baby. The teacher is nowhere to be seen. This episode's messed up. Episode 16 starts with Logan and Michael passionately arguing about how to survive on a deserted island. If you could have one object, Logan believes you should bring a knife. and Michael is convinced you should actually bring a pair of socks, since it has multiple uses, from keeping your feet warm to being used as a weapon if you drop a rock in it. Zoey and Chase watch from a distance, implying these arguments are long and constant, but they barely have time to stop the discussion because Zoey is called out to receive a delivery. 1 bajillion ribs. Apparently, an old distant relative of hers died and left her with a whole bunch of ribs. Zoey is as stunned as everyone else and has no idea what to do with them. The school agrees to store them in the cafeteria freezer for now, but they can't keep them there forever. To get rid of the ribs, Zoey decides to have a rib cook-off, where students and staff can set up booths and cook the ribs as they wish, and then taste them all and choose a winner. I have mixed feelings about Zoey getting the ribs as a mysterious inheritance. From a writing perspective, I mean. On one hand, it's super Zoey core. Of course random crap like that would happen to Zoey. But on the other hand, it comes completely out of left field, and I can only assume it's just an excuse to have a rib cook-off episode for whatever reason, because otherwise, I really don't know why we're spending time on this storyline. What if, instead, the school had made a mistake and ordered too many ribs? And the dean asked Zoey for help, because of course he would, and she would come up with the cook-off idea. We would still have the exact same episode, minus the random dying relative. Just throwing some Zoey-shaped pasta on the wall. Back to the actual plot, Michael and Logan seem to be at peace, and even joined forces to cook the perfect ribs by combining their recipes along with Zoey and Chase's help. But they soon start arguing again, and the team falls apart. Now, here's the thing. For reasons I cannot explain, I just do not care about this episode. They get Coco and some guy to judge the cook-off, because Coco really wanted to do it, and because this guy is a famous food connoisseur. But it turns out he was a fake who just looked like a famous food critic and tricked people into believing he was the real deal so he could get free food. The police arrest him and the festival has no winner.
This whole rib cook-off was for nothing.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, we had some fun, had some ribs, got to see some cops tackle some fake dude.
Michael and Logan learn to stop arguing and they all have a dance sequence, the end. Oh, also Quinn burns off Mark's eyebrows in this one. Mark is still around and he's still dating Quinn, I just don't have much of a reason to mention him. Next up, we have a two-parter episode that works as a sort of Halloween special called The Curse of PCA. Like the Spring Breakup two-parter, it was produced in a different order than the one it was aired in, but unlike Spring Breakup, The Curse of PCA doesn't feel like a season finale. It's just a side adventure that happens to take 2 parts to wrap up. And guys, it is so lame. Our journey begins with the gang studying profusely for an upcoming test. This teacher is known for his exceedingly hard evaluations, and school gossip has it that his classes are so hard they once drove a student to madness. This is the legend of Charles Galloway, a PCA student from the olden days who became so stressed out over his teacher's excruciating tests that he ran into the nearby mountains, never to be seen again. Chase is particularly skeptical over this school legend, so Logan and Michael want to prove that Charles was real. The gang decides to investigate the mountains for themselves, and Lola's new friend, a guy called Leif, says he can take them there. As an aside, Lola and Quinn met Leif because Lola was running an experiment with Quinn. They put a bowl of apples in the lounge and watched the boys eat them, because the way a boy eats an apple can reveal how good he is at kissing? They point a camera at them and analyze every bite, which feels oddly creepy for Lola and out of character for Quinn. Even if Quinn treats this as a science, the kissability of guys is not the kind of science that she is interested in. And season 1 involved a whole episode where the girls were rightfully mad at Logan for filming them and commenting on their private moments without their consent. It's weird. Stop watching the guys eat apples. Also, when I said that Leif was Lola's friend earlier, I lied. He's just some guy that she met at the lounge like 5 minutes ago. He takes them hiking to find Charles Galloway's old camp, but the truth is, he has no idea where he's going. He just said he could take the gang there because he had a crush on Lola and he wanted to spend time with her, because his idea on how to woo a lady is lying to her and then taking her to an unsafe, secluded location where the authorities can't easily reach them. But Lola falls for him, because he eat apple good. By sheer fate, the gang actually locates the place where Charles Galloway died after fleeing to the mountains post-freakout, and all that's left of the man was the old dog tag necklace he used to wear back in the day. They agree it's best to leave the necklace where they found it, but Logan wants to take it as a trophy, so he smuggles it into Zoey's backpack. This awakens the spirit of Charles Galloway, who manifests itself as a storm, striking the friends down with furious bolts of lightning. They rush down the mountain back to PCA, but Zoey gets separated from the group and injures her ankle, with the episode ending over her terrified screams for help. That's so lame. Zoey 101, the teen drama series, has an episode with an actual ghost. And the ghost looks like a fart. The next episode picks up where the previous one ended, though I don't know why you would want to watch it, seeing how the preview that they showed at the end of part 1 spoils 80% of part 2. Zoey is found by Chase, who carries her down the mountain and into PCA's infirmary. This is a moment that could have been framed as romantic, but it's presented as fully platonic, continuing the theme of downplaying their potential romance plot. Chase picks her up in an entirely practical manner, and they bicker and tease each other all the way back to campus.
Don't groan when you lift me.
I'm not used to carrying humans around in my arms for long distances.
Zoey's back at PCA now, along with the rest of her friends, and they're like the only people there. Granted, it's already nighttime, but the sun was just starting to set back when they were up at the mountain, and although they took a couple of hours to climb it, they ran down the path pretty darn fast. But just as the friends believe they are safe, the spirit of Charles Galloway descends upon their campus, wreaking havoc across their once safe academy. He causes Zoey to have vivid hallucinations. He makes papers fly around. He makes the clock glow red. He's green like a radioactive fart. He's floating there. In what is probably his meanest trick, he puts a bucket over Zoey's head and curses it so that no one can lift it off. His big revenge is making papers fly around and putting a bucket over someone's head. But when Charles Galloway finally reveals his terrifying ghoulish face, it's a guy. He's just a guy. He's not even a scary guy. He's just a regular dude floating in a fart. This episode is lame. Like I said, the preview at the end of part 1 reveals 18 of the 24 minutes in part 2, so there's not a lot of surprise there. And what we do see of part 2 is people screaming and Zoey whining.
What is happening? Are you guys okay? Not really.
Quinn tries defeating the ghost with science, don't ask, but it doesn't work out. So Logan finally confesses he took the necklace off the mountain. Everyone is mad at him, they hike back to the place where Charles passed away, and they put his locket back in its original place. They bring Zoey with them despite her injury for some reason, so I guess someone just carried her all the way up the mountain. They rush back to PCA just in time for their test, but the spirit of Charles Galloway has one final trick up its sleeve. Coming back to campus one last time, he spins the teacher really fast. and he is so spooked that he cancels the test. God, even the ending screen is lame. What is this? Why was this made? Seriously, what is this adding to the show? It's such a weird tonal shift. All of a sudden, this relatively grounded series is trying to convince us that ghosts are real. PCA looks abandoned. There is no reason for the campus to be this empty. Even if all students were inside their dorms at this point, they surely would have gathered round to see who was screaming at 10 p.m. It's like the show spent all of its budget on the glowing fart cloud and couldn't afford to pay the extras. Oh, and the reason why Zoey has a bucket over her head is because Jamie was unavailable for filming, so they used a body double and had her record her lines later. This was marketed as a Zoey 101 TV movie at some point, and Miss Zoey 101 Brooks herself is being played by a body double with a bucket over her head. You can't make this up. I didn't particularly like this episode as a child. I remember feeling like it dragged on a bit. The resolution is fairly obvious, and it annoyed me how long they took to get there. The problem is, this episode tricked me into thinking it was actually a good one because it ends with the instrumental credits theme, which charmed my brain into believing the plot itself was deep and meaningful. You put a piano tune in front of me and I buy whatever you're selling, I guess. As you might have assumed, Zoey 101 never deals with ghosts ever again. Thankfully. Let's ignore all of that lame paranormal stuff and go right back to our regular teen adventures with the Drippin' episode, which is titled after its B-plot. Michael wants to invent a new slang, so he starts saying drippin' to mean cool or awesome. Everyone else thinks this is annoying and that it will never catch on, but Michael keeps on trying. The main plot is that Logan gets a care package from Japan containing a scary movie and also a cell phone model that is illegal in the US. The boys watch the movie and Dustin joins along, but he is terrified of the film to the point where he claims he wants to leave PCA and return to the safety of his own house. The dean calls Zoey to deal with this, because calling the kid's sister is somehow more appropriate than calling his parents? Why is Zoey getting involved in this? The parents never do anything on this show, I swear. How did they even solve any of Dustin's problems in the school before Zoey showed up? Zoey agrees to humor her brother until he feels safe again, staying up all night to play board games with him and keep him entertained. The boys are also staying up, because in the B-plot, someone keeps activating the fire alarm at their dorm in the dead of night, waking them up for no reason. Okay, but if this is the B-plot, does that make the dripping thing the C-plot? I don't know. Michael's still saying drippin', by the way. Turns out, Dustin wasn't actually scared of the movie. He was just using it as an excuse to hang out with Zoey more often. This is a really sweet moment between the siblings. We usually see Zoey being overbearing, or Dustin feeling awkward that she keeps inserting herself into his business. But this time, we see that Dustin really does enjoy his sister's company, and how far he's willing to go to keep her as a strong presence in his life. While all this cutesy stuff happens in the girls' dorm, the boys find out that Logan's new phone was causing the fire alarm to go off, because it operates in a frequency that interferes with official emergency signals, hence why it was not sold in the US. Everyone's mad at Logan and beats him up. We can't have too many good things in this show, I suppose. At the end of the episode, the dripping slang has caught on and everyone's using it now, but no one knows that Michael invented it. Michael asks his friends to back him up, but Logan and Chase claim they've never heard him say that, just to mess with him. Michael was right about the process of how words get their meaning. If you make something up and get enough people to start saying it, it becomes a part of regular vocabulary. What he didn't know was how hard it is to attribute proper credit to the creator of an oral expression. This is the basis for a possible discussion on who actually created any word in human language, but I'm more interested in how many kids started saying drippin' in real life because of this plot. The next episode is called Son of a Dean, and although I don't have many memories of watching it back in the day, it became one of the most intriguing episodes on my rewatch, mostly because of the moral questions that it raises. The story begins with the girls having some issues in their dorm. Their mini fridge is too small to suit their needs, but if they want a bigger one, they have to invest in it themselves. On a more serious note, Quinn's mattress is all old and lumpy, causing her severe back pain, but she has to enter a 2-month waiting list before PCA replaces it. Zoey starts dating Lance, the son of Dean Rivers. When she vents to him about the problems her roommates have been facing, Lance uses his influence to help them out, bringing Quinn a new mattress and donating a full-sized fridge to the residents of Room 101. The girls are beyond thrilled with his kindness, and Zoey seems pretty happy with their relationship. Trouble begins when PCA throws a raffle where the winning ticket owner could get a VIP experience at a new movie premiere. They would get to ride on a limo and watch the movie in LA. Lots of students sign up, but when the winning numbers are announced, it turns out Zoey's ticket was the lucky one. Quinn and Lola suspect that Lance rigged the raffle so that Zoey would win. This accusation is not beyond reason, since he's already displayed the power of his influence before, and because he also has an exclusive ticket to the premiere, so whoever wins the raffle will get to spend the afternoon with him. Zoey is mad that her friends would just accuse Lance like that, and decides to go to the premiere anyway. While on their way there, Lance makes a sarcastic comment about how Zoey was lucky to win, making her wonder if he really did rig the raffle after all. When he admits it, she is furious at him. He questions why she was okay with him donating things to her dorm, but not cool with him making her win a contest. And she argues that the difference here is that the mattress and the fridge weren't taking anything away from somebody else, while winning the contest actually is. Which, okay, I want to unpack that for a second. The stance this episode seems to take is that special treatment is fine as long as it doesn't take something away from others. Lola and Quinn are mad because they think Lance rigged the raffle, and when Zoey sees that's true, she gets mad as well. But before that, it honestly just paints Lola and Quinn in a really bad light. They just come off as wildly hypocritical. Everything was fine when they were all getting the perks, but once Zoey is the only one benefiting from their relationship, suddenly Lance's actions are framed as corrupt. Zoey herself also stands with her friends when the truth comes to light, but I don't necessarily agree with what the episode is trying to sell us on. When Lance gave the girls a new mattress, he was kind of taking it from somebody else. It looks like all he did was make sure that Quinn jumped ahead on the waiting list, meaning that the mattress she got would have gone to somebody else if she hadn't been bumped up to the first position on the queue. As for the fridge, it's more like just a general perk of being rich. Kids like Logan were shown to bring special appliances to school, such as video games and entertainment systems. PCA will provide you with the basic room structure, but you are free to add any equipment you can afford. Giving the girls a fridge wasn't taking it from somebody else, but it was an item they wouldn't have access to if not for Lance's excessive wealth. The movie ticket falls somewhere in between. Dean Rivers was given 2 special tickets, and he offered one to his son while deciding to raffle the other. It looks like any PCA student could join the raffle for free. They weren't raising money for anything here. The special VIP ticket never truly belonged to PCA students. It was the Dean's, and he was giving it away as a perk. He could have just given both tickets to his son and let him invite whoever he wanted, which is kind of what he did by rigging the raffle. No one was entitled to a VIP ticket. It's not part of the basic student package. I guess the issue here is more with breaking a promise. The students expect the raffle to be fair, so when it turns out to be rigged, it's disappointing. Even if the ticket never belonged to them, and even if they never spent any money on this deal, it feels like something had been stolen from them. But rigging the raffle in this case isn't any more or less corrupt than making your girlfriend's friends skip ahead on a waiting list, or getting them a new fridge. It's a perk that none of the other students have access to, and the girls are only getting those things because they are close to an influential guy. It's all corruption. Special treatment is only special because you're getting something that someone else isn't. There is no distinction. They are taking advantage of Lance's privileges, getting a taste of that privileged life as well. Again, having Lola and Quinn complain as soon as they are no longer the ones benefiting from Lance's generosity comes off as really shallow. What I do like about this resolution is that when Zoey finds out Lance rigged the raffle, she refuses to go to the premiere. They have already driven all the way to LA and she just refuses to see the movie. She just goes back to her dorm. Zoey is so impulsively stubborn, and I love it when she does stuff like this. And if you think I've been rambling on about the main plot for too long, wait until you hear about the B-plot. Previous episodes have established Michael and Chase's talent for making Flash animated tunes, which they submit to a website called Toon Juice. This website seems to be a notorious platform for hosting and spreading indie animations, so getting featured is a big deal. Their adventure begins when they— Is that the iCarly camera? It is, right? It totally is. Am I going insane? A representative from Toon Juice reaches out to the boys, saying their latest cartoon was such a hit the company wants them to make more. Many more. Toon Juice is demanding that Michael and Chase independently produce 26 Flash animated cartoons in 7 weeks. That's more cartoons than the official number of episodes in Season 3 of Zoey 101. Toon Juice isn't paying them, by the way. There is no compensation here. They just showed up to 2 teenage boys and ordered them to make like a billion minutes of free content. What is this, Roblox? They say they took a full week to make their previous cartoon, so making 26 of them in 2 months is a big crunch for them. They stay up all night trying to think of new ideas, but they're quickly running out of inspiration. Annoyed at their endless chatting, Logan chimes in with an idea of his own. They should make a cartoon about 2 bowling pins being afraid of the bowling ball. Chase and Michael think it's hilarious and quickly put a tune together, which becomes an instant Toon Juice hit. The website sends another representative, congratulating the boys on their success and also informing them that they're being sued by Friday Night Live, a live comedy show which had just recently aired a sketch with the same bowling-centric idea as the tune the guys just published. So now Chase and Michael are being accused of plagiarizing the late-night show. Again, no help from Toon Juice here. They just sent a lady to tell them that they're being sued, and then she leaves. No legal advice, no financial help. The boys earned $0 from the tune and are expected to finance their way through a legal battle. Just a very healthy situation for teenagers to go through. Logan admits he stole the idea from TV, not knowing or caring about the trouble it would cause. Chase and Michael decide to talk to the manager at FNL and explain it was all a huge misunderstanding, so they sneak on the trunk of Zoey's limo and hitchhike their way to LA. When they get to the studio, they tell their story to the manager, who remains inflexible, until a random actor reminds him that FNL didn't come up with the sketch idea either. The bowling pins afraid of the bowling ball had been done multiple times before, and it would be silly to claim anyone owned the rights to make that joke. The manager drops the lawsuit and the boys are free to go. As much as I personally disagreed with the conclusions reached by the A-plot, I'm quite happy with where the B-plot ended up going. The idea that comedy as an art form is always drawing inspiration from what has worked in the past is honestly kind of refreshing. Everyone's trying to be the next new thing, when sometimes it's worth taking a look back and paying homage to or improving on what has already been done, as long as we're actually trying to evolve. I also like the lesson that owning an idea is a dumb take. Just because two people thought of the same concept for a comedy sketch doesn't necessarily mean one is copying the other, or that the two resulting products are fully interchangeable. Each is doing their own thing and adding their own spins to it, and there's nothing shady about that. This is just me justifying my long deep dive video on a Nickelodeon series, isn't it?
I also wanted to pop in and add that since I recorded this script, a lot more has been discussed in terms of plagiarism, originality, and the ownership of content. I apologize if my takes seem shallow now, but I don't want to derail the analysis any more than this tangent already has, and there are plenty of videos on the platform that discuss the issue with much better depth.
But now that we're done with the main storylines, I want to call back to that other pin I placed down in the bottle episode. Remember that one plot on that episode where Zoey had a date with a guy named Danny and then didn't manage to go on that date? Yeah, Chase had nothing to say about it. And while Zoey does manage to clear things up with Danny after she is released from quarantine, we never see her actual date. And since Danny doesn't show up again, we can assume things didn't work out. Lance, the guy Zoey dates in this episode, had never been on the show before. No setup, no foreshadowing, nothing at all. He's just there one day, and Zoey's going out with him. Has been for a while, actually. And Chase has zero things to say about it. Chase has an entire B-plot with Michael, and none of it is related to Zoey dating Lance. At most, Chase and Michael hide in the trunk of the limo that's driving Zoey and Lance to LA, but they would have hidden there regardless of who had won the raffle. Remember when Zoey had to kiss Logan in a play and Chase went ballistic over it? Remember when Zoey was paired off with some other kid for the quiz dance and Chase couldn't get over it? Zoey straight up has a boyfriend now, and Chase is barely a part of that plot. Huh. Let's move on to episode 20, Hands on a Blix Van, where people gotta keep their hands on a Blix van. Blix is this Gatorade-looking sweet drink that PCA students seem to have a never-ending supply of. The company is hosting a contest where students must keep at least one hand on a Blix-themed van at all times, allowing some short bathroom breaks. The last person touching the van wins a trip to anywhere in the world. Many students want to give it a shot, including our favorite jerk, Logan. He has come to play dirty, pretending to be injured just so he can have a chair, tricking people into untouching the van, sneezing on their hands, and even locking Zoey in a porta potty because he's a psycho who brought a padlock with him to the competition. Meanwhile, Quinn can't stop laughing due to a laughing gas she accidentally invented. This all started because she was trying to create a powerful breath neutralizer, and to test if it worked, she ate a bunch of stinky foods and made Lola keep smelling her breath, and I don't wanna talk about this anymore. People keep dropping out of the competition one way or another, oftentimes because of Logan's trickery. As they approach the 24-hour mark, only Zoey and Logan remain, both just as determined as they are exhausted. Zoey offers Logan a deal. They will both take their hands off the van at the same time, and the judge will have to call it a draw and reward them both. Logan accepts her terms, and they count down to give up together. Except Logan is the only one who lifts his hands, while Zoey keeps hers stuck to the van. She is declared the winner, and the crowd goes wild. The karmic revenge theme comes back for this one. Logan tricked a bunch of people into giving up their spots, so Zoey wins by tricking Logan. Keeping your hands on a van in order to win a trip is the kind of unhinged adventure I love watching on this show, and the sheer concept of this episode remains so iconic to me. Logan comes back with his schemes on the next episode, where he decides to host a beauty pageant called Miss PCA. Zoey and Lola both think it's silly until they discover the prize is a chance to appear on the cover of Buzz magazine, so they both decide to participate. The competition gets to their heads and they soon start to find themselves turning on each other, arguing over mindless things and accusing each other of sabotage. This escalates into a muddy catfight, where they start laughing at how dumb this whole situation is and forget all about their rivalry. This episode also contains a really cute B-plot where Quinn doesn't find Michael's jokes funny, so Michael spends his time trying to craft the perfect joke to make Quinn laugh. In the end, Quinn laughs at a simple pun he makes on the spot, and Michael considers his mission a success. Quinn later reveals she didn't care all that much for the pun, she just wanted to give Michael this victory. It's a sweet little side adventure. The girls drag Logan into the mud, just like he deserves. I don't usually like storylines where two friends start jealous fighting over a popularity contest, but this one was harmless. Logan is yet again the catalyst for our next adventure, because in the next episode, it looks like his father is finally tired of his antics. After Logan buys a crazy expensive car, Mr. Reese decides his son needs to learn a lesson and cuts off his allowance. Logan's never had to work a day in his life and is absolutely helpless when it comes to doing basic tasks like laundry or typing out essays, so his friends all try to help him out. They soon realize, however, that Logan's father had already reinstated his son's wealth, and Logan was just taking advantage of his friends by getting them to do his chores for free. They come up with a plan to prove to his father that Logan hasn't learned anything about managing his budget, and trick him into making yet another irresponsible purchase using his dad's money, reimbursing the old man later, of course. Mr. Reese sees that Logan has yet to learn his lesson and cuts him off for good. I will never get tired of Logan getting his comeuppance. Episodes like these never fail to entertain me. We have to sit through a lot of Logan being a jerk, but that just makes it all the more satisfying when the gang comes up with a clever plan so he gets what he deserves. This scheme even involved old coins, which is always a bonus for me. After a long Season 3 journey, we finally arrive at the two-parter finale for this batch of episodes, and it seems like the usual team dynamic of these notorious PCA friends is about to be shaken up. Zoey's parents come to visit her and Dustin at the campus, saying they have some exciting news. Zoey's dad has a new business opportunity in London, so the family is moving overseas. The kids are given the choice to come along for the move or to stay at PCA, with Dustin choosing the latter and Zoey feeling unsure. She confides in her friends for advice, and the gang also feels her indecision. On one hand, she would be leaving her classmates behind, but on the other hand, she would be going to one of the best boarding schools in the UK. Which is a super valid conflict and it's a super tough choice, but every now and then, the money bags on these kids it gets to me. Like, yes, Logan is rich, but Zoey's conflict in the finale is deciding between going to one of the best private schools in America versus the best boarding school in the UK. Money is never an issue for her, it just blows my mind. Chase wasn't in the room when Zoey had this conversation with the gang, and she comments that it's a good thing, because she has to prepare herself for talking about it with him. After all, Chase is her best friend, and it's his opinion that she values the most. Zoey's friends agree and encourage her to talk to Chase, with a bit of a selfish motive behind it. They are certain that Chase will ask Zoey to stay, and Zoey will follow Chase's request, so they don't have to worry about making their case and seeming needy by asking her to stay. The news of Zoey's potential move spreads around pretty fast at PCA, since she is the protagonist, and by the time she gets a hold of Chase, he had already learned about it from someone else. He is very upset that Zoey didn't tell him first, in a classic case of misunderstanding. He assumes Zoey must not care about his opinion at all then, and he acts pretty dismissive of her when she tries talking to him. Chase assumed Zoey had already made up her mind, worst of all, without consulting him. So when Zoey comes to talk to him, he doesn't think she is asking for his honest opinion. He thinks she is just there to tell him that she's moving away. He can't even look her in the eyes and bitterly tells her to just go for it and leave. Zoey reciprocates the bitterness, deciding to leave after all, since apparently this is what Chase wants her to do. This announcement comes as a huge shock to her friends, but they ultimately respect her choice. She still has a few days left to go at PCA, and Chase spends that time ignoring her. When Michael tries to talk to him, he refuses to open up. By the way, don't you just love it when there's a scene of people playing video games and the actor was instructed to look like they were really playing, so they just start pressing random buttons? Chase's actual gameplay consists of walking in a straight line, but he is key smashing that controller like his life depends on it. What is it about having to pretend we're doing something mundane that suddenly makes us forget how to act normal? When it's time to say goodbye, Chase is nowhere to be seen. The gang shares some tearful hugs and words of sincerity, but there's a somber tone to it all, far from the closure they all wished for. At nightfall, Michael confronts Chase once more, who is still pretending not to care. Michael asks how can he be so cold about Zoey leaving, and Chase snaps at him, saying he's just repaying the favor. If Zoey didn't care enough to ask for his opinion before deciding to leave, then he wasn't going to care that she was leaving. Michael reveals that Zoey hadn't made up her mind when she went to talk to Chase, and if Chase had told her to stay, she would still be on campus. Chase realizes he's been acting like a jerk and frantically tries to call Zoey to explain himself, but it's too late. The plane's already taken off, and it looks like she's gone for good. With this heartbreaking cliffhanger, there's nothing left to do but rush to the next episode, which starts off with Chase having an online video chat with Zoey, their first real conversation since he dismissed her and told her to move away. As soon as she connects, Chase apologizes and explains himself, saying he only acted like he did because he thought Zoey didn't care for his opinion. Zoey is having none of it, calling him out for never even bothering to hear her side of the story, and for him flat out refusing to say goodbye, which, yeah, go off. Chase was her best friend, and he was acting like a total jerk. Zoey deserved better, and they both know it. Chase keeps apologizing, and Zoey eventually accepts it, but says she can't go back to PCA now, since she's already gone through with the move. He asks if they're cool now, but Zoey doesn't seem very happy upon replying and hangs up their call. The rest of the episode is honestly kind of boring. Since Zoey moved out, Stacy moves in as Lola and Quinn's new roommate and makes their living situation pretty hard with her lack of social etiquette and cotton swab obsession. Chase out of nowhere starts hanging out with this girl named Gretchen, despite her being rude, insensitive, and sometimes flat out gross. He's clearly only doing it because he misses Zoey, and even starts trying to shape Gretchen into Zoey, making her wear her key around her neck and dragging her to all the places he used to hang out with Zoey at. To help drive the point home even further, the other characters say Gretchen even looks like Zoey, and I don't get it. Like, she doesn't not look like Zoey, but I don't see it? I'm very bad with faces, okay? But even Quinn calls the show out.
She's blonde, insanely pretty. She looks like Zoey.
See? She's just blonde and attractive. That's all it takes. I'm just saying they could have tried a little harder to find a Zoey lookalike. Both Chase and a casting director. Michael and Logan hold an intervention for Chase, saying he needs to admit he's only hanging out with Gretchen to get over Zoey, and that he has to face his true feelings. He keeps claiming he doesn't miss Zoey, but his friends know better. What pushes him over the edge is Logan threatening to destroy a stuffed giraffe that Chase got from Zoey, saying that if Chase doesn't care about her, then he won't care about the toy getting damaged. Chase reluctantly agrees, but when Logan follows through with the threat, Chase slams him into the wall in a raging frenzy. He falls down defeatedly onto the floor, finally admitting his true feelings. He not only misses Zoey, he is in love with her. He has loved her from the moment they first met, and he doesn't think this feeling will ever fade. This is the confession that all of these episodes have been building up to, and it's so satisfying to see Chase being so open about his feelings for Zoey. It's just a shame that she's no longer there to hear him say it. Or so everyone thinks, but a webcam malfunction recorded all of that interaction and transmitted it live directly to Zoey's computer, who watched in awe as her best friend confessed loud and clear that he is deeply in love with her. The drama, the heartache, the cheesiness, it's the confession we've been waiting for since episode 1. It's the closure we came so close to getting before that tech mate fell into the fountain. It's exquisite. It's fine art. The one thing dragging this down for me is how dull the rest of the episode was. Sure, we gotta hammer in the fact that Zoey's friends miss her and that life was better when she was around, but the stuff with Stacy feels really mean, and the stuff with Gretchen is boring and predictable. Not only that, but 95% of this plot was spoiled by the previews at the end of the last episode. They show Chase apologizing, Stacy moving in, Gretchen being gross, the boys staging an intervention, the webcam streaming it all. Literally, the only thing this preview doesn't spoil is Chase's actual love confession. Look, I get that the whole anti-spoiler culture can be a very annoying aspect of current media discourse, and I myself support the theory that the journey is more important than the destination. Even if I learned how the episode ended before seeing it, I would still go watch it, because I wanted to know how we got to that ending, and experience the narrative for myself. If knowing how an episode ends ruins the story, it's because the story wasn't worth it to begin with. And this episode was not worth it. It's really just a slog to get through until you reach that final confession, because you know it's coming. But you also know every beat that's gonna take place before we get there, and they're not particularly interesting to watch. But with that, we end Season 3, fading to black on Zoey's surprised face and playing the instrumental version of the credits, which is how you know you've just watched some hard-hitting stuff. Now that we've reached the end of Season 3, I think I want to discuss the issue of production order versus the airing order of the episodes. I've touched upon this subject before when it was relevant, such as the case with the Season 2 spring breakup arc. If you'll recall, the two-parter was produced last, but it didn't air last in the season, even though it's clearly staged like some sort of finale. Throughout my discussions, I tend to follow the airing order, deviating from it whenever necessary. What I don't think I've managed to make clear though is how scrambled up Season 3 feels when you compare the sequence of production and the sequence of premiere. They never mixed the episodes up to the point of ruining continuity per se. The episode where Michael meets Lisa aired before any of Lisa's subsequent appearances, for example. When Quinn mentions Zoey should start wearing her key on her neck again, Zoey doesn't show up without it, even if she wasn't wearing it in the first episodes of the season. Even The Curse of PCA was produced much earlier in the season than when it actually aired, further cementing it as just a side adventure instead of a massive event. But especially now that we've reached the end of Season 3, I think this information helps exacerbate the feeling that this season felt almost inconsequential? No, that's not the right word. It's not filler either. It's just chill. Season 3 feels chill. Let me tell you something. I got the files for Season 3 from a completely legal and legitimate source. Of course, officer. No one would ever get media files from a source that was not official. And even though the files were named in the order in which the episodes aired, the names were all wrong. The files themselves followed the order of production. I was too lazy to rename the files myself or to blindly search them one by one multiple times so that I could find the one I was looking for, so I just hit play and watched it all in production order. The first 2 episodes were the same, of course, and the finale 2-parter still came at the end, but sandwiched in between, it was all just a mess. Save for a few coincidences, the production order and the airing order did not match at all.
In case you were wondering, aside from the 2 first episodes and the 2 last episodes, the only episodes where the airing and the production order coincide are episode 3, 15, 16, 19, and 20. Aside from those ones, every other episode is in a completely random order and there doesn't seem to be a lot of logic behind it.
When I decided to make this video, I figured I should probably give the 3rd season a proper watch, in the order it was aired on TV. Again, the first and last episodes were mostly the same, but the rest was a very mixed bag. And you know what changed? Nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, I lied. One thing changed. If you watch the episodes in production order, then there are a few episodes where Zoey is wearing her key, even if the episode where Quinn tells her to wear it again had yet to come. But by Page at PCA, the one episode where Zoey's key is actually acknowledged by the plot, Zoey had already decided to start wearing the key again, both in the production and in the airing order of the episodes. That's it. A costume detail. It does show that the quote-unquote official order of the episodes is the airing one instead of the production one, but if you're like me and you get a batch of episodes that are all scrambled up, it matters so little you won't even notice the difference. Maybe the word I was looking for really was inconsequential. It's funny to say this, considering it was the biggest season so far, and also given how important the finale was in terms of the overarching plot. But when I look back at all the storylines we followed, it becomes clear how episodic this show can really be. I think this strikes me harder on Season 3 because, again, of the relationship between Chase and Zoey, and how a lot more focus is put on their friendship rather than Chase's crush on our protagonist. Not counting the finale, the only moments I would consider relevant for their romance are Rebecca's initial distrust of Zoey because of how close Zoey was to her boyfriend, Chase feeling uncomfortable at the thought of Zoey and Logan dating, and one more short moment at the beauty pageant episode where Zoey steps out of the room in a nice dress and Chase feels smitten for a second. Compared to previous seasons, it feels very subdued, which again isn't necessarily a bad thing. I wonder if this was a writing decision made out of fear that the old will they, won't they tension would become tiresome if it was kept as a constant, so it was toned down. But perhaps it came not from a creative choice, but simply from a lack of interest on the writer's part. Like, the audience is already hooked, so they don't have to invest as much in the romance anymore. And to be fair, Zoey 101 has very little romantic connection between the members of the main cast. Compare this to other teen dramas where everyone was constantly dating everyone. We've seen Logan make a few comments on how Zoey secretly wants to kiss him, but that's just because he's a jerk. Also, for how much Logan brags about how irresistible he is rarely seen hooking up with any girls. The only constant admirer he has is Stacy in Season 3, which is framed as pathetic. Both because it's Stacy, who the show has already declared to be officially uncool, and also because Logan is clueless and self-absorbed. Logan might have had something with Dana, but the character left the show before the couple had any chance. Michael liked a girl or two until he fell for Lisa. Quinn has had the steadiest relationship of all, being with Mark since Season 1, but as a couple, they are very tame, even keeping kissing to a minimum. Back in the beginning of the show, Nicole was framed as boy crazy, but that often did her more harm than good. Lola took Nicole's place in that sense, since in this season, Lola was the one often expressing interest in guys and exploring a few crushes. She even thought she could give Chase a chance, but backed off when she realized he wasn't interested. In fact, I think Lola has the highest score in terms of the number of different romantic relationships in the show. But even then, none of it ever breaks the status quo. She goes out with a guy for one episode, and then he is never seen again. Chase dated Rebecca, but decided his friendship with Zoey was more important. Zoey had a very quick thing for lifeguard Logan, but that ended. And here, I call back to another pin from the bottle episode, and say that Zoey had a date with a guy called Danny, which is Zoey's first time being realistically invested in a guy since her quick crush on Logan during season 1. After that, Zoey dates the Dean's son, and Chase doesn't say a thing about it for the entire episode, instead focusing his attention on his legal battle against Friday Night Live. Who's meowing? Who's meowing? Who's saying meow? You wanna be in the video? I wanna be in the video. Come here. Zoey 101 could be a shipping show, but it isn't. It's riding on the hype for one ship, which isn't even heavily featured during the majority of the episodes. When Chase got a girlfriend, it was a big deal. It was resolved very quickly, but it's still a massive event. When Zoey gets a boyfriend, it's to have a moral discussion about corruption and privilege, and the boy is gone for the rest of the series. Rewatching the show after so many years, this comes as a shock, but also not entirely so. I remembered Zoey 101 for two things: the relationship between Zoey and Chase, and the crazy PCA antics. Keeping your hands on a Blix van, taking a personality test to find your dance partner, getting revenge on Logan, joining the wrestling team, and sure, even hunting ghosts every once in a while. Those adventures may or may not involve advancing the Zoey and Chase ship, but it was always on the back of my mind. I just hadn't fully realized how much it was in the background for the show itself as well. Which, again, does not diminish the friendship between Zoey and Chase in any way, shape, or form. The duo works so well because they sincerely care about one another, each wanting the other to be happy. Even their fight at the finale fits their dynamic. They have been shown to get mad at each other over miscommunications before, assuming what the other was thinking before seeking an explanation. Arguments are a part of any relationship, and in their case, it feels accurate to their characterization rather than contrived. And for every argument, there's a moment of them just being selfless in the name of the other, helping each other out, lifting each other up. Whatever nice guyness Chase had, it's completely gone by now. He does stuff for Zoey because he loves her, romantically or not. And Zoey pays back the favor not because she owes something to Chase, but because she loves him too. But now, Zoey knows. Chase made a full, honest confession, admitting he's had a crush on Zoey since the moment he first saw her. There's no going back, no repressing those feelings, no pretending they're gone. No fountain, no new girlfriend, no miscommunication. It's what had been promised but never delivered. Not until that point. Where do we go from here? Season 4 starts with Zoey returning to PCA and meeting up with her old friends, who are more than delighted to see her. She tells them of how the webcam in the boys' room streamed Chase's confession, and how she came back to talk to him. The girls are excited to learn that Zoey now knows what everyone knew, but they seem oddly invested in keeping her from talking to Chase. Hijinks ensue as they try to stop Zoey from reaching the boys' room, and when she does, we discover the tragic reason why. Zoey came back to PCA to be with Chase, but Chase had moved to England to be with Zoey. It takes us 10 minutes to learn this. I get this is a huge revelation, but my, does this episode stall. There's pointless chit-chat when Zoey tries to tell her story, there's a lot of running around when she tries reaching Chase, and when the pair is about to talk through video chat for the first time, their friends keep interrupting the talk for quick silly reasons. When they do get to talk though, it's pretty cute. They calmly discuss their feelings and figure out what to do next. Chase is pretty sure he's in love with Zoey, and while Zoey says she doesn't know if she feels the same, she says she wants to find out. She can't move back to the UK, and Chase can't go back to PCA until next semester, so they agree to try long-distance dating for now. They go on a video sushi date, but they run into too many issues. The time difference is a lot, Chase's roommate keeps yelling at him for video chatting at 3 in the morning, the internet connection is too unstable, and even though they're both trying their best, it's just too hard to make this work. Chase and Zoey agree to wait until they can both be physically in the same place before giving their romance a fair shot. Chase wonders what will happen if they meet other people, but Zoey comments that they've dated other people before and that didn't stop them from getting together now. Chase says he loves her and Zoey says she loves him too, turning off her computer, and the episode ends. What sticks with me the most in this episode is how effortlessly Zoey and Chase were able to hold a conversation during their first date. Despite exploring a new romantic territory, they're both at ease with each other, and the complications in their relationship come from external factors rather than their own feelings. It really gives you the idea that, if they were in the same place, maybe they could have worked out. I also like their agreement to wait a semester without a ban on dating other people. I think this comes down to personal preference, and the right course of action will vary from couple to couple, but there's something sweet in Zoey and Chase's trust in the potential of their relationship, to the point where they know it's not about exclusivity, but their tendency to wind up together in the end. This could have been a cheap vehicle for uninteresting drama, like if either of them fell for somebody else and then felt guilty about it, or maybe they get with someone else and the other person sees it as cheating. There's a market for this sort of thing, of course, but I'm not part of it. I like it that they're keeping things casual here. My main complaint, aside from the stalling in the first half, is that the ending of the episode is rather abrupt. They say goodbye, Zoey turns off the computer, and that's it. We don't get a quiet moment of self-reflection, a hopeful or perhaps even somber look from our protagonist. We don't even get the instrumental credits theme. That's it, we're done, on to the next one. Like, come on man, at least give us a little atmosphere. Chase's absence continues to be felt on the next episode, where Michael is lying on the couch, listening to sad music and working on a drawing of himself and Chase frolicking together, which feels like the appropriate reaction for Michael, because he's been Chase's male bestie since day one. Logan tries putting a positive spin on the situation and thinks of ways to spice up their room, such as by adding a hot tub now that they've got the extra space. The only problem is that they can't keep the bedroom with just 2 residents, so the PCA housing office will send them a new roommate soon. Michael and Logan build a fake Chase out of a mannequin in order to gaslight the housing lady into thinking that Chase never left PCA, and she's just confused. Look, there's Chase over there. He never transferred out. Quit being crazy. They succeed for a while, but a dog puts a stop to their scheme.
Fake! He's a fake boy! Nope.
Now they're bound to get a roommate, but that's a problem for a future episode. Before we get to it though, I have a small confession. What I've just described is the B plot for this one. The main plot involves Coco, the girls' dorm advisor, so you can see why I'm not all that enthusiastic about it. Coco is nervous about her upcoming performance review with the dean because she knows she is terrible at her job.
She took that group of 6th graders on a camping trip and lost 2 of the boys.
They found them?
Yeah, 2 weeks later huddled together in a freezing cave.
Zoey suggests doing something nice for Dean Rivers before the evaluation to soften his act and clean up her image a little bit, like bringing him a present or doing something he likes. Zoey 101 is telling you to bribe the authorities. Coco thanks her for the advice and eats a bowl of hummus with her hands. I'm already tired of this one. The next time we see Coco, she says she called the dean's wife and found out he loves lions. So she rented out a living, breathing, real-life lion and put it in his office. Dean Rivers has a heart attack upon seeing the beast and Coco gets fired. Just a very normal day at the Pacific Coast PCA Academy. A while later, Stacy walks into the room. What is that on Stacy's shirt? That is terrifying. Stacy introduces the girls to Mira, their new dorm advisor, bragging about how she met her first. Mira seems like a competent, pleasant, very functional human being. In other words, a drastic change from what they had before. Zoey feels a little guilty over getting Coco fired since it was her advice that made her put a lion in the dean's office. She learns that Coco now works as a ladies' restroom attendant at Verano, a local fancy restaurant, where she can be found bothering the patrons by making way more small talk than you're willing to have in a bathroom and sniffing people to guess what they're eating. She tries to play it cool when Zoey visits her, but the truth is she's lonely and miserable and drops her act pretty quickly. Half out of guilt and half out of pity, Zoey ropes her friends into getting signatures from other PCA residents in favor of bringing Coco back. Unsurprisingly, no one signs their petition because, unlike Coco, Mira is actually good at her job. Zoey gives up on her mission and instead turns her attention to another problem at the dorm. A lot of girls have been complaining that their stuff has gone missing. Happy that they now have a DA who can help them with their issues, the girls try talking to Mira, but discover her office is filled with all of the items that have been stolen. When Mira is confronted about this, she breaks into tears and admits that she struggles with kleptomania, which is framed for laughs. Dean Rivers fires her on the spot and gives Coco her job back instead of trying to find someone who isn't severely emotionally unstable, because God forbid a competent adult watch over the PCA female dorm. Coco continues to cause trouble in episode 3, named Alone at PCA. The students get a week off school in the middle of the semester and they are each planning a special trip, with Zoey's gang claiming Coco is taking them camping. A very unwise decision given what happened to the 6th graders Coco took camping before. Their trip doesn't seem to be happening though, as Coco runs through campus in a wild crying fit, lamenting over how her boyfriend broke up with her after she stalked him and accidentally injured his mother. So now she has to drive to his hometown and win him back. I say the kids dodged the bullet, but they're still upset over their trip being cancelled, especially because PCA is going to be otherwise abandoned. The dean suggests they put a fun spin on things and have fun on campus, since they have the space all to themselves. The gang proceeds to play games on the field, sunbathe, watch cartoons together, and overall have a great time. Meanwhile, there's a recurring gag where Stacy is sitting on the curb waiting for her parents to pick her up for her skiing trip, but her ride takes longer and longer to show up. The main event here is that someone smashed the dean's golfing trophy, and since Michael and Logan accidentally destroyed the cameras while playing hockey in the halls, they are the perfect suspects. They are placed under dorm arrest and must prove their innocence, otherwise they're going to be expelled. The rest of the episode turns into a whodunit as Zoey and the girls investigate the case of the smashed-up trophy. I'm usually a fan of these detective-inspired episodes, but I don't think they did a very good job here. Quinn and Mark take to forensics, which means Mark gets injured by science, while Zoey and Lola investigate the suspects. Lola wants to have a good cop, bad cop thing going on, but she takes the role way too seriously and keeps yelling at people, creating a very loud and unhelpful investigation. So, not unlike a real cop then. I guess she really is the perfect actress. Quinn confirms the dents on the trophy were made with a hockey stick, meaning that Logan and Michael are looking guiltier and guiltier. But Stacy, who was outside all night waiting for her parents, saw the groundskeeper walk into the building where the trophy was being held, pinning him as the main suspect. As it turns out, the groundskeeper had been a student at PCA back when Dean Rivers won that trophy in a school tournament, and he's still holding a grudge over losing that competition. They fight it out and have so much fun beating each other up that they become friends. Also, the groundskeeper speaks with a very heavy Irish-inspired accent, and I'll give you one chance at guessing the name the writers gave. It's Seamus. Of course it's Seamus. It's always Seamus. I think another fault of the failed whodunitness of this episode is how the girls only interview two suspects, the groundskeeper and the lunch lady. There's not much in terms of clues or fun dialogue tidbits that lead you to a conclusion. The audience never gets a chance to play along and investigate the mystery. Overall, this episode feels confusing. It's called Alone at PCA, and you think the main plot is going to involve the gang being, well, alone at PCA, which they barely are because the staff is still there. And then it turns into a mystery story, and there's no reason this mystery had to happen while they were alone at PCA. Zoey 101 has the capacity to pull off a whodunit. I've seen them solve mysteries before, but this isn't it. Also, the whole time, I thought the payoff for the recurring bit with Stacy was that she was going to wait patiently on the curb no matter how long her ride was taking to arrive, and then when she finally gets fed up and walks away, her parents would pull up and be shocked that they can't find her. I was sure that's where it was going. It would be a predictable gag, but it would work, given how Stacy's usually involved in some unlucky predicament. But no, the joke is that her parents hate her and they never came for her. She waits there all week and then the episode ends. There's even a side gag about how she tried to call her parents but found out they blocked her number. The mystery doesn't work, the jokes fall flat. Moving on. Episode 4 is the next step on Michael and Logan's roommate journey as they discover the housing office assigned a student named James Garrett to their dorm. The boys are pretty upset as this means they will never get to have a hot tub again, and because they automatically assume James is going to be a nerd. By the way, when we flash back to them having fun in the hot tub, it's just a clip of them throwing spaghetti at each other. You know how it is with spaghetti. They start making fun of James for being a potential nerd, again without even knowing the guy, but little do they know a certain someone is listening to their conversation. Danifer.
Don't lie to me, Jennifer!
The last pin from that season 3 bottle episode. There he is! It's Danifer! The wrong Danny Dustin found while searching for Zoey's date. Except he's not the one-joke tiny cameo Danifer. He is the new recurring character James Garrett. They just used the same actor. Completely recycled the guy. This isn't some story contrivance. Danny didn't change his name to James or something. It's just, this is James now. It's like Danifer never existed. This comes across as odd on a big rewatch like this, but I don't think many teens were confused by this at the time. I don't think people looked at James and thought of that one guy who shows up for one joke during that one random episode. But still, this is my video, and I get to poke fun at it. When Michael and Logan find out their new roommate is not some nerd, but instead a standard good-looking dude, they don't know exactly how to feel. Michael is afraid James will steal all the ladies, and Logan doesn't want anyone as pretty as himself hanging out with him, so they're not quite ready to befriend James just yet. All the girls immediately start falling for James, and they become even more obsessed when a rumor starts circulating about him dating Zoey, who really has been the only person so far who's tried to be his friend. Zoey is upset over her newfound fame and tries talking to James about it, though he also has no idea how this started. James moves out of Logan and Michael's room because the boys have been treating him really horribly so far, and he doesn't want to stay where he's not wanted. He tries moving to the only available room left, but it's pretty unfit for living. Michael recognizes he's been acting like a jerk and invites him to move back in, admitting he was only lashing out because he misses Chase. As for the rumor that Zoey and James were dating, turns out it had been started by Logan, under the assumption that if the girls thought James was taken, they would stop fawning over the kid and look to Logan instead. Upon learning about this, Zoey and James hatch a plan to kill the rumor once and for all. They call PCA News to walk into the men's bathroom while Logan is showering and threaten to expose his underage naked body on live campus television unless he confirms Zoey and James are not dating. Okay, hi. What the heck is going on? I'm all about Logan getting his comeuppance, but no. Just no. No, let's not. No, thank you, no. Logan admits he started the rumor and the gang leaves him alone, but not before flushing one of the toilets, making the shower water get scalding hot. James is messed up, man. He walks along the campus with Zoey and they've been getting along pretty well. So much so that they realize they might have feelings for each other, both leaning in for a kiss and exclaiming, "Oh my god," before kissing again. Cut to credits. Like, it's weird that they had to go to Logan to end the rumor, right? Why couldn't PCA just believe James and Zoey when they said they were not in a relationship? But to put Logan through all that, only to realize you might as well start dating? Come on. I'm Team Zoey, but come on. God, the next episode doesn't get any better. Okay. Dustin gets a job as Logan's assistant/errand boy, meaning he has to be readily available to tend to Logan's every request. Zoey thinks this is a bad idea, but Dustin thinks it's good money. Dustin gets caught up bribing one of Logan's teachers into giving him an extension on a paper and doesn't answer his phone right away. So Logan sends him an unreasonably angry voice message, calling him an idiot for not showing up. Zoey gets furious when she finds out and wants to get back at Logan, so James posts the voice message online, making it go viral. All of PCA hates Logan now, and the audio spreads so wildly it even reaches national television. Dean Rivers starts getting blamed for Logan's behavior, since he technically allowed for this stuff to happen on campus, and he forces Logan to take anger management classes, lest he be expelled. And when Logan's anger management peers find out he was the one behind the voicemail, they, you guessed it, get pretty angry at him. In the B-plot, it's revealed that Quinn doesn't like nuts, so when she eats chocolate-covered nuts, she sucks out all of the chocolate and spits the nut into a little bowl. Later, Lola then gets to the dorm and decides to watch some TV, and since there's a bowl of peanuts next to her, she starts eating the peanuts, not knowing they were the same nuts that were sucked clean by Quinn a moment ago. Quinn sees her eating the nuts but is too embarrassed to say anything, so Zoey's the one to tell her, and I don't want to discuss this one anymore. Logan doesn't want to take anger management classes any longer, so he calls his dad for help. Mr. Reese strikes a deal with Logan's anger management teacher. If Logan can go 2 weeks without getting mad or yelling at anyone, he doesn't have to take the classes anymore. To make sure Logan's not lashing out, his teacher has to follow him around campus and spy on him day and night. Oh, so we're going back to this one? Okay. Lola has been giving Quinn the silence treatment over the whole peanut thing, and she says that she will only talk to Quinn again if Quinn drinks her spit. Quinn almost does it, but Lola stops her, claiming that the mere fact that Quinn was willing to do it shows that she cares about Lola's feelings. And they leave the room to hang out together. Logan's friends are annoyed that the boy's father bailed him out of trouble again, so Zoey comes up with a plan. All they gotta do is piss Logan off so he yells at someone. Zoey clips Logan's art project to a bunch of balloons, ruining his chance of passing his art class, but just as Logan is about to burst in anger, he sees his teacher watching from a distance and calms himself down. The same thing happens later on when Zoey and Dustin pour honey on Logan's scooter. The teacher signals for him to calm down, and so he does. Zoey and James have one last trick up their sleeve. They throw one of Quinn's paint bombs inside Logan's room, spraying him with several dozen colors of pigment. As he steps out of his room, it looks like he is about to scream, but he takes a deep breath and thanks his friends for making his life more colorful. Upon hearing this, his teacher concludes that Logan has fully learned to control his temper and that he doesn't need to take anger management classes anymore. It looks like Logan's won, but as soon as his teacher steps away, Logan yells at full volume, claiming he will make Zoey pay for the damage she's caused. His teacher then moseys on back, revealing he'd stepped away to make sure Logan wasn't just waiting for him to leave before yelling again. This means Logan has to keep taking anger management classes, where a bunch of angry people get angry at him. We all know Logan can be an entitled, self-absorbed, spoiled brat. Yelling at Dustin over being slightly late was way over the line, and people are right to call him out on this behavior. The fact that Logan frequently gets out of trouble or manages to skip punishment altogether thanks to his rich daddy's help is another nail in the coffin. But there's a difference between verbally berating a 12-year-old boy for not doing your chores fast enough versus getting upset at someone for damaging your property and ruining someone's things because they yelled at your brother when you know they can't even fight back. Isn't revenge, it's just bullying. Sure, Logan might have just been putting on a respectable act when his teacher was around, but he was actually controlling his emotions. It might not be how he truly wants to react, but he's doing it. He's managing his anger. Training yourself not to yell during practical situations is way more useful than being screamed at by a dozen different angry people. And even this anger management course is ridiculous. In each situation, instead of rightfully calling Zoey out for her behavior, Logan instead just forces himself to take a deep breath and put a positive spin on his situation. This isn't anger management, this is just bottling your emotions. Logan had a right to be mad. Perhaps he could have discussed the matter without yelling, talking to Zoey as a peer and telling her she hurt his feelings. But pretending that everything's fine is not helpful, healthy, or even fair. And the stuff Zoey does is just mean. She ruined his project, she vandalized his scooter, she blew paint up on his room. That's not even Logan's private room, his roommates have to deal with the mess too. Sure, James was in on the plan, but what about Michael? Again, I'm usually team Zoey, but not like this, man, you gotta try harder. In episode 6, Quinn is trying to snuggle it up with her boyfriend, but Mark doesn't seem very into it. When Quinn asks what's wrong, Mark says that perhaps it's time they take a little break from their relationship. Quinn thinks Mark just needs a little guy time and that they'll be back together soon. But her illusions are shattered when she sees him out on a sushi date with some other girl named Brooke. Quinn is furious and starts having a little misogyny moment as she hella judges the girl for wearing quote-unquote skimpy outfits, saying she's probably dumb and that Mark is just into her for her looks. Okay, calm down, Quinn, I'm not taking your side on this one. Quinn is not dealing with the breakup very well and seems very hung up on the fact that the girl was hot. And Lola says that sometimes guys can really fall for someone's looks, thinking that's all they want in a relationship. So Quinn hatches up a plan. She's gonna look so hot. Zoey tries to talk her out of it, saying that's not the way to get attention from guys. Except the guys actually seem really into this new Quinn. She tries to seduce Mark back into her arms, but Mark doesn't see the appeal. He thinks Quinn looks unnatural in those clothes because they're not really her style, and states that he is dating Brooke because the two of them had really connected. So now, Quinn's looking all hot for no good reason. She's got no man and no closure and no hope. She mopes around on a campus bench, and Logan, of all people, stops to ask what's wrong. Quinn explains him the situation, and he's kinda nice to her, despite his Loganness.
We all know you're weird, but you're smart, you're pretty, and you're kind of fun. Thanks.
A jerk with a heart of gold. Even Logan questions why Quinn is dressed differently, and makes her feel better by saying he prefers her original style. And then they kiss. Oh, interesting. The B-plot in this one is that there's a horse who follows Michael around, which to me is a nightmare scenario.
No!
This episode is not the kindest one, not gonna lie. It does get a little mean towards girls for no reason. I do like the fact that Mark wanted to break up with Quinn because he was really vibing with this other girl. I think this was the best move for everyone involved. I mean, Mark was never the world's most caring boyfriend, and he wasn't giving Quinn the attention she wanted. Mark is kind of posed as this quiet, even off-putting guy, but Brooke is the third girl he's managed to date throughout the show. Even Logan couldn't do numbers like this. Speaking of Logan, I'm not against him dating Quinn. It comes a bit out of left field, especially because Zoey 101 in general isn't one for pairing up the characters like that. But Logan did learn his lesson. He made fun of Quinn in the past, and then he stopped doing it. He was nice to her, and she was into it just as much as he was. I know I'm being very biased here, but I think they're cute. I want to see how it plays out. So let's go to episode 7, where Michael is hanging out with James.
I will strike the cue ball, which will then roll at high speed toward this rail right here.
I'm so bored.
You will never be Chase. Zoey soon shows up to tell the boys about the charity walkathon that Dustin will take part in. Lola asks about it, and Dustin explains that all she has to do is give him money for walking, and then the money goes to charity. Lola thinks that's a neat idea and pledges $30. Meanwhile, Quinn and Logan start dating in secret. They sneak around PCA, hiding behind bushes and passageways, and they're just cute. They're cute together. They get together to be cute. Look at them. They're nose kissing. They're adorable. And the best part is they're hiding out because each of them is embarrassed to be seen dating the other. Quinn doesn't want to be seen dating a jerk, and Logan doesn't want to be seen with a nerd. Aw, it's mutual. I'd say Quinn has a thing for dumb guys, but I don't think any boys out there are smarter than Quinn. Lola is horrified to discover that when she pledged $30 to support Dustin, she had vouched to give him $30 for every mile he walked. And Dustin has managed to walk 20 miles, meaning Lola now owes him $600 instead of a mere $30. How long is 20 miles anyway? This boy is a walking machine! Lola begs Zoey to help her, and Zoey annoyedly agrees to go to the charity office and explain the situation to the man in charge.
And you'll fix it? Yes, I'm Zoey. Are you new?
The negotiation plays out like every single mafia movie I've ever watched, and by that I mean the one opening scene from Rugrats in Paris where they parody The Godfather. The charity guy is super mean and scary and tells Zoey that she has to show up with the old $600 or else. Meanwhile, at PCA...
Think about it. Bicycle. First of all, it sounds cold because it's got icicle in it.
Yeah. What else you want to talk about?
Chase would have agreed with Michael right away, you stupid, useless rebound. Logan and Quinn are scared that Michael might have seen them hugging, so they stage an argument in front of him to convince him that they still hate each other. But Michael just thinks that they sound like an old married couple, which is not helping their case.
Well, that didn't work at all.
Nope.
Want to go make out?
Absolutely. Open.
Why am I rooting so hard for these two? I'm losing my mind. Zoey, Lola, and Dustin try hosting a bake sale to raise money, but Coco steals all of their pies because she is an irresponsible, immoral adult who should not be trusted as a dorm advisor, and they only make about $90. The charity mafia shows up, and the kids are super scared, thinking they're gonna be sleeping with the fishes, but really, they just needed to fill out a form explaining the confusion. These guys look scary, but they're actually super nice. They even teach Lola how to knit. It's not even a creepy scene, it's just really sweet. Logan and Quinn decide to come clean with Michael, confessing that they are dating in secret. But Michael starts laughing because he finds that idea that ridiculous, and assumes the reason why they've been sneaking around is because they're planning a surprise party for him. They continue to be cute in secret. I like the development of Quinn and Logan's relationship, but the stuff with Zoey and the charity mafia was kinda boring. But the ending was super sweet, so I can't be mad about it. Episode 8 is titled Vince is Back, and it's the episode where Vince is back. Yeah, Vince Blake, who cheated on a test and then beat Chase and the boys up because he got caught. The episode even has a little previously on Zoey 101 moment in case you forgot who Vince was. The real story starts off when the gang's eating lunch.
You're lame.
You're dumb. Leave him alone.
Yeah, Lola, only Quinn can bully Logan for being stupid. Michael is spending his lunch break walking around campus when he comes across a terrible sight. Vince Blake, academic cheater and best friend beater, is back at PCA. When the gang finds out, Zoey and the girls demand that Vince remain banned from PCA, but the dean assures them that Vince is a different person now. He's been through a lot of therapy and the school decided to give him a second chance. But while the physical wounds inflicted by Vince have healed, the psychological ones are still fresh. Michael and Logan are outraged that Vince is allowed to stay and plan to get revenge.
Outraged!
Me too.
Calm down. Have some Dravicino. Good girl.
Hey James, could you maybe not make this weird? Instead of revenge, the word the boys use is comeuppance, which I have been using to describe the acts of karmic justice that usually befall bullies in the show. Vince hurt the guys, so now the guys wanna hurt Vince. It's a bit delayed, seeing how Vince left the school like a whole year ago, but revenge is a dish best served with ice cream or whatever they say. They try serving Vince some exploding coffee, but it blows up on Mark's face instead. They try hitting him with a catapult, but they miss the mark and hit the jeans' cheesy bake oven. Don't ask. To make matters worse, Vince really seems to have changed. He's charming, polite, he takes responsibility for his actions. He says he's sorry for beating the guys up way back when, and that he's already been expelled over it. He served his time. And he's different now. Even the girls think so. Actually, Lola might even be a little smitten, but Logan and Michael are still not convinced. They need Vince to suffer. Their next plan is to trick him into stepping on a trigger platform, which will make him get covered in mustard. Vince almost falls for the trick, but the gang warns him that it's a trap set up by the boys. So Vince voluntarily walks over to the trap, saying that if this is what it takes for him to be forgiven, then so be it. The platform fails to trigger, and he even yells for Michael and Logan to come over and make it work. He apologizes to them, saying that it was wrong to hit them, and that he's worked really hard on himself so he could be a better person. He even tells the boys that they can hit him for real. Punch him, kick him, whatever will make them feel better. Michael and Logan give in, realizing that Vince really did change. They shake hands and say it's all cool. And, in true karmic fashion, the trigger finally works, and the boys get covered in mustard. I really like this plotline. I was already a fan of the original episode, and how real the moral sounded to me. Sometimes, doing the right thing means getting hurt in the name of your principles. I totally get the gang's grudge against Vince. He was a bully. What he did was totally uncool. But I also love it how Vince's return teaches us that people really can change. There is no trick here, no last-minute twist. Vince changed for the better, and now he's nice. I especially appreciate PCA giving him a second chance. He had been rightfully punished by being expelled, he learned his lesson, and now he's nice. I really relate to Michael and Logan here. It's hard to forgive someone who has hurt you. Their comeuppance plans seem petty and silly, but they feel betrayed by how Vince is suddenly welcomed back after what he did. Realizing a person has changed for the better is something that I really struggle with, and it's nice to see the boys let go of their grudge and welcome Vince into the group. Who knew living vicariously through fictional privileged teen boys could count as therapy? I also appreciate Vince's attempts to make amends. Even as most of the gang agrees that Vince has suffered long enough, he still goes out of his way to reconquer Michael and Logan's trust, and his honesty and vulnerability here are pretty heartwarming. Ending on that high note, let's move on to episode 9 called Dinner for Too Many. Logan and Quinn are still dating in secret, which includes a lot of sneaking around and waltzing romantically in the janitor's closet. And that's cute, but Quinn still wishes they could go on a real date for once. Logan then takes her to Vaccaro, the fancy restaurant where Coco had to work after being fired, since it's so expensive that no regular PCA student could afford to eat there. Can you hear my voice giving out? I have been recording for a month. Meanwhile, Zoey is dealing with a similar issue. Michael and Lola keep asking to join her dates with James, and James is too polite to say no, so a picnic for 2 quickly becomes a picnic for 4. Zoey wishes they could just be alone for a while, without any of their friends hanging around. And so, James takes some of the money that he has been saving and treats her to a fancy dinner at Verano. As luck would have it, the two couples are seated side by side and they can't change their tables. Logan hides away in shame as he sees Zoey and James approaching, making it look like Quinn has ordered 5 lobsters to eat alone. This is very awkward for everyone. Quinn tries creating a distraction so Logan can leave, but Logan is interrupted by a phone call from Michael blowing his cover. Logan pretends he's there to get a souffle for Michael, Quinn invites them to stay and eat some of her lobsters, and soon Michael and Lola show up because they want to eat the souffle while it's hot, oblivious to the weird commotion that's going on. Looks like this dinner for two just became a dinner for too many. Ah, that's the title. Lola and Michael have awful table manners, Quinn keeps sharing weird science facts, Logan is acting like Logan, and Zoey is not having a good time. She talks to James about how she's been feeling frustrated that the two of them can never seem to get some quiet couple time. And James says he understands, but this dinner's already ruined, so they might as well have some fun with their friends. Things start to go well, but then the gang spots a man who they recognize to be Carl, the unstable boyfriend of their even more unstable dorm advisor Coco. Carl seems to be cheating on Coco with another woman, so Lola and Quinn go there to give him a piece of their mind. Turns out that woman is Coco, who is wearing a disguise because she was banned from Verano after getting in a fight with the manager shortly before she was rehired by PCA. The manager, however, overhears them talking and attempts to kick Coco out of the restaurant. There's also a joke about how the manager likes to use the women's bathroom because the men's bathroom doesn't have lollipops. And there's also a joke about how he inexplicably adds the letter P to people's names. And there's also a joke about how he is acting like a subdued, flamboyant gay man. And at this point, I'm very tired and I don't want to talk about any of that. Also, his actual job title is technically maître d', but I'm calling him a manager because that's easier to pronounce. The dinner is now double ruined, and it just turned into a kerfuffle. On the next day, Michael and Lola come to apologize, saying they didn't know they'd been butting in so much, and that they didn't mean to ruin Zoey and James' special night. Zoey tries telling them it's okay, but they pick her up and drag her to the volleyball court, where all of her friends had organized the private lunch date for two, so she could finally have some alone time with James. Just as they start eating though, the volleyball team shows up and informs them that they need the court to practice, but James and Zoey refuse to leave. The episode ends with them sharing a nice, romantic meal while the volleyball team practices around them. As a kid, I always found this episode fun. It might be the one from season 4 I remembered the best from way back when. The premise is the kind of comically unfortunate situation that of course would befall a sitcom character, and while I do feel Zoey's pain throughout the episode, it is made better by the sweet gesture from her friends at the end. Lola and Michael are a bit of a highlight in this episode, in a way that I'm still debating whether or not I should call out of character. Both had been shown to be a bit of an airhead in the past, but this storyline takes them to a whole nother level. They are straight up oblivious. They're not even being mean by butting in on random dates, they really just think they're having a fun, friendly time. I also find it funny how the episode presents Michael and Lola as a package deal. It's not like Michael tries hanging out with James while Lola keeps stealing Zoey away. No, Michael and Lola are just together. They butt in on the date as a unit. It's the first time the show has depicted them as being straight up inseparable, which again matches the previously established fact that they are friends, but it had never been taken to such a degree. It is especially funny because, at this point in canon, both Michael and Lola are dating other people. Michael is still together with Lisa from season 3, and Lola has been dating Vince since the last episode. And yet, Lisa and Vince are nowhere to be seen. Lola and Michael are presumably perfectly aware of the need for intimacy that sometimes comes with a romantic relationship, but they still have no idea how much they are inconveniencing James and Zoey. I also find this episode relevant because it's one of the very few where the main plot focuses on romance, and a successful one at that. I mean, the dates are going horribly, but that's not the couple's fault. Zoey 101 is not a very romantic show. and even when it does tackle a stable relationship, it's still full of comedy and wacky situations. But even when the main plot is clearly driven by romance, it still feels subdued. We have Quinn and Logan, who are very romantic and lovey-dovey, but only when they are hiding, and that's the joke, you know? How they have to pretend to hate each other in public, being meaner to each other than they were even before they started dating. But then there's Zoey, who wishes to be all lovey-dovey, and James, who is trying his best, but ultimately fails to give Zoey what she wants. He can't say no to Michael and Lola, who end up tagging along in their dates, and even when Zoey vents to him about how she's frustrated over their failed restaurant date, James argues that things aren't so bad. She wanted a dinner for 2, but she got a dinner for 6 with her best friends. Even Michael and Lola, who have dates, don't bring them up at all during this episode. Dating takes a backseat to friendship, which is a funny idea when so much of the show is already focused on friendship. It's like what little wiggle room they had for romance was overshadowed by hanging out with friends. But at the same time, I do like how drama-free the friends are. Once they understand that Zoey needs a little more romance in her life, they are happy to provide. They recognize they are wrong and try their best to make things up for her. We love to see it. As a final nail in the coffin, Zoey refusing to move her table like 5 steps to the left so the volleyball team could practice is the stubbornest cherry on top of this already very wacky cake. She dines in chaos and she wouldn't have it any other way. Let's move on to episode 10, called Trouble is Brewing. I lied, it's actually called Coffee Cart Ban, but it should have been called My ID. The episode starts with James trying to understand how Quinn is able to knock people unconscious by pinching a specific part of their shoulders, a move which she had demonstrated before on the show. In order to better demonstrate it, she casually applies the pinch to random passersby, who fall helplessly through the floor. Everyone is okay with this. They run into the dean, who is promenading with his phone-obsessed wife, but a rushing mob of desperate teens informs them that the local coffee cart is having a half-price sale on all items, prompting Zoey and the gang to make a run for it as well. At the coffee cart, the baristas are trying their best to keep up with demands, but the kids are going wild. Lola accidentally steps on the brake lever, and I guess PCA is secretly the steepest academy in America because that thing starts rushing through campus like there's no tomorrow, despite the ground looking as flat as a pancake. The cart runs over the dean's wife, cause she be on that phone, and the dean announces he is banning all coffee carts on campus, meaning the kids can no longer get their oh-so-precious knockoff Starbucks. In fact, if you are caught drinking coffee from any source at all, you will be in big trouble. In response to the coffee ban, Logan and Michael open a clandestine coffee shop inside their dorm room, but since they have no competition, they charge outlandish prices. Zoey and the girls refuse to pay Logan's prices, but they are out of options. That is when Quinn remembers her uncle has just gotten married to a woman who owns a coffee shop in Seattle, prompting Zoey to wonder,
You think she'd send us coffee?
By which I guess she meant send us coffee, a coffee machine, jugs, cups, an espresso machine, trays, donuts, muffins, a blender, a trendy counter, tables, chairs, and a dorm that's just suddenly become big enough to house all of that plus 20 or so customers. I get Logan getting all of that stuff, because he's rich and has no limits, but wow, Quinn must have a very generous new aunt. Either way, the girls' coffee shop is an immediate success. They charge half as much as Logan, they are much more well-equipped, and much nicer too. Meanwhile, back at the male dorm, the boys wonder why they lost all of their customers overnight, until a fellow student tells them about Zoey's new shop.
James, did you know about this?
Sure.
Logan immediately calls the dean, telling him that Zoey is selling coffee over at her room, but Michael is still loyal to his other friends, and runs to tell James about Logan's phone call. James warns Zoey ahead of time, and they commence Operation Hide the Coffee, where everyone miraculously hides all signs that the room ever hosted a coffee shop. By the time Dean Rivers arrives at the scene, it looks like the students are running a peaceful book club.
And so the people rejoiced and feasted upon the blessed fruits.
Or should I say cold? Zoey thinks it's risky for them to set the shop back up just yet, but that doesn't mean Logan's getting away that easily. With the help of Quinn's Zapper Watch, they poke laser holes into the coffee cups of Logan's customers. Instead of being booming with customers, the shop is now booming with trouble. And customers. Very troubled customers. Logan gets busted for his bootleg operation, but the girls get busted for zapping him. At the dean's office, he yells at the kids for disobeying his orders, to which Zoey argues that none of the students at PCA thought it was fair of him to ban coffee in the first place. The dean isn't interested in hearing about it, instead choosing to investigate Quinn's zapping machine, which zaps open a latch that revealed the dean's own coffee machine. The jig is up. Even the dean couldn't cope with his own ban. He tries to sweep things under the rug and tells the kids they can all pretend their conversation never happened, but the kids threaten to call PCA News to report on the dean's coffee reveal, and so the dean finally caves in. He makes a formal announcement lifting the coffee ban, and the whole campus rejoices. This episode feels so good to watch. It's peak Zoey 101. Opening an illegal coffee shop inside your dorm room to evade a campus-wide coffee ban, and then competing with another illegal dorm room coffee shop, rushing in at the last moment to hide all evidence that you were in fact running a coffee shop, bringing down the system by exposing its own hypocrisy? Delicious. Incredible. Couldn't have done it better myself. There's something so magical about this. None of it makes any sense. The dorms are way too small to feasibly support this operation. There is no way you can set up and then hide a coffee shop in such a short amount of time. The length these kids go to for coffee is wholly unnecessary. Seeing high schoolers crave coffee like alcoholics during the prohibition is pretty laughable too. Like those freaks wouldn't get their caffeine fix from drinking their weight in Red Bull. But it's not about the logic. It's not about the caffeine or the cart accident or the logistics. It's about the shenanigans. It's about the idea that you can trick adults right under their noses and hide away the evidence at the last second. It's about student solidarity. It's about running the coffee shop of your dreams. I love it how each character gets their little moment. I love Logan and Michael joining forces to break the rules, like how they did when Chase moved away. I love Logan being a jerk and charging way too much for coffee just because he can. I love Michael still respecting the girls too much to let Logan get away with ruining their shop. Jane's is there. I love Quinn using her crazy science for the sake of her group. I love the sheer protagonism of the gang, running the only 2 clandestine coffee shops. Lola is also there, and I love Zoey. I love Zoey deciding she won't have any of Logan's crap. I love her deciding to lay low after they're almost busted because things are just too risky. I love her looking out for her own and taking charge like that. At the dean's office, there's a moment where he stops his yelling and asks the kids what they have to say for themselves, and they all look at Zoey because they know she is the only one who can speak up for them. And she does. It even has Logan getting a karmic comeuppance. He charged the former coffee cart barista too much for a coffee, so after the ban is lifted, the barista charges Logan too much for coffee too. And Logan pays up because there's no way out. It's cathartic. It's directly related to Logan's past actions. Why is this episode so good? Why am I so excited over it? Let's leave it on that high note and move on to episode 11. The students are very bored during a physics class because the teacher cannot find a way to relate the subject to things that are part of the student's universe. Quinn suggests he explain kinetic energy through the example of a roller coaster, and James suggests they all take a field trip to a local amusement park to see it in action. The teacher is reluctant, but the class hypes him up, so he agrees to the idea. Everyone's looking forward to it, except for Michael, who confesses he has always been afraid of roller coasters. Logan makes fun of him, but Lola gets him to shut up by biting his ear so hard his earlobe starts bleeding. You go, girl. Michael already feels pretty embarrassed by his fear, but things get worse once Logan tells the rest of PCA about it, and every boy on campus starts making fun of Michael. Like, every boy. Not one nice boy around.
James, I think he's about to kill me.
Hang on, I'm organizing this playlist.
Michael is now torturing Logan as revenge, but Zoey tells him to let the boy go, claiming that if Michael is so afraid of roller coasters, all he has to do is face his fears. That way, he will have nothing to be embarrassed about anymore. The gang straps him to a roller coaster simulator designed by Quinn, but even the fake thrill of a coaster is too much for him to handle, causing him to have a terrible panic attack. It looks like he won't get over his fear that soon. On the following night, he talks to his girlfriend Lisa about it, and she tries to comfort him a bit, saying that his fear doesn't make him a bad person. But just then, a spider enters the room, and Lisa screams for a passerby to get rid of it instead of turning to Michael, because in reality, she does find Michael to be a bit of a wimp now that she knows his secret. They have a fight over it, as Michael refuses to be with someone who thinks of him as less of a man. Michael keeps moping around, and Zoey tells him to get over it. She claims that what makes Michael a wimp isn't his fear, but his refusal to face it. With that, Michael agrees to go to the amusement park before hours and face the roller coaster at last. He starts panicking once again once he's strapped into his seat, but Lisa shows up for moral support, and he gathers the courage to go through with it. As the coaster starts rolling, Michael screams in absolute horror. But then, he loves it. Yeah, roller coasters are great. He's smiling and cheering and having a great time. Back at PCA, the kids are watching a concert. Yup, they sure are. They are watching a concert. Jamming to the music and... yeah. Did I mention this goes on for a minute and a half? Zoey and Lisa meet up with their friends and say that Michael is still at the amusement park, living his best thrill-seeking life. The end. Okay, so this episode is dumb. I don't have to be the one to tell you that having a fear of roller coasters is absolutely fine, right? It's such a non-issue. Roller coasters are known as a thrill ride for a reason. If roller coasters were boring, nobody would care about them. Roller coasters are popular because they make you experience extreme sensations. The wind against your face, the higher than average speed, the sinking feeling in your stomach as the track drops, etc. It's not for everybody, but some people really enjoy it, myself included. I love a good coaster. But like, it's fine. You don't have to enjoy it. It's not even a matter of survival. You might as well spend your entire life without ever having to step foot on a roller coaster. Even Michael doesn't have to do it. The episode starts with the teacher saying they're gonna ride one, but the episode isn't about that. The field trip is never shown. And even if it was, Michael could just tell the teacher he didn't want to do it and sit this one out. But no, the episode is about how everyone thinks less of Michael because he's afraid of roller coasters. And they do think less of him. Lisa thinks he's a coward, even if she won't admit it. Every boy on campus makes fun of him. Logan won't leave him alone. Even the theme park employees make fun of him. Zoey is usually posed as the voice of reason in situations like these, and while she isn't bothered by Michael's fear itself, she is mad that he won't face it. Even though he tried to, and it didn't work out. She will not be satisfied until he gets fully rid of his fear. Nobody forces Michael to go on a roller coaster, but like, they kinda do. They won't stop bullying him until he does. Isn't that the plot of every anti-drug PSA out there? Don't we teach kids to resist peer pressure? I feel like I've seen a story like this in countless other kids shows. Kid doesn't like a thing, everyone pressures them into trying the thing, and then it turns out they do like the thing. I guess we're trying to teach kids to take a chance on new experiences and find out more about themselves. But that's a terrible way of teaching it. What if Michael didn't enjoy the roller coaster? What if the ride ended and he was still locked in a panic, like when he tried the simulator? Do you think the rest of PCA would leave him alone? So yeah, I'm taking issue with this. My rant is warranted. The way we treat other people's fears is not cool. You should never force a person to do something completely optional that they don't want to do. especially not when it sends them into a panic meltdown. Leave Michael alone! On a different note, I don't know if you noticed, but this is all of the episode's focus. There is no B-plot. There's a running gag about whether or not a duck would make a good pet, there's an inexplicable concert at the end, and that's it. Those are all of the things in the episode that are not related to Michael's fear of roller coasters. Was the show running out of ideas? Did they really think this story was that massively important? Also, I'm gonna give you a hint as to what show Nickelodeon was trying to promote at the time.
Hello?
We get it. It's Big Time Rush. But enough with other shows. Enough with boring plot lines. Enough with Zoey 101? Yeah, it looks like we only have 2 more episodes to go. And they're both part of the same double feature saga known as Chasing Zoey, the official finale of Zoey 101. But before we get to that, I want to do my Season 4 notes and retrospective here, just because after the finale, I would rather focus more on just those 2 episodes, and then jump into comments about the full series. So, Season 4. Chase isn't there! This sucks! It was clearly not a plan. This was just not how the series was supposed to go. You can tell the people are making do with what they have, and I appreciate them for it, but boy, it really shows. In real life, Sean Flynn, who played Chase in the show, left the series because he wanted to focus on his education, which is super fine and totally okay. He later stated in an interview that he regrets his decision a bit, like maybe it wasn't the right call at the time, but there was no way for him to know that, and his cause was valid at the time for him. I'm just glad he didn't leave because he was bullied relentlessly by the rest of the cast or something. It's fine, he left on good terms. But that was not the original plan for the show. There's no solution for that. Some shows go according to plan and some don't. Sometimes you have to deal with unexpected turns of events backstage and make do with what you've got left. In this case, they were left with Zoey, who is the most important member of the Chase and Zoey pair after all, because the show is named after her. So what do we do with Zoey? We give her a guy. Enter James. James is not Chase 2.0. He at least has that going for him. They did not recast Chase and didn't just give his character to some other dude. James is his own person and the show fully owns it. So what is James's character exactly? James is not part of the chaos. He watches the chaos from a distance, but he does not start it and he does not fix it. He is going to survive PCA and that's it. The boys have this weird grudge against the former student who just returned? Fine, none of his business. His roommates aren't happy with his company because they miss their old roommate too much? Alright, he'll move to a new dorm. Yeah, it sucks, but he's not gonna stick around where he's not wanted. His friends keep interrupting his dates? It's a friend date now. He's not gonna start a fight. Zoey is worked up about some PCA problem? Here, sip your Javachino. Good girl. But James is not a peaceful guy. He mostly stays out of conflict, but when he joins it, he is bringing a gun to a fist fight. Logan started a rumor about him? Okay, let's expose his underage naked body to the entire campus unless he gives in to our demands, and then shower him in scalding water even after he surrenders. Let's destroy his room and reverse the effects of his therapy. Let's burn this place to the ground. There's no way to know what Chase and Zoey's relationship would have been like had Chase stayed at PCA. But given how Season 4 gives Zoey way more romantic plots, it might be safe to guess that maybe they would have gone down the same path if Chase had been there with her. But simply putting Chase in the place of James during these episodes wouldn't work. James is too passive and Chase is too neurotic. Those characters would not react the same to those situations. With the exception of Dinner for Too Many. I think the episodes still would have played out exactly the same if Chase was there instead of James. James didn't blow off Zoey's friends because he chooses to stay out of conflict, but Chase also would have been unable to say no because that's just the kind of guy he is. except James doesn't seem that upset about the whole situation, and Chase would have been absolutely screaming and dying and freaking out inside. I do give the writers credit for making sure James was his own character. He just has the very unfortunate mission of filling out a hole that was too massive for anyone but the boy who left the show. No character could have been the new Chase. Through no fault of his own, James also wasn't. This also takes us back to the first episode of the season, where Chase and Zoey agree that it's okay if they end up dating other people before they can get back together again, since this has already happened and it still wasn't enough to cancel out their relationship. It was a mature choice for the characters and also a nice choice from a writing perspective, because James doesn't have to deal with the drama of being a rebound. Zoey can like James, and that's okay, because Chase and Zoey had agreed it was okay. This gave James the freedom to not only be himself, but also to just be there. He is not Chase. He is not Michael's best guy friend. He is not Zoey's closest person. He is just some guy, and that's all he ever needed to be. As for the rest of the supporting cast, we also have an issue with Lola. They didn't know what to do with her. In Season 3, Lola had fully grown into her role as a theater kid. She practices for auditions, she puts her acting before her friends, and she uses her talent to manipulate situations to her favor. She had some leftover meanness from the Dana era at first, but she was able to grow into her own character in time. Except in Season 4, she's just there. She becomes an airhead.
You think a duck would make a good pet?
Her drive is gone. Her relevance is gone. She doesn't even try to fill the space Nicole left and become Zoey's bestie. At times, it seems like Zoey is more friends with Michael or Quinn than she is with Lola. As a kid, the Lola era was my favorite, because again, I thought Dana was kinda scary. I think everyone just decided Victoria Justice had a certain allure to her, to the point where it was enough to just have her be there, even if her character wasn't particularly compelling. She later went on to have her own show, so she was clearly liked by... she was liked. That was enough. I might be coming on too harshly here. There's nothing wrong with Lola, but she really wasn't doing it for me this season. There's a bigger elephant in Season 4's room though, something that had been building up in the previous seasons and that only now fully reached its peak. The hotification of Quinn Pensky. By the show's standards, in Season 4, Quinn is hot. Like, officially hot. Not quirky hot or hot by comparison. She is standardly, purposefully, canonically hot. Again, by the show standards. Don't go taking this out of context and saying I'm being a creep about a kids show character. According to the language of Zoey 101, as a TV series, we are meant to read Quinn as hot. This does not come with a loss of intelligence. She is still as smart as ever, but she is dressed and portrayed in a conventionally attractive way that she wasn't quite allowed to reach in the past. She also becomes more socially adept. She doesn't struggle with personal space anymore, she's a more active participant in conversations and less often used as the butt of the joke. She gets to have a quote-unquote normal boyfriend, unlike the equally socially challenged Mark, again by the logic of the show. Quinn Pensky becomes officially hot. And Stacy Dilson becomes the new Quinn Pensky. Stacy is painted as ugly in the same way that Quinn is now painted as beautiful. She is nerdy, but not in the smart way, just in the way where she has an extreme interest on a particular subject, a subject that is seen as uncool by others. She is socially unaware, she is rejected by the other kids, and this is the most important thing, she does not deserve your sympathy. People are mean to Stacy in a way they were never mean to Quinn. Quinn was always seen as one of the guys. A bit of a secondary guy, but still one of the guys. Sure, people didn't always understand Quinn's quirks, but when they joked too far or laughed too hard, The episode made sure to show us that this is wrong. Making fun of Quinn was compelling, but wrong. Stacy is not given the same mercy. She is not one of the guys. There is no consequence for making fun of her. Nobody ever feels bad about it. You don't have to feel bad about it. She is ugly, she is kinda weird, and she cares too much about those stupid cotton swabs and keeps talking with that stupid lisp. Not even her parents like her. So it's okay to make fun of her, right? It's okay not to care, or worse, enjoy not caring. It's okay to keep her trapped in the bottom of the social pyramid, never given a chance to climb upwards. She will always be the weird, friendless, unwanted loser, Stacy Dilson. I can't talk about this right now. I'm coming back to it later. It's time we move on to the final storyline, the last of the shenanigans, the ultimate conundrums. Hearts will shatter, kids will scream, emotions will soar. It's time for the two-parter finale, the end of season 4, and the end of the entire show. It's time for Chasing Zoey. Zoey runs into James, Lola, and Quinn while they're playing a game called Shock Roulette. Everyone sticks their finger on a silvery round device, and one of those players will get a horrible electric shock. Except for the rare occasions in which all 4 players get a shock. I can't quite explain it, but teenagers would go crazy for this in real life. Zoey tells the gang that she's got a job working at a fabulous hotel in Hawaii for the summer, and she can invite some friends to come along. So she invites James, because she's got a crush on him. But then James invites this other friend, who then invites this other friend, who then invites this other friend, and when Zoey gets to the hotel, she finds out that all of her class at PCA is working there. And then— no, wait. I'm describing High School Musical too. Zoey says she can bring a friend, but Lola and James already have summer jobs, so they can't come. Meanwhile, Michael's showing off his new car to Lisa, a vintage model with a stick shift, which Michael cannot drive. But he intends to learn before the prom, so he can drive Lisa to the party. Oh boy, a prom episode! I sure hope the final dance involves like 12 kids awkwardly dancing in a blue curtain hellscape. Quinn and Logan are also having prom troubles. They can't take each other to the prom since their relationship is still a secret, but they keep taking issue with the people that each of them end up inviting, because they get jealous over their partners taking a hot date to prom. They agree that they can only take a date that has been approved by their partner, and then they go make out in a closet. At night, James interrupts Zoey's cross-series promotion to tell her that he no longer has a summer job, since the uncle he would be working with ended up selling his hardware store. This means James is free to go to Hawaii with Zoey, and she is thrilled by the news. To sweeten the deal even more, James gives her a present, a golden necklace in the shape of a heart. Zoey feels quite flustered and asks James why he is giving her a gift all of a sudden, and he tells her to read the inscription on the back of the necklace. Engraved in the metal, there are the words, "I love you." Zoey is left speechless over it and doesn't share the same excitement as Quinn and Lola when she tells them about it, because she's not 100% sure that she feels the same way about James. Her friends conclude that she is suffering from "I love you" shock, a perfectly normal condition that is going to pass sooner than Zoey thinks. The next day, Quinn and Logan are scouring the campus for potential dates, but they can't get each other to support their picks. Quinn then suggests they pick each other's dates, as it seems to be the only solution. Meanwhile, Michael is getting Mr. Miyagi'd by this random Asian man, who is teaching him how to drive a stick shift by making Michael mix some tuna salad and use his naked feet to make grape juice, which the man then drinks. Directly from the source. It works! He can drive a stick shift now. Lola is in charge of the prom, but that subplot doesn't matter because she just delegates her tasks to other people. Mostly Stacy. James is trying to find Zoey, who seems to be avoiding him. When they finally get a chance to talk, he doesn't get much of a reaction from her, but she is definitely being cold towards him. As we shift to the afternoon, Quinn has decided on which girl Logan is asking out to the prom. Stacy Dilson. He invites her with visible disgust on his face, and picks out a date for Quinn that seems twice as cruel. Dustin. No. Nope. No. No. Dustin only says yes because Quinn is friends with Zoey, but he couldn't care less about the prom. Haha, wow. This is weird. In all fairness, everyone thinks this is weird. Quinn doesn't want to do it, Dustin doesn't care, Logan only made Quinn do it because this was the worst scenario he could possibly imagine, but no! Hot tip, guys, don't. Do not. Get me out of here! James comes visit Zoey in her room and asks if she wants to break up with him since she's been acting so cold. Zoey says she doesn't want to hurt him, but she doesn't know what to do next either. They agree that things had been weird between them since before James gave her the necklace, but Zoey can't say exactly why. She just feels like there's something in the way. James says it's okay and reiterates that he really does love her, be it as a boyfriend or as a friend. Zoey appreciates his kind words and attempts to give him the necklace back, but James tells her to keep it and gives her one last kiss on the cheek before leaving. James and Zoey are officially over. Let's see what the audience has to say about this. Yeah. Can I get a who cares? Come on, nobody was banking on James, right? He's fine, sure, mostly harmless, but come on, the boy never stood a chance. All things considered though, I do think their breakup is very sweet. James sensed something was wrong and offered Zoey an easy way out. There's no hard feelings, no petty drama, and they still love each other, even if it is as friends instead of romantic partners. I like it how James tells Zoey to keep the necklace, because the message in it is still true. The breakup scene is the end of part 1, and I'm surprised the episode ended with the breakup, instead of leaving on a cliffhanger, for example, by having the credits roll right after James asked Zoey if she wanted to break up with him. It would be a bit of a cheap shot, but hey, it's television. But if the show didn't leave us hanging, then I won't either. Let's make our way to part 2. The next episode starts with the girls getting ready for prom. Lola rightfully takes some jabs at Quinn for choosing to go with Dustin, and Quinn is trying her best to make it seem like that's not the creepiest idea in the world. Vin shows up to tell Lola he's made a reservation at a fancy restaurant so they could have a nice dinner before prom, and he assures Lola that they will get to the party on time. Zoey then comes in and slumps onto the bed. Her friends try to cheer her up, but Zoey's just not having it. She doesn't want to go to prom, she doesn't know why she's been feeling so upset, and she still hasn't figured out what was standing in the way of her feelings for James. It's time to head to prom. Stacy is very excited to go with Logan, who seems less than enthused. Michael successfully drives his stick shift to the venue, much to Lisa's surprise. The local nerd gang is walking to prom with no dates, but they mistake a tiny explosion caused by Quinn for the end of the world, so they run off to the woods. As one does. Dustin gives Quinn a ride on his bike, and Quinn complains the whole way there. When he parks the bike, Quinn falls off the back, and instead of helping her up, Dustin just keeps laughing at her. Annoyed by his childishness, Quinn pinches him to sleep and goes to the venue with Michael and Lisa. Yeah, okay, taking a middle schooler to senior prom was a creepy move, but leaving him unconscious on the tarmac is really not helping. Quinn and Logan meet at the prom and promise to sneak out and meet each other, but Stacy is very adamant to spend every moment with her date. Back at PCA, Zoey is pretty much the only student who is not attending prom. I feel kinda bad for her, but also, she's being kind of a mood right now. I was never much of a prom girl myself, and I feel like I also would have stayed back drinking knockoff Gatorade. Having finished their dinner, Vince and Lola are in a cab heading towards the party, but the driver is having a fierce argument with his wife and walks away in frustration mid-ride, leaving the two kids stranded on the side of the road. And if I'm not showing the driver's face, it's because I'm sparing you. Back at the party, Quinn and Logan are both dancing with their dates. Good thing Dustin didn't die in the parking lot back there, but they would much rather be dancing with each other. Michael won't stop talking about the mysterious old man who taught him how to drive a stick shift, but Lisa doesn't think the man is real. Vince and Lola have to get back to PCA on foot, taking a shortcut through the woods, where they run into the local nerd gang, who is shocked to find out the world did not end, and even more shocked when Lola mentions that Zoey broke up with James. They all run back to PCA, wishing to be the next person to ask Zoey out, and Vince and Lola follow them since they seem to know the way. At PCA, Zoey is walking through the empty moonlit campus, as if in a completely different universe from the one where the prom is happening. She gets a phone call from an unknown number and smiles at the familiar voice as she picks up. Chase is calling her for some casual catching up. He senses that she's upset, and Zoey admits that she hasn't been having a good week, though she still can't tell exactly what's bothering her. She tells Chase that she stayed on campus while the rest of PCA is at prom, and when Chase asks why, Zoey says it's because she didn't want to go by herself. To which Chase replies, "Turn around." And when Zoey does, there he is. And then he falls over. He gets up, trying to salvage whatever coolness he still has, and then falls over again. Zoey rushes to his side, tending to his bleeding arm, and as they lock eyes with one another, it finally happens. Zoey and Chase kiss for the first time. And the second time, right after that. Back at the prom, the kids are— Nope, okay, I'm not over that scene. I could never be over that scene. 4 whole seasons of build-up, and we are finally here. Appropriate reactions to this include screaming, crying, more screaming, dying, coming back to life, and screaming once more. It's the finale of Zoey 101. From this point on, it's happy endings all around. Logan and Quinn loudly profess their love for one another, running into the only arms they had wished all night to be embraced by, kissing passionately on the dance floor. Stacy flees in despair and runs into Michael's car, which unexpectedly, but miraculously, knocks her lisp straight out of her mouth.
I'm gonna be seriously sore.
Michael reunites with his guy best friend, the one and only, the dude who has vibed with him the most. And they jump in absolute glee as Zoey announces Chase and her are dating. Zoey invites Chase to work with her in Hawaii for the summer, promising a whole new world of fun in the sun, the two of them together at last. Lola and Vince arrive just in time for the next song, and they all celebrate together. And they dance, and they dance, and they dance, and all is well. All is fine, as it always will be. Zoey 101 finally comes to an end. I want to share a couple final notes on the finale, starting with the fact that I don't remember watching it. I remember the ads for the finale. That scene with Zoey seeing Chase for the first time was used as a bumper, and I remember that playing all the time, but I don't remember the finale at all. As much as I loved Zoey 101, I was surprisingly bad at keeping up with it. I don't know, somehow it just eluded me. Zoey 101 was the kind of thing that, if you were lucky, you would catch it, but if you weren't, well, too bad. And I was aware of the concept of TV schedules, okay? I had rituals. Every Friday night, I would come home from school, have dinner, and then sit in front of the TV to enjoy a delicious episode of 31 Minutos. And for a very blessed time in Brazilian TV history, they also played 31 Minutos for another hour on Sunday evenings. When Avatar: The Last Airbender was coming out, I watched that thing religiously, and I knew exactly when it was on. I kept up with premieres, finales, marathons, reruns. I got my dad to download the final season before it even got dubbed. And you know what was also on around that time? Zoey 101! But I swear, I can't remember ever sitting down to watch a new episode of Zoey 101 on purpose. It was just something the television gods chose to bless me with every now and then, and season 4 got the worst of it. My sister was way better at this than me. My memories of the finale are actually just memories of her telling me what happened in it. I remember being very confused about James at the time, like, who is this? Where's Chase? And then my sister would tell me that the actor left the show and that Zoey was dating James now. Lord knows how she got that info, I just believed her. I mean it, I had no memory of Zoey getting that necklace from James. But I do have very clear memories of my sister's voice telling me that happened. I don't think this was my first time watching the finale. I think I must have caught it on TV at some point when I was older. I distinctly remember some episodes from season 4, like the one with the coffee ban, or the restaurant dates, or Logan's anger management. But the episode with James's introduction? It's just not a thing. Though I think I must have seen it. I'm very good at knowing when I never watched an episode, like with the Silver Hammer Society. I think most of season 4 to me was just very unremarkable. And I don't think I am alone in this. The end of season 4 was not the end of Zoey 101. But before we get to that, I'm gonna talk about some minor stuff just to get it out of the way. Throughout all seasons, there are some recurring side characters who remained mostly the same. The local nerd gang are nerds. Kazu changed actors but remained the same character. Mark broke up with Quinn, but he was still the same deadpan, slightly odd fellow. Rebecca is recurring, but I'm putting heavy air quotes here because after her balloon revenge episode, she was never mentioned again and didn't get developed any further. Then there are other side characters that I didn't focus on, but they're definitely there. The coffee cart barista is always the same guy. Coco has a cousin who's a little person, and he was the roller coaster operator and also a part of the plot to convince Michael that he was crazy. There's a gym teacher who is mean, there's the anchor for PCA News. Yep, they are there.
There is also a recap clip show episode that I completely forgot to mention, and that's both because I think it's very boring, and I also don't consider it to be canon, because it's clearly there just to be pointless filler. So that's that. Some characters were introduced once and then never brought up again, which is a shame because I thought they were interesting. Miles Brody, the eccentric intellectual from Robot Wars, is never seen again after this episode, and I think he still had potential. It's kinda weird that the Dean had a hot son that was never mentioned before his debut episode and then is never mentioned again. Then there's that girl who steals Zoey's backpack design, and she could have been a nice recurring girl villain, but she is also completely dropped. Even worse, that girl was named Stacy, and then they recycled the girl's name into Stacy Dilson. It's like they really wanted a recurring character named Stacy, but dropped the ball the first time, so they had to try again. As for the finale itself, it's really good. I love this finale. It's everything I could have asked for. Too bad it was completely discarded years later. Remember that episode with the PCA time capsule? Exactly 10 years after it came out, a video was posted online showing a bit of a continuation for that plotline. Chase is sharing a burger moment with a blonde girl. He hands her a clam, which contains a ring, and he gets on his knee ready to propose.
So, Alyssa.
Before he can finish his proposal, however, Michael storms into the restaurant. It looks like the boys haven't seen each other in a while. Michael seems to be covered in dirt, and that's because he was just digging in the dirt for buried treasure. And that treasure is the DVD Zoey recorded in the time capsule episode.
Disc rot is real.
They can't watch the DVD itself, but Michael luckily had written down a transcript of what Zoey said on that DVD. Apparently, 10 years ago, Zoey recorded herself saying that Chase was one of the most special people she had ever met, and that she thinks he might have a bit of a crush on her. But other times, she thinks he just wants to stay friends. However, she is still sure that he is very dear to her and might even be her soulmate. The boys celebrate in glee, and Chase snatches that engagement ring back and storms out of the restaurant to go after Zoey. The video ends with a black screen saying, "To be continued?" ? And we're left to settle down after that roller coaster of emotions. A roller coaster that, in retrospect, is total crap. When this video first came out, I was really excited. Sure, in the episode, Zoey said that in 10 years Chase could watch that video, but I never expected that promise to be real. This was huge. But that's because I was living in a reality where, again, I had no memory of ever watching the finale. 2015 me had a vague notion that Chase and Zoey might have been together by the end of the show, but I had no stakes in that plot. There was no emotional attachment. I just kind of forgot. And everyone else did too, apparently, because the only posts I saw circling back in my internet bubble were of people really excited about it too, instead of people saying the video completely disregarded the finale. And it does. It completely disregards the finale. Which leaves us with two possibilities. One, the video pretends the finale doesn't exist, or two, the video is still working with the reality of the finale, but Chase and Zoey supposedly broke up in the past and Chase never got over it. And I don't want the second option to be true, because if it is, it paints Chase in a much creepier light. He's not just some guy obsessed with his high school crush, he's a guy obsessed with the high school crush who has already broken up with him. If this is true, what's the end goal in rushing to find Zoey at the end? Getting rejected again? No, the video is just ignoring the canon of the finale. It's kind of ignoring the canon of the rest of the show too, because at some point Chase says he's going to text Zoey and takes out his techmate, which, cute callback, but that wouldn't even work, because Zoey's techmate stopped working when it fell into the fountain, so texting her on that would have no effect, and Chase should know that better than anyone. But I'm getting sidetracked. My point is, according to the show's finale, Chase and Zoey ended up together. But according to the show's legacy, they didn't. Because Zoey 101 was never about Chase and Zoey dating. It was never about the success of their relationship. It was about the pursuit, the chase, if you will. It's about trying to get the girl. Zoey Brooks, so amazing, so untouchable. It's about the pining, the rooting, the expectation. That's what people remember. The finale is just the cherry on top. I get a little sad thinking about this video. I feel like it was made with the sort of people in mind who had either never seen the finale or just didn't remember it. Which, hey, I was one of those people, so I guess it was made for me. And it worked. I was hooked. But now, having seen the finale and having an excellent memory of it, it feels a little disrespectful? What's the point then, if it's all just gonna be tossed away? The "to be continued" at the end makes it seem cash grabby. They don't even know where they're going with this. We had an answer, and it was a very good answer. But it was snatched from us, and they can't even promise us another answer in return. But to argue about it, to be one of those people who go, "well, actually," before hitting you with the official lore, it feels pedantic? It's cringe. Is it cringe? The internet made me convinced that it's cringe. Caring for things is cringe. Correcting people on tiny details of that show you like is cringe. Except, I love knowing tiny details and being pedantic, so you can see the pickle I'm in. And we can't talk about legacy without talking about the creator. But I don't want to talk about it. Not yet. So I'll talk about Zoey 102. Zoey 102 is a Zoey 101 reunion film released in 2023, going over the lives of our former PCA students as they make their way through their 30s. It was a cash grab venture exploiting people's nostalgia and had no reason to exist aside from a reminder that we live in a late-stage capitalism hellscape where people will do anything to keep the glory of the past alive while refusing to move into the future. It is vapid, unnecessary, and its very premise is poisoned with empty sentimentality. And I loved it. I loved it. I loved it so much. This movie was announced back when I was still working on this script, and it was released when I was halfway through recording it. I didn't want to talk about Zoey 102. I legitimately thought it was empty and manipulative and all those mean things I said in my introduction paragraph. The only reason why I watched it was because I knew that if I didn't talk about it, then everyone would bother me about it in the comments. And I wanted this video to encompass all of Zoey 101, so it felt weird to leave the movie out. I came into this viewing experience with a bitter heart full of hatred and spite. I was someone who believed we should leave good enough alone and stop rebooting old properties just for the sake of making an extra buck. I had already decided this was a garbage movie even before I watched it, and I was determined not to spend over 5 minutes talking about it in my video because I didn't want to give it any more thought than that. I was the worst possible audience for this. And I loved it. So I'm gonna tell you why. I want to talk about Zoey 102. The movie starts with Zoey being proposed to by a man we are initially meant to think is Chase, but we quickly realize it's not. Zoey refuses the proposal because they have only been on 2 dates. Right off the bat, we see that her love life isn't doing so great, because that's the kind of guy she's stuck with dating. As for her career, it's also not going exactly according to plan. She is part of the producer staff in a reality show about dating, but she keeps being overlooked by her boss while her male co-workers take the credit for her hard work. She gets a ride from one of those co-workers, who jokes about how crazy it is that he started off as her intern but managed to climb up the corporate ladder while Zoey's stuck on the bottom rung. Zoey says that yeah, it is crazy how he keeps getting special treatment from the creator of the show.
It's because Kelly is obsessed with me. It would be like gross if it didn't come with some perks.
You guys are not in the clear enough to make that sort of joke.
As Zoey gets home, we see that she lives on house number 102. Get it? Like how she was Zoey 101 because she was in dorm room 101, and now she's 102 because, yeah. Do you get it? It's clever. That's clever. You see, it's because she lives on house 102. Here, I kinda have an issue with this movie already. We're supposed to think Zoey is some down-on-her-luck, loser 30-something woman with how she can't find luck in love and has a supposedly failing career. But the problem is, her house looks really nice. I mean, look at this place. I can't believe Zoey's life is going off the rails. I just can't. You can't say your life is messed up when you're a homeowner with a job in your 30s. That's just the reality we live in. Zoey's house is my definition of success. As Zoey gets home, she picks up a package containing a gift from Quinn. Turns out her former classmate is now owner of TechMate, the telecommunications company, and they've just launched their latest model, an unbreakable, transparent smartphone. Side note, I'm really annoyed at how our vision of the future seems to involve transparent tech. The last thing I want is to struggle to read a text message unless my phone is positioned against a solid color background. At least this TechMate does protect the user's privacy, because you can only read the messages if you're facing the screen, not if you're looking at the back part. How did they achieve this with a transparent phone? Well, that's just how much of a genius Quinn is. Speaking of Quinn, she gets on a video call with Zoey so they can discuss the news. Turns out, Quinn and Logan are getting married. Their relationship has remained more or less stable since high school, and they are finally ready to take that next step. And Quinn wants Zoey to be her maid of honor. I love this. I love Quinn and Logan. I was a fan of their romance on the show, and I'm still a fan of it in this movie. During the video call, Quinn calls Zoey her best friend, which is surprising because that's not something that was explicitly stated in the show, but you can kinda see it coming. I mean, we're talking about the beloved Zoey Brooks here. I bet half the people on campus thought of her as their best friend. The wedding is going to happen pretty soon thanks to Quinn's busy schedule, but thankfully Zoey turns out to be free as well. When she hangs up on the call, the heaviness of the whole situation takes its toll on her, and she starts to scroll through her friends' social media pages, upset over how everyone seems to be living their best lives except for her. Stacy apparently got rid of her lisp for good and has a massively successful true crime podcast. Mark is Stacy's podcast manager and also her husband. Quinn is a world-acclaimed genius inventor. Michael is a producer who finally got the word drippin' to be attached to his name. Logan is still rich. Everybody's great. They also keep commenting on each other's posts, showing that their bond is still going strong even after high school. The last name Zoey searches for is Chase Matthews, who also seems to be doing fine, though he has the least social media presence by far. I also love this, by the way, because Chase is a teacher and seems to be thriving. I love it when media portrays happy teachers who like their jobs. Call that representation. While doom scrolling through your friends' Instagram pages, thinking about how your own life sucks by comparison is also very relatable, I don't think Zoey is fully aware of her situation here. Might I remind you of her amazing house and stable job? Her friends should be looking at her Instagram. On the next day, Zoey's boss decides to give her a chance and puts her on the producer team responsible for overseeing the live finale of the reality show. But oh no! It's on the same weekend as Quinn's wedding! Her boss doesn't give her a chance to say no, so now Zoey is stuck with both events happening on the same day. Gee, I wonder how she'll handle that! Zoey goes to help Quinn pick out a wedding dress, but while she's at the store, she overhears Stacy talking about her. Turns out, Zoey has distanced herself from her friends as the years went on, and everyone's wondering if she is even going to show up for the wedding at all. Stacy also thinks Zoey is not over Chase. Apparently, they were going to spend the summer together in Hawaii, just like what we saw in the season 4 finale, but something happened that caused the two to split up. The scene also reveals that Logan has a younger sister named Lyric, who is styled as a manic pixie dream girl and is written as like a jab at the youngsters, you know? No self-awareness, super into dismantling the patriarchy, probably has a Tumblr blog. Of course she has pink hair and pronouns. She's not all that important to the movie, so we can just let her do her thing. When Zoey reveals herself by falling over a mannequin, Stacy questions why she was late for the dress fitting, and Zoey lies, saying she was over at her boyfriend's house. The others keep pressing her for details, so she makes up a boyfriend character and tells them all about Hugo Hemsworth, the hot surgeon from Australia. What truly flabbergasts me here is how the only reason Zoey makes up this lie is because Zoey is concerned about what Stacy thinks of her. Zoey wants Stacy to think she's cool. Maybe the times have changed more than I imagined. When Quinn finds out Zoey supposedly has a boyfriend, she tells her to bring him over to the wedding and quickly adds a +1 for Zoey on the guest list. Zoey realizes she is going to have to pull off a plan. She is going to get a fake boyfriend, be Quinn's maid of honor, and also manage the reality show finale, all on the same weekend. I mean, the audience realized this was where the movie was going like 15 minutes before Zoey did, but I'm glad she caught on to how she's stuck in a rom-com from 2005. Zoey gets in contact with a guy who auditioned for the reality show and convinces him to act as her date for the wedding, and he does his best to truly fit the role of hot Australian surgeon boyfriend. Once they get to the reception, Quinn and Logan don't seem to be on best terms. The issue is that Quinn wanted a small ceremony, but Logan keeps adding new extravagant details and blowing it out of proportion. Quinn is happy that Zoey has arrived, but she's quickly pulled away for wedding reasons, so Zoey walks around the party for a bit. That's when she locks eyes with Chase, who is just as surprised to see her. So surprised, in fact, he walks right into a post. Guess times haven't changed all that much. Much to Zoey's despair, however, Chase also came with a +1 and introduces Zoey to his girlfriend Daniela. The girlfriend, however, is confused because although Chase has told her many things about his time at high school, he never once mentioned Zoey.
Editing me here, I just realized that Chase's ex-girlfriend Rebecca was played by real-life actress Daniela Monet, and now Chase is dating a girl named Daniela. I don't know if this was on purpose or not, but I like to think that it is, because the amount of clever references this movie has is simply off the rails.
Hijinks ensue when Zoey has an issue at work, so she has to drive to the reality show to deal with the situation there. But then Quinn also has an issue at the wedding, so she drives back to the venue to deal with that. And this movie was spiritually written in 2005.
Can you take a look at my feet? Cause
Hey Michael, can we not do that? Michael, can we please not do that? Quinn's feeling overwhelmed about the wedding, so Zoey suggests they go out and have some fun to get her mind off the party. The gang then goes to a karaoke bar, and did I mention this movie is spiritually from 2005? Michael is first to sing a song, and he is living it up.
Was he always that talented? In school, it was mostly sad flute music.
While I appreciate the callback joke to the sad flute music from season 3, I also have to point out that the sad flute music episode is also literally the same episode where Michael successfully sings at an open mic night and totally rocks the house. Maybe if Stacy rewatched all of Zoey 101, she would get her facts straight. In casual conversation, the former PCA students reveal they were actually the last class to ever graduate at the academy. Turns out, an official investigation was launched against PCA, and it was discovered that it wasn't even a real school. It was all just an elaborate scheme Dean Rivers was running to use the tuition money to support his gambling addiction. I was not expecting that. This is obviously playing into the audience's reaction to Zoey 101. Of course, PCA doesn't look like a real school, but according to the canon of the series, PCA was in fact considered a serious and prestigious institution, so this supposed investigation was going completely against the grain by suggesting something was up. And you know what? I found it funny. Gosh darn it, I'll admit it. I laughed, okay? Imagine the drama. Imagine finding out the dream school where you spent your high school years wasn't even real. Imagine being the last class to ever graduate from PCA. The gang laughs it off, as one should. This is the funniest high school story you could possibly have. As if going to PCA wasn't wild enough on its own. This is just the most. It's emotionally manipulative, and it's just appealing to the now fully grown audience who thinks they are so clever by pointing out that PCA was a surreal teaching institution. But I laughed. Why is this movie winning me over? Zoey's fake boyfriend challenges Chase to a singing duet, and Chase absolutely rocks the high parts of Time of My Life. This movie was made for me specifically. The next day, they have to practice for the wedding, and Chase and Zoey are supposed to walk down the aisle together, but they keep bickering during the rehearsal. Zoey wants to put the past aside and act like they're still friends, but Chase says he is not ready to forgive her after everything that happened. The drama. It fuels my soul. During the rehearsal dinner, Chase calls Logan his best friend during his speech, which is just wrong. Michael is your best friend. Everyone knows that in the Zoey 101-iverse, you get two best friends, one of the same gender and one of another gender. Zoey was your girl best friend, and Michael is your guy best friend. Maybe if Chase rewatched all of Zoey 101, he'd get his facts straight. When it's Zoey's turn to give her speech, some wacky hijinks keep happening outside a restaurant, and Zoey has to keep calling everyone's attention in embarrassing ways just to keep them from looking over the window. Did I mention this movie is spiritually from 2005? On the next day, Zoey has to go on a road trip to pick up the rings for the ceremony, but because of plot reasons, Chase ends up locked in the car with her and has to come along. This movie was made for me. Why did no one tell me this movie was made for me? When they get to the ring store, Zoey says they're there to pick up the wedding rings for Logan and Quinn, but the staff thinks that Chase and her are actually Logan and Quinn, and don't give them a chance to explain themselves. God, there are fan fictions less cliche than this. I love it. The staff won't surrender the rings unless Chase and Zoey act like a couple and go over their history together, which they do, in vague sentences that both call back to what happened in the show and suggest that more went down after the finale. The staff chants for them to kiss, so they do, because this movie is actually fanfiction. The most surprising thing here is that Zoey confesses she had a thing for Chase back in high school, which she claims nobody knew about. This is also something that strikes me as particularly fanfiction-y, but it's also something that is playing into the audience's expectations, like with the whole thing about PCA not being a real school. Saying Zoey had a thing for Chase is something you could extrapolate from the original series, but it's not something that was explicitly stated or even implied. It's wishful thinking. The extra video from 2015 also does this, saying that Zoey thought Chase was her soulmate. Except this movie is a lot more nuanced and tasteful than the 2015 video, so I'm not complaining here. They're done playing this little game, so they grab the rings and flee back to the car. This whole situation seems to have melted some of the ice that stood between them though, because now they're having a much easier time talking to each other. The mystery of their Hawaii getaway is revealed. Turns out they were supposed to spend the summer together, but Zoey got cold feet and bailed, leaving Chase alone on the island. Zoey says that ever since then, she's thrown herself into her work, distanced herself from her friends, and desperately tried to move on, but she couldn't get over her past. She's still not over Chase and deeply regrets not giving him a chance. At this, Chase kisses her, passionately, repeatedly, illuminated by the glowing sunset. This is what we're here for. The car runs out of battery, so now Chase and Zoey are stranded on some random beach at the side of the road with no cell phone service. This is giving me flashbacks to that season 1 beach finale. They decide to jog their way to the wedding and arrive in the nick of time, but now Zoey also has to manage the live finale of the reality show from a distance. She uses her phone to watch a live feed of the finale and connects her earbuds to the earpiece of one of the contestants, telling him exactly what to say. But oh no, the wedding keeps interfering with Zoey's plans, and she keeps saying the wrong thing to the contestant, and he's making a fool of himself on live TV. No, nobody could have seen this coming. This is an entirely new situation that has never happened in any similar movies of the sort. Zoey is forced to confess that she is working from a distance and that her boyfriend is really just a hired actor. Quinn is upset at the situation, but her biggest heartbreak comes from how Zoey didn't just tell her about what was going on. She's also mad at Logan because he didn't respect her wishes for a small ceremony and just kept turning the wedding into a bigger and bigger spectacle, and she's had enough of this. She calls off the wedding and leaves Logan behind. The reality show is ruined, Zoey is fired, the wedding's off, Chase and Daniela have an argument, everything's a mess. Zoey sits sad and alone at the beach, but Chase soon comes to comfort her. He confesses that he and his girlfriend had actually broken up 2 weeks ago, and she only came to the wedding with him as a favor. They laugh about their own misfortunes and reminisce about high school, wondering if it'll ever be possible to go back to those simpler times. With this conversation, Zoey, the idea girl, has an idea. They are going to go back to the abandoned PCA campus and convert it into a quaint little wedding venue.
Okay, so listen, I know that we thought the Sushi Rocks closed when the school did, but it turns out Kazu's son started a food truck and they'd be more than happy to cater.
Oh, goody. Do you think his son also has a terribly offensive accent? Logan apologizes to Quinn and they loudly profess their love for each other, just like they did in the season 4 finale. He brings her over to the repurposed campus and they have a lovely little intimate wedding, just like Quinn wanted. During this new wedding, Zoey gets a call from her old boss, and he says that the finale was a smash hit. Turns out that, in giving the contestant the wrong things to say, Zoey subverted all of the audience's expectations, and they ate it all up, creating an ending to the show that was as memorable as it was surprising. This is giving me major Zorka vibes. The boss rehires Zoey on the spot and even throws in a tasty little promotion for her, and her career is back on track. As she returns to the party, Chase and Zoey lock eyes once more, and Chase almost runs into a post, but avoids it at the last second. Character development, everybody. They say their I love yous and kiss under the stars, and everyone has a dance party, because this movie was spiritually made in 2005, and back then it was illegal to end your movie without one of those. And you will not believe what song plays in the credits. The instrumental theme for Zoey 101. I lost my mind at this, I am not kidding. This movie even has bloopers. Bloopers! Remember when movies had bloopers in the credits? Remember when life was easy? God, this movie. This freaking movie. I was ready to hate it. I was so ready to call it useless and empty and a cash grab and just another stupid reboot. I really was. But it won me over. I don't know how, but it did. And I didn't even talk about everything in this movie. I skipped over most of Zoey's adventures with her fake boyfriend. I didn't even touch on the hijinks related to the main contestant in the TV show. Stacy and Mark have their own little thing going on. There are so many jokes and callbacks and moments that I didn't bring up. I could go more in depth and really get lost in my analysis like I usually do, but this time I actually prefer to keep things a little vague. I want to give people a chance to be surprised, much like I was. Besides, the movie itself was so lighthearted, I think it's nice to let it speak for itself. Let our brains take a rest, you know? This movie feels respectful. I think it understands that fans of Zoey 101 really like Zoey 101. It's not a movie that makes fun of you for liking the show, it celebrates it. No one's trying to tell you the original show was dumb. They pay their respects and build up on the characters we already know and love. Look at Stacy in this movie. Stacy Dilson, outcast high schooler. Look at how gracefully they treated her here. Nobody makes fun of her, she's not the butt of the joke. She's a respectable woman with friends and a husband and a job she's passionate about. This movie makes you feel good. It's a good movie. Seriously, if you liked Zoey 101, or if you had a fun time watching this video, or if you just like silly rom-coms in general, give this movie a shot. It won me over, and I seriously think it can win you over too. The majority of the original cast returned for this movie, with a few notable exceptions. Paul Butcher, Dustin's actor, refused to come back because he wanted to focus on his TikTok career? Okay, good for him. And Victoria Justice couldn't do it because of scheduling conflicts. Aside from that, everyone is here, and it looks like they're having a super fun time. You know who isn't involved with it, though? I'm talking about the creator. Zoey 101 was created by Dan Schneider, as were many other Nickelodeon sitcoms at the time. Dan Schneider is a creep. There's no other way of saying this, no going around it, no sugarcoating it more than the word creep already does. I will not go over his complicated and controversial history with the company in this video. I will not explain it, or justify it, or try to break it down in a way that's comprehensive or even comprehensible. There's just no way I could do it. I remember Zoey 101 a little passively as a watcher. I was not a raging fan back in the day, even though I loved the show. I was not rambling about it in social circles or trying to convince my friends of watching it. They already did. Everyone did. And I remember myself as a watcher of other watchers. What I mean is, we were kids, and I remember the other kids also watched this show. But no one actually said they watched it. It was just something you knew. We played the game from the alpaca episode, the one where you can't say any words that contain the letter S. We were just like Michael, Logan, and Chase, whispering calculated sentences to each other in the middle of class, trying to prove you were the best while hoping somebody else would slip. When Zoey gets a bunch of ribs as an inheritance and Michael starts the episode arguing with Logan, I saw that same argument repeated in our conversations. How the other kids would start a discussion on what would be the best item to bring to a deserted island just so they could state the same points Michael brought up in his argument. How it can be used as a weapon and it can also keep your feet warm. The casual foot mention that no one would question. Or when Chase plays Would You Rather with Zoey and then tries playing it with Lola, we wouldn't just play it. We would use the same questions, the same terrible scenarios. Would you rather go to jail or eat your dog? eat 10,000 spiders, or only wear green, be locked in a cage with a wild tiger, or lick peanut butter off a hobo's foot. Again, the feat, so random, so inescapable. Or, much to Michael's delight, actual kids, in actual real life, started saying drippin'. We said the dubbed word, which turned out to be irajamal, a portmanteau of irado meaning something like wicked, and animal meaning beast. But we said it, we actually said it, just because we'd seen a TV show character try to make it catch. And you bet your personalized dorm room key that each and every kid who said drippin' tried to claim ownership of the word drippin'. And nobody would call each other out. There was just a silent agreement that this was the best game to play, or the right argument to make, because we all saw it in Zoey 101, even if we weren't talking about it. We didn't discuss the latest episodes or what our favorite characters were. We didn't talk about Zoey 101. We just experienced it, lived through it. We let it into our lives and let it slip out through the cracks. Like how I didn't remember the finale, but I did remember my sister telling me about it. That was enough for me, the mere confirmation that we all watched it, even if it was just through watching each other. And of course, it's all wonderful when we're just playing games or making up fantasy scenarios to choose or survive. No one questions it, because we're all having fun. We're all operating on the same frequency. You had the choice to play other games, of course, but the best ones had already been chosen for you. You let it into your lives, and you lived with the unspoken agreement that it was the best way to live. But what about the other silent rules you kept, and you didn't even know why? How boys wearing dresses is funny. It's wrong, it's not supposed to happen. It's a joke, see? It's a thing we laugh at. It's humiliating. Or how lame that girl with the weird hobby is. It's okay to laugh at her. It's correct, even. It's not good to be that much of a nerd. You shouldn't offer her sympathy. She is the bottom of the social pyramid, and she can never climb up. You know, for a while, I wasn't exactly popular. When girls became pretty and boy crazy, I was a bit of a Quinn. Not as pretty, not as fashionable, a bit socially awkward. I didn't always know the right thing to say. I was just too book smart, too inadequate, too weird. The only thing saving me was that I was not a Stacy. People could make fun of me, but only behind my back, and they couldn't take it too far. That was a jerk move. But that's because there was always a Stacy beneath me. And I had to make sure there was one too, because if there wasn't, I would be next. There's always that one sacrificial classmate, the one that's too weird, even for the weirdos. And they're not happy. They're awkward and lonely, and no one helps them. No one likes them, no one wants to be around them. This is good. The correct response is to laugh at them. Who was chosen to be this sacrifice? Or even, why did this sacrifice exist in the first place? Who taught us this? Who let this information into our lives? What games do we play? With each other or on each other? And we all just agree that's the way it is. We're not innocent, but it's heartbreaking to look back and catch a glimpse of how it all started. How you suddenly learned something you didn't know before. The best item to take to a deserted island. The best student to utterly reject. It's a bit of a rabbit hole, I'll admit. The whole thing with, does life imitate art, or vice versa? There's no right answer. And again, we're not fully innocent. We choose to play those games. But this is already a gray area for, I don't know, me as a late 20-something. It's an even grayer area when you're talking about 10-year-olds. And then, there's the creep. There's elements of this show, of all Nickelodeon shows, that become absolutely vile when you know about the man who made them, or when you think about why they are this way. It's almost inherent to it, which makes it even more disgusting. And it always begs the question, should I be talking about this? Is it right to bring awareness to this? To directly benefit those hideous figures just by not letting them fade into obscurity? Or is it worth examining, really digging into it, because it allows you to see media for what it truly is. And by understanding how these ideas seep into your mind, your person, you become better at seeing the patterns and choosing what exactly you want to take from the shows you watch. Is this video a selfish, nostalgic deep dive, serving only my own insensitive purposes? Or is it a critical re-examining of the facts, a way to redeem myself by saying I was only trying to help us become more aware of how not to be? It's both. It's neither. I don't know. I don't have an answer. We live in an age where people are asking this more and more, and they each have their own 2 cents to add, and their own 2 cents on whose sense should be taken into account, and I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. It's too complicated for one person to answer. And it hits you so sneakily, you know, when you least expect it. Sometimes it's a joke you thought was hilarious when you were a kid. And then 2 minors are scrubbing a gym teacher's feet while he bosses them around. And you have to choose if you can let that one slide into the brain fog of unawareness, or if it's too much for you and you have to take a break. Zoey 101 did not end because Jamie Lynn Spears got pregnant. And the father of the child, as far as official statements go, was just her boyfriend at the time. The show didn't end because of the controversy, or because of some cover-up, or because of a bigger conspiracy. It had simply run its course. There were other fish to fry. Lots of buns in the bakery, if you will. You know, there's this one file I have for a Season 4 episode, which I got through totally legal means, officer. It's the one with Logan's anger management classes. The quality isn't stellar from the get-go, as honestly, none of the files from this batch are. Not gonna lie, this is looking like how the media footage in my videos looks in the background after I'm done editing. But halfway through the episode, the footage starts to glitch. My first thought was, wait, was this thing recorded on tape? But on a second look, I don't think it is. I think it might be more of a faulty signal kind of thing, or maybe someone was messing around with the TV antenna while this was being recorded. But it stuck with me. I kept coming back to it. There's something so anti-Zoey about a Zoey 101 episode with crappy footage quality. To think of an episode being recorded on tape is even more absurd. It wouldn't be impossible. This show was coming out in the mid-2000s, right around the time Disney released its last film on VHS. Tapes were dying, but they weren't fully dead. Even I was probably watching this show on a big CRT monitor way back in the mid-noughts instead of a high-tech flat screen. But still, the vibe of the show, to me, is crisp. It's the BlackBerry phone, the iMac G3, the end of Windows XP, and the start of Windows Vista. The curvy, funky design of the 2000s settling into the clean, the translucent. It's the abstract swooshes that take us from one scene to the next. It's the outdoorsy, sunny PCA compared to the domestic sameness of every other sitcom out there. It's the 2000s, yes, the 2000s is all around them. The TV shaped like an apple, the pink and orange and purple walls, the randomly designed shapes in the lounge, the color of the blick strings, the giant purple octopus plush, the sparkly jewelry, the tie-dye visual overload bag decorations, the skinny hair braids tied off with mini scrunchies. It's so much at all times. But it's also spacious. The clear blue skies. The vast pathways, the warm beige of the bricks, the sizable windows, the gentle breeze. It floods you with information and gives you the space to breathe, to take it all in. It's Y2K melting into Frutiger Arrow. It's transitional, it's fluid, it's fresh and delicious. Like a beautiful bottle of neon sports drink recently taken out of your personal mini fridge. Zoey 101 is many things. It was wish fulfillment, vicarious and carefree living. It was refreshing, it was fun, it was exciting. And when my brain turned to mush, it was calming, it was familiar, even if tainted by the things we're not as comfortable with upon remembering. The horrid facets we're almost too ashamed to face. It was important to me, maybe even more than I knew before embarking on this journey. Re-examining it was revealing and helped me overcome a stretch of burnout that had been plaguing me for months. It was so easy to revisit and so complicated to come to terms with. The sort of complexity you can only really get when you dare to rewatch media with a critical eye. The past can be worth revisiting, especially if it helps you move forward. There's much to be said about Zoey 101, even more than I managed to say. This whole video was filtered through my experiences, my thoughts, my surprisingly formative memories. It doesn't even come close to fully representing the show. But there's something beautiful to it as well, I believe. Even when this show felt utterly universal to my social circle, and even as I and all the other 10-year-olds in my class turned to it in search of entertainment and secret guidance, we were each living our own journey, united by what we thought was an unquestionable reality. I thought Zoey 101 was crisp and clean and freeing. And somewhere else, someone else was watching a copy of the same show, muddled with fuzz and glitches. We each have our own way of seeing things. At the end of the day, Zoey's just another kind of girl, and I really wanted to see her world. I'm glad we could all come and run away. It was an experience, and it was my experience, because there's no other way it could be. And I'm happy you could watch it too. Let's keep sharing experiences. Thank you for watching. Hello, hi. This video is not over. I get why you would think it's over. I did say thank you for watching, but it's not over. Sorry, there's more. This is still part of the video. Here's the thing. Between watching the show and rewatching it and taking notes and writing a script and recording it and editing it and all that good stuff, this video took me like 2 years to make. And if you're like me and you work alone and you don't have anyone else edit your videos, at some point you have to call a script done and move on to the recording and everything else. So I did that. Except then it took me like 8 months between finishing the script and actually editing the full video, and I found out I had more to say. So strap in and join me on this addendum because I still want to talk about Zoey 101. There's a challenge that comes with any video essay, I believe, or any essay in general, really, which is trying to encompass some kind of totality of the work you are dealing with. This is impossible because a video essay will never be a full substitute for watching the material for yourself. But when you set off to make a multiple-hour video about the 4 seasons of a show, plus a bonus skit released 10 years later, plus a whole extra movie about the characters, you do end up making a bit of a promise, whether you like it or not. A promise that, if people watch your video, they will get it. They will get the show. They will understand the fundamental truth behind this piece of work, the secret element that makes it tick, the magic that was there all along. Something that explains it, that allows you to finally understand it, that justifies every second you've spent thinking about it, every episode you've watched, every memory you've held on to, even after all these years. If you watch this video, you will get it. And it will finally make sense. And you are so glad that someone else has put in the work and created a video that will finally allow you to get it. You just can't wait to get it. When my brain turned to mush and all I could do was watch Zoey 101, I wasn't trying to get it. But as I continued to watch it, and a video essay inadvertently started to write itself in my brain, I realized I was, in fact, trying to get it. By the end of the video, after I had edited down the whole thing, I had absolute certainty that I did, in fact, get it. But I don't think I managed to have everyone else get it, too. So, here's everything I wish I had said, or wish I had said differently, or forgot to say, or only thought about saying after I had called the script done. Here we go. I think the big thing, the true essence of Zoey 101 that I was only able to put into words once I had edited my whole video, is that when dealing with the show, everything has to be filtered through the light of half-assedness. Sure, the writers were invested in the show, but only halfway there. Once you crossed a certain threshold, they didn't really care. Nothing is ever pushed to the extreme here. Everything is played very safe, very status quo. To me, a very clear example of this is the character of Lola, which earlier in this video I called a theater kid. But she's not a true theater kid, not really. She's no Rachel Berry. She's not obsessed with auditions, except for every now and then. She doesn't care about plays or musicals. She never talks about her interests, except for when the plot revolves around it. She is a theater kid, but half-assedly. Only halfway there. Because really, you've seen theater kids, in media, or in your high school, or in other facets of your life. So when I call Lola a theater kid, it might feel disingenuous, like I'm exaggerating the truth in order to serve my own narrative. Because she lacks the intensity that every theater kid should carry within. And in a way, it's true. I am exaggerating. But that's only because the show half-assed the concept. They wanted to have a theater kid, but didn't put in the necessary work to fully get there. They only got halfway there. So when I say she's a theater kid, I am prioritizing the show's intentions rather than its practical reality. That's the rule of thumb for a lot of things in this show, and there are two ways you can engage with this truth. One, you can call it lazy and condemn it for its flaws, or two, you can look at these flaws as though they were intentional, as though they came from sincerity, which is what I ended up doing because it's how I choose to engage with media in general. Take Zoey and Chase's relationship, for example. Even though Chase starts off the show with a great obsession for Zoey, trying to act upon his romantic feelings at every turn, as the series goes on, it seems to fade away. By season 3, he dates a different girl. His friends seem to think that his crush on Zoey was over, and Zoey and Chase even vow to put their friendship above any other kind of relationship. If you look at it through the eyes of sincerity, it becomes a very sweet tale about a guy who learns over time to control his selfish romantic impulses and put Zoey's feelings first. And it's satisfying to see the strength of their platonic bond triumph over the many ups and downs that come with high school dating and drama. But if you instead see it through the eyes of laziness, then it really feels like the writers just kinda gave up. They had a strong start and then got tired of the idea and let it mellow out until there was barely anything left, because they couldn't be bothered to keep rekindling the flame of the main couple's romance. It's half-assed. There is effort only up to a point. And of course, there's always the argument that it's just kids' media and that I shouldn't think so hard about this. But I think that ship has sailed about like 6.5 hours earlier, buddy. In this house, we overanalyze media and we are proud of it. The issue of the show's half-assedness element even affects his protagonist in a way. In the very first episode, Zoey is introduced as someone who has a passion for fashion, as I have certainly mentioned before. And then it's never relevant again. There's like 1 or 2 moments where this is mentioned as a hobby, and I guess Zoey's fashion sense is the reason she could decorate backpacks so well, but that's it. they had this initial idea that they suggest is going to be fundamental to the show, and then they forget to keep rekindling the flame. What ends up saving Zoey, both as a character and also the show as a whole, is that Zoey Brooks has such a strong personality that it becomes impossible to erase. And a big part of that is how Zoey can be a bit of a pain in the ass. She's stubborn, she's impulsive, she gets mad at her friends based on assumptions, she doesn't take no for an answer, she fights for what she thinks is right, even when in reality she is in the wrong. She isn't your generic, pleasant, popular, nice girl protagonist, she is passionate, and not always in a good way. You cannot half-ass Zoey Brooks, and this is what keeps the show going. I love Zoey. Zoey's great. She's fantastic and insufferable, and I love her so much. Her characterization is not only strong, but it's consistent, which is a lot to ask for in a show where they draw plot lines just because they got bored. Whatever laziness permeates this show, she rises past it, which, given the circumstances, is the biggest victory you can claim. Okay, now, if this video made you hungry for Zoey 101 and you're thinking of rewatching the series, you have to know this. The show is very weird. And yes, I am talking about the stuff that can get you demonetized. The foot stuff, the guy attracted to his car, the gross humor, the suggestive shots, it's all there. I pointed some of it out, but I didn't point out every single example of it because I was shoving a lot of it into the brain fog of unawareness. You have to find a way to move past it or you won't make it through the whole series. While I was writing this script, I was somehow under the impression that Zoey 101 was a lot less weird than the other famous sitcoms of the Schneider kind, but frankly, I wouldn't trust that judgment, because I haven't watched any of those other shows since like 2010, which is also around the time I stopped watching TV altogether and became an internet kid. Maybe all of those other shows were just as weird as Zoey 101. I wouldn't know. But what I can say is that I think I came into this viewing experience with such terrible expectations of all the horrible and unthinkable things I would see, especially with all of the buzz surrounding the creep factor of the creator and his influence over these shows, that I think I ended up building this idea of the show that was a lot worse in my head. So the weird stuff I did encounter felt tame by comparison. Maybe this is how we can redeem these shows. Make them sound so awful to newcomers that when people do experience it for what they are, they find it underwhelming. But it's still very much not underwhelming. But it's not overwhelming either. I guess you could say I was straight up whelmed. Just whelmed out of my mind. This show is also very bad in terms of progressiveness. It cannot be normal about boys in dresses, Asian people, fat people, people with disabilities, or any kind of neurodivergence. It was made in 2005 and it was written by people who mostly looked at those groups with an air of contempt at best and cruelty at worst. You have to be ready for this when engaging with it. I'm not saying I'm letting any of it slide, I'm not. But you have to be ready to deal with that sort of stuff if you are choosing to engage with the show. Again, I didn't point out every single unsavory bit of it because otherwise, we'd be here all day. This show means a lot to me, yes, but that doesn't make it innocent. I know of Zoey's sins, and I'm not forgiving them. Another thing that helps me cope with the weirdness in the show is the fact that Zoey 101 served as the inspiration for this very video. And I cannot downplay how important this video essay was in terms of helping me overcome my own burnout and depression. When I went on hiatus, it was because I physically could not make videos anymore. Just the thought of making a video made me so exhausted I would break down in tears. It was a very dark period for me, and I'm still working my way out of it. But as I was rewatching Zoey 101 for fun and realized I was starting to become comfortable with the idea of analyzing media again, I fully leaned into it. Yes, even with the grossness and the creep factor and the bad jokes and the cruelty, my love for Zoey 101 and my desire to fully understand it carried me beyond that and made it possible for me to start creating again. I wasn't kidding when I said this video was for me. Yes, you can watch it as well, and I would love it if lots of people did, but this one was for me. I had to make it, because otherwise, I'd never make anything else again. This video taught me how to edit again, how to pace myself and keep healthier habits so I can avoid burning out in the future, and how to overcome my exhaustion in the name of making art. I mean, therapy and medication and the support of loved ones helped me out a lot too. I didn't magically become better just from overthinking Zoey 101, but artistically speaking, it was a big step. Now, we also have the issue of Zoey 102. I did my whole commentary on the movie, yes, but as I said before, I kept it very lighthearted, even at the risk of it being shallow. And part of the reason why I didn't go deeper into it is because I'm still a little ambivalent on what it truly represents. I mean, is it a poignant critique of the old show, Zoey 101, from its characters and inception and the way it was run and written? Or is it just a mindless cash grab that didn't spend more than 5 minutes coming up with a cliché plot just to fill out the runtime? Or is it a blind celebration of the nostalgia that keeps the show relevant, refusing to engage with or even acknowledge its more controversial aspects? Because it does take a few jabs at the show, especially in regards to its backstage elements. You have the figure of Zoey's boss in the movie, a self-centered, emotionally unstable man riding off the coast of his writer's ideas, undervaluing his female creators in the name of his male staff, manipulating Zoey into corners that she has to comply with in order to keep her job, and being oddly obsessed with one of his younger employees. And I might be going insane, but this can be seen as a critique of Dan Schneider and the way he ran his sitcoms, especially with the cautious but consistent accusations that he's gotten over the years about how toxic his work environments were. So like, is it on purpose? Was this something we were supposed to take from the movie? Because this reading is possible, but I also have to admit it's a little far-fetched. If they really wanted to make that critique, there were many other ways in which they could have made it more obvious, or at least obvious enough for me not to feel so unsure about it. I know I joke a lot about reading too much into things, but this time I really do question if I'm taking my interpretation too far. But there's enough material there for me to wonder if maybe, just maybe, I could be onto something. Except it didn't give me enough confidence to go into it in the main analysis, so I didn't talk about it. But I'm afraid that if I don't talk about it, there is the possibility that someone will call me out for not seeing it, even if I myself feel almost crazy for claiming I see anything at all. It's confusing. I don't know. I do feel like there is a message about holding on to the parts of the past that can move you forward while letting go of the stuff that's holding you back. Zoey can't get over her failed relationship with Chase, and this frustration stops her from moving on with her life. So she's stuck in the self-destructive loop where she's distancing herself from her old friends, while in reality she wants nothing more but to keep them at arm's length. Meanwhile, her former classmates seem to have all managed to find a way healthier balance, developing careers that are somehow related to whatever struggles or ideas define their high school days. It is because of their time at PCA that they've grown into the people that they are now, and they acknowledge it and allow it to further their bonds, while Zoey tries to deny that part of herself while simultaneously holding on only to the self-deprecating grudges related to it, and hasn't found inner peace like the rest of her friends. Throughout the movie, we learned that PCA was never a real school, and was just a way for the dean to make money. This academy, which taught them so much and defined their lives, had a much darker background that none of them were aware of, and which has only resurfaced years later. Is this commenting on the original show? Like how even though it presented us with the sunny and carefree adventures of wild and happy teenagers, it was actually toxic and horrific behind the curtains? Or again, am I thinking too much about the movie and none of this was intentional? At this point, I have no idea. At the end of the film, the resolution is found by returning to the abandoned campus in order to hold Quinn and Logan's wedding there. It calls back to the theme I mentioned previously. Yes, PCA was tainted by a sordid secret history, but you let that part of the past go and hold on to what brings you happiness. It is the companionship of the former students that make the campus a welcoming place, and it's this energy that the happy couple is trying to call upon. You return to something broken and neglected, something that carries a difficult past, and you turn it into something new, something warm and healthy by calling upon the parts of it that have always been that way. PCA was never a conventional school, and this fact can mean something terrible or something amazing. It just depends on what parts of it you choose to focus on. I love this. I love this moral. But am I making it up? Because at times, this movie seems lighthearted to a fault. It is full of cliches, there are scenes and plot beats we've seen 1,000 times before, and it's not bringing anything new to the table aside from it being a reunion movie for this very specific cast. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that though. I'm a huge advocate for movies that simply let themselves be silly. It's fun. Not everything has to be that deep. And half the time, this movie doesn't seem to be trying to be anything more than surface level. They make up a whole new sister for Logan, whatever. Chase and Zoey are locked in a fake dating scenario, there's a karaoke sing-off. It's easy, it's mindless, its sole purpose is to entertain. But every now and then, I catch a whisper of something deeper. Like a single thread sticking out of the tapestry, and I pull on it, expecting to unravel some great mystery, like I'll suddenly just understand. Like I'll get it. But I don't think I get it. I'm legitimately stumped. I have no idea if any of my deeper interpretations hold any water, or if I've once again lost all self-control and plunged too deep. Is this movie secretly genius, or is it just family-friendly girl time fun? Who knows? And I don't like not knowing. I think it's unfair to present you with an unsure, ambivalent conclusion like this. It's been like a year since I first watched this film, and I still can't decide. Therefore, I think I'll stay on the fence. It's very fun up here. You can look at both sides of the issue and never have to live with the weight of making a decision. Join me if you want, or hop on over to your favorite side. So, I guess those were the big things that I wanted to say. So now I'm going to move on to some more behind the scenes stuff that I couldn't fit anywhere else in the video, but I still want to talk about. As I have made abundantly clear, I have acquired my Zoey 101 footage from entirely legal means, and I am in no way encouraging people to violate the law when seeking episodes of this show to watch. And really, I'm not, because if you illegally download Season 4, you will most likely get a batch of episodes with abysmal footage quality, and they are unfortunately the easiest original English dub copies out there. Not that I would know from experience. I follow the law, sir. So I somehow, mysteriously, and totally legally, ended up with this terrible batch of Season 4 episodes. And they were fascinating to me, because it was clear that they were recorded during the original run of the episodes on television. One of the episodes even came with a bumper in the credits, advertising a brand new episode of Zoey 101, which was just the following episode in the series. I love these recorded episodes. I mentioned the one with Logan and the anger management classes because it's all glitched up and fuzzy, but the other ones in the batch are also fascinating to me. Because again, I have reason to believe they were recorded during the premiere of each episode. So someone had to go through the trouble of tuning in for every season 4 premiere, recording the footage, uploading it to the internet, and this batch has made its way to me because people kept circulating the link since then. This is beautiful to me. It goes a bit beyond Zoey 101 because I find the act of keep circulating the tapes inherently poetic, no matter what show we're talking about. But with Zoey specifically, it gains an air of humanity. Because, like I said, Zoey 101 doesn't feel like the kind of thing you should watch in poor quality. It feels like you should only watch it in pristine HD while eating chilled grapes on a summer afternoon. But we don't always get the best quality. Sometimes you have to settle for the terrible recording someone captured in 2008 with the faulty signal and commercial bumpers. But we cherish it anyway, and we keep sharing it with each other, and make it last years and years since its creation. The imperfections make it tactile, organic, personal. They connect me to all other viewers who experienced this same version of the show. But, well, the footage sucks. I can't make a YouTube video using that. I have standards. They are low, but they're still there. So I had to very legally and not at all onlinely find a better batch of episodes. And I did. And that's the one I used. But they were also recorded from television, which is why they're sometimes cropped weird. But it was clear that they were recorded during a rerun of the show, and not its original run. And you know what I noticed? The reruns are faster. If you play them side by side, they start to go out of sync. The reruns were mostly 1 to 3% faster than the original run, but sometimes it would go up to 6 or 7%. This is a known phenomenon. I think I first heard about it when people were talking about Seinfeld episodes, and I also heard it was being done to Friends. But this was the very first time I had seen this in real life, in real time, in a way that was affecting me specifically. This was a little annoying to me because sometimes I would need to use the audio track from one source, but the video track from the other source, and they wouldn't match up. So I would have to fiddle around and find the precise rate that they were using to speed up the footage so that I could slow it down and sync it back to the audio. And I think I mostly got it, but not always. So if you ever rewatch this video, you can keep an eye out for those season 4 bits and judge how well I succeeded. Something else that was striking to me is that the original English opening doesn't say the title of the episode at the end. This caught me off guard because the Brazilian dub does this. They don't dub the song, that's still the same, but at the very end of the song, Zoey's voice comes in and says the title of the episode.
Episódio de hoje, Queen perde Mark.
Which not only defined my Zoey 101 viewing experience as a child, but it is also a key element to my favorite personal Zoey 101 anecdote. One time, probably during summer vacations, I was sitting on the couch with my mom and my sister as we watched whatever was on at Nickelodeon, and Zoey 101 started playing. As the intro song rolled out, I commented out loud, "Man, it's been so long since I watched the JetX episode." And just then, Zoey's voice came in and said,
Episódio de hoje, JetX.
And we all lost our freaking minds. It was great. I'm never gonna top that. Okay, last thing. We're almost at the end, I promise. I think at some point, during a very early version of the script, I compared something on the show to adding a spoonful of thyme to your chicken soup. I don't remember what I was referring to, and I must have removed it as the script got bigger and bigger, because it's just not there anymore. I think my point was that whatever I was talking about, it was great to have that thing in a limited quantity because it enhanced the quality of the overall product. You know, like seasoning your soup. You're not making thyme soup, it's chicken soup. But having that little bit of thyme there makes it even better. No idea why I thought that was the best way of explaining it, but what it means is that because I had made the comparison, I needed a visual to go along with it. So, I filmed myself adding a spoonful of thyme to my chicken soup, and I have no idea what to do with this footage now. So here it is. Wasn't that something? Filming yourself while cooking is hard. If you ever find yourself making some chicken soup, add a little bit of thyme to it. Trust me, it'll make the end product much better. Like whatever the heck I was talking about in Zoey 101. And there we have it. No more tricks, no more addendums. The true end of the video. If you've made it this far, congratulations, and thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching. Well, hello there. It was very nice of you to watch this video. Special thanks to my beautiful patrons for making videos like these possible. I don't know if you knew this, but PCA stands for Patrons I Certainly Adore. If you have enjoyed the video, you can also help me out by clicking the like button, subscribing to the channel, and clicking the notification bell too. You can also follow me on Twitter and share this video with your friends. Check out my second channel too if you have the time. It doesn't have a lot on it so far, but cool things are coming. The link to those things will be in the description. Feel free to leave a comment down below, especially if it is about how much you love Zoey 101. Seriously, if you watched all 7 hours of this video, oh my god, thank you, and I hope you had a good time. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you on my next video. Bye! They should have made 101 episodes.